A sudden cataclysmic clap of thunder echoed across the world, shaking sky and soul alike. From its heart came the sound of a soul torn from reality, as a concentrated point of magic collapsed into nothing, vanished into the very fabric of the world. In the breath that followed, a wave of dread rolled outward, gripping the hearts of countless beings. Something ancient had fallen. A titan, the mightiest of the living, struck down in an instant by a force beyond comprehension. From the fading rumble emerged a shadow. A presence wrapped in darkness, hair as black as void, eyes like dying stars, and an aura that whispered death with every breath. The couple of death had arrived. Her gaze alone made the world shudder. Lady Dawnseer gasped violently, ripped from her trance. Her heart pounded like war drums in her chest. Disoriented, her mind swam in smoke and fading visions as voices echoed around her, muffled by fear and distance. She reached out instinctively, clutching the nearest arm. The pressure, the grounding, brought her breathing back under control, barely. "Seer. Lady Dawnseer. What did you see?" She could barely respond. Her aged body trembled, and only when her assistant offered water did she manage a small wave to decline it. She needed breath more than water. King Greydald, seated high on the dais of the ritual chamber, leaned forward, his voice calm but urgent. "Lady Dawnseer?" She steadied herself. Her voice, though hoarse and cracking, was clear enough. "I saw. Death no two. A man and a woman. Thunder followed them. Together, they slew a dragon." The chamber fell into silence. Not the silence of peace, but the silence of dread. A prophecy like this was never uttered lightly. It was the 4th month of 1841, Third Era, the age of the demon tyrant. To the west lay chaos, demons, orcs, vampires, dragons, all under loose allegiance to the tyrant. Together, they ruled more than half the known world. King Greydald asked quietly, "What of the war? Of the Empire's demands? What does this mean for us?" The seer's eyes widened. "I saw no war. I saw an end. Not triumph. Not hope. Only fear, panic, annihilation. It is not the peak of war, it is the precursor to destruction itself." She coughed violently as the terror clung to her lungs. Her assistant rushed to her side once more. Duke Alrose broke the silence. "Then do we surrender to the Empire? Or prepare for battle?" Princess Heraless rose calmly. "We can't afford either. We lack the troops. The canals are dry. The dikes are crumbling." Nobles erupted into chaos, arguing, shouting, defending their territories and interests. King Greydald raised a hand. "Enough. Discord will do us no favors." The room quieted. Across from Heraless, the youngest of the royal daughters, Princess Eremiah, lifted her hand. "Your Majesty," she said softly. "Speak, Eremiah," the king replied. "There's something I came across in the library, a ritual. Ancient. From the First Era. It was used to summon divine aid against the spirit beasts." "A divine summons?" one of the earls asked, incredulous. "No king has dared such a thing since that time," said a viscountess. Eremiah bowed her head. "The old writings imply that the gods used to answer such calls when the need was dire enough. But, only if judgment deemed it so." Greydald stroked his beard thoughtfully. "And who are we to say we are not in such dire need?" No one had a better answer. "Very well," said the king. "Let the gods judge us." Meanwhile, Earth. Daniel reset the CNC mill for preventative maintenance. Coordinate set, X, 0.0, Y, 0.0, Z, 0.0. The machine purred as it recalibrated. For Daniel, the repetition was peace, mechanical, methodical, safe. The roar of the factory was dulled by earmuffs, his eyes shielded by safety glasses. A normal, blue-collar day. Then came the interruption. "Daniel." The voice was distant through the noise. Daniel pulled one muff off. "Yeah." James, the foreman, called out. "Line 14's down again." Daniel sighed. "Of course it is. Fault alignment. We ran 0-point checks. No good." Daniel approached the unit and confirmed his suspicion, turret misalignment. Likely the result of an operator crash. Again. He suppressed the impulse to throw a wrench through a wall. Instead, he started the teardown. It was his job, after all. Later that night, Daniel's small home was quiet. Pork chops. Tater tots. A glass of spiced rum. A small CNC machine in his garage, personal projects on the workbench, custom gun parts, nothing serious. His life was simple.
Quiet.
Lonely, yes, but peaceful in its own way.
Until the light came.
A glowing circle beneath his chair. Symbols he didn't recognize.
Light swallowed him whole. He screamed. No one heard. A new world. He awoke on stone.
Massive marbled floors. Dozens of robed strangers surrounding him. Beside him, a young Japanese man was already sitting up.
Kore wa dokoda? The man murmured. Daniel blinked. Japanese?
He tried English. Tried gesturing.
They couldn't understand each other. Soon, robed mages stepped forward. Incantations began. Glowing staves.
Spells cast on both men. The Japanese man brightened.
Oh. English now. Daniel blinked. You too.
But when they spoke to him, Daniel understood nothing.
Another spell.
Still nothing. He wasn't resisting.
He just couldn't understand. Anomaly. The court was stunned.
Rikudo Tachibana, the Japanese youth, had received the language gift immediately.
Daniel hadn't.
The mages were baffled. He's unaffected by magic, Rikudo translated.
More tests. A glowing orb. Magic affinity readings.
Rikudo fire and void. With healing magic potential.
Daniel? Nothing. No glow. No response.
Not even the machine recognized him. A first, said the magic artisan, her eyes wide. He possesses 0 mana. Magic cannot affect him, nor can he wield it.
Daniel winced.
What am I supposed to do then? Survive, Rikudo replied.
Somehow. Conclusion.
The king decreed that Daniel would be given coin and shelter in the castle town. He was no hero.
No weapon. Just a man.
An error, perhaps. Still, Daniel bowed his head. I'll learn the language. I'll learn your world. And I'll find my way to help somehow. As he crossed the drawbridge, Daniel entered a world of swords and sorcery with no power of his own.
But he had skill. And knowledge.
And perhaps, even without magic. That would be enough. It had been about a month since Daniel left the castle walls, entrusted with the impossible task of learning the language without magic and adapting to a world that ran on it.
For most, it would have been a death sentence.
For Daniel, it was just another day in a new job. Children were his first tutors. They laughed at his awkward speech and called him dumb adult, but he didn't mind. In their laughter, he found an unexpected classroom. Slowly, painfully, he pieced together simple phrases. He pointed, mimicked, and repeated words until the locals could mostly understand his intent, if not his grammar. His curse, the inability to use or be affected by magic, was also his gift. Because in a world where magic made things work, and when magic didn't, people were stuck, Daniel's instincts kicked in. Over a decade of maintaining complex machines in his old world gave him the eyes to see what others didn't: grime, buildup, corrosion, mechanical strain, signs of failure. He couldn't cast spells, but he could clean a calcified magic heater crystal, realign airflow paths for wind-powered fans, and fashion soap and descaling agents out of oils and fruit acids. Word of his work spread faster than he anticipated. And for a man who barely spoke the language, his name was on many lips, especially among innkeepers and shop owners whose expensive magical appliances were suddenly humming again for the price of elbow grease and honesty. He'd paid 3 months' rent in advance after just a handful of gigs. Not bad for a guy who showed up with no magic and no money. The town's general store was a familiar stop now. The shopkeeper, a friendly cat-faced man named Yargian, had grown fond of Daniel's peculiar speech and humble attitude. That day, Daniel noticed a book on display. The cover read something like Basic Theory of Applied Magic, Volume 1. Daniel could only decipher half the title, but that was enough.
He pointed. This book. How much? 200 Volden, Yargian said.
And don't bother haggling, I'm firm. Daniel raised his hands in mock surrender.
Not ask lower.
Ask resell. Yargian tilted his head. You want to buy it, and resell it? In my world, we bind books better.
Keep pages safe. Maybe make new type. A pause. Then laughter. I see.
You want to rebind it, sell it back here?
That's new. All right.
I'll take 15% if it sells.
Daniel nodded. Deal.
He spent the night boiling glue from flour and water, shaping crude spine pieces from scrap wood, and realigning the pages using handmade tools. It was rough but solid. The cover held. The pages didn't fall out. It was a book, not a fragile bundle of paper. When he returned the next day, Yargian was impressed. Wait, the spine goes this way. he asked, puzzled. Daniel demonstrated how the book could now be held with one hand, flipped cleanly, and read from either side without a second person holding the pages down. The durability was self-evident. Yargian nodded thoughtfully. We'll list it for 300. If it sells, I'll let you know.
Then he added, oh.
Marthy stopped by this morning. Asked if I'd seen the magic artificer. That's you, I assume.
Daniel laughed. No magic. Just fix.
She said something about an oven.
Didn't give details.
Might be worth checking.
I go now.
You need fix lock. Yargian nodded.
When you get a chance. Door sticky again.
We'll look after. The Adventurers Guild pub was already buzzing with chatter and clinking dishes when Daniel arrived. Marthy, the pub owner, beamed when she saw him. You must be the one Yargian mentioned. The magic fixer. Daniel offered a polite nod.
No magic. Just repair.
Name Daniel. Well, Daniel, I've got a crystal stove that's only heating on one side.
Lunch rush is coming.
Can you take a look?
Please.
Lead way. In the kitchen, Daniel assessed the unit. Crystal-powered ovens, from what he'd gathered, worked like electric stovetops. Magic flowed from the core crystals through contact plates to generate heat. When they failed, it was usually a mechanical issue masquerading as a magical one. He confirmed one side worked, the other didn't. Carefully, he dismantled the stove's components, poking around with a practiced touch. Within minutes, he spotted the issue: poor contact from a loose, fatigued spring that held the heating crystal against the metal plate. A little tension adjustment, a smattering of his homemade thermal paste, and the left side of the stove roared back to life. Marthy waved her hand over the surface and yelped in surprise.
It's hot.
It's really working.
Daniel grinned.
Heat transfer better now.
Better?
It's faster than it's ever been. At her request, he repeated the process on the other side. By the time the lunch rush started, both sides of the stove were working at peak efficiency. The kitchen ran smoother than ever, and the food cooked faster than anyone remembered. How much do I owe you?
Marthy asked. Daniel hesitated. 3 Volden. The chef choked.
Marthy stared like he'd grown a second head. Not enough, she shouted, then bolted out of the room. She returned with a tray of coins. 50 Volden now, and you eat here free. Forever. Daniel tried to protest. She shoved the tray into his chest. Non-negotiable. He laughed, rubbing the back of his head.
All right. Thank you.
As he turned to leave, she asked softly, Daniel, are you married?
He blinked. No. She smiled. Good.
Just curious.
He blushed. Still learning words.
Can't speak well. Marthy crossed her arms. You've said enough already. He waved with a sheepish smile. Going to Yargian.
Lock fix. She nodded.
Next time, you're staying for dinner. That evening, Daniel walked home under the dimming sky, feeling more grounded than he had in weeks. He wasn't a hero.
He wasn't powerful.
But he was useful. And in a world like this, that was more than enough. Elsewhere, Castle Laboratory. When Lyanna adjusted the tiny harness on a mewling Benki kit, a weasel-like creature with cat features. She gently lowered it onto the relic's sensing orb. Glow. Another reaction. Same as the last 10 animals. Even insects produced a result. Only one living being she had tested had produced nothing, Daniel. She narrowed her eyes. Not even a flicker of magic resonance.
Nothing. Inanimate. Like stone. Like steel. She gritted her teeth. Plants.
I'll try plants next. She made her way through the castle grounds toward the town, intending to gather specimens. On the way, she spotted her absent apprentice, Gunther, flirting with a girl near the well. A dropped tome spilled its pages across the stone path like leaves in the wind. She scolded him sharply, then waved him off, collecting the pages herself.
Hopeless.
Still, she had work to do. At the town library, she planned to get the book rebound, but as she entered, something caught her eye.
A display. A book. Bound sideways. Sturdy. Uniform.
Pages that flexed without tearing.
Her jaw dropped. Hardy, she said sharply.
Do this for mine. The old librarian chuckled. I'd love to, but I didn't make it. Some fellow named Daniel brought it in.
Fixed it himself.
When Lyanna's eyes gleamed, she slapped her palms onto the desk and leaned in. Where?
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
It's been about 2 months since Daniel came to the strange fantasy world. He's gotten better every day at speaking and listening to the language of the world, which he had to learn the old-fashioned way, and he wasted no time practicing words in his head or reviewing with friendly citizens. Now, a crowd is gathered around him as he finishes assembling his first invention in this world, a lever-operated piston water pump. It doesn't get in the way of the bucket, which is what the town has been using for drinking water. It's sometimes surprising what the town does that magic can't yet accomplish. He was able to afford some custom-made piping made out of aluminum, and he was able to assemble the other parts himself using a mold he made for the housing, piston, and lever pieces, while he made a gasket out of a rubber-like material used by blacksmiths for scratch protection on decorative materials. He's not sure where it comes from yet, but it does the job, and it resists deterioration. Daniel recalls something he read about on Earth about aluminum being hazardous for this kind of application, but when he did some research, the best he could find were single-sentence blurbs that had no reputable studies attached to them. If he has the chance, he'll come back and replace the piping with better metal, but for now, it's what he can afford in this other world. Once assembled, Daniel begins cycling the lever. He can feel the weight increasing. Water is climbing but unable to sink back down thanks to the check valve in the pump. He keeps cranking the lever as the citizens gathered around him watch. A young boy asks, "What's that supposed to do, Mr. Daniel?" He grins, saying warmly, "Just watch." He has a bucket below the spout, and it takes about a minute of cranking, thanks to the depth of the well, but suddenly, water spits out of the spout. Then, each swing of the lever causes an appropriate rush of water that causes the crowd to gasp and coo in amazement. Gunther, the blacksmith, leans in close, watching the water come out. He gushes, "Amazing! Such a simple seeing design. How much water can this contraption move?" Daniel replies, still cycling the lever with relative ease, until the well's level gets below the suction bottom of the pipe. This stuns everyone. He looks down, and the water level doesn't look any lower. "How deep is it?" "I asked for a pipe that's pretty close to the bottom, but not all the way. Want to avoid silence. Should be about 20 feet of waterhead or more right now. Not sure how much it swings through the seasons." One of the farmers in town for delivery replies, "We're in dry season now, with a few months to go. Probably drop a few feet at least." Daniel explains with a nod. Wells tend to draw from groundwater, so as long as the water table remains, he gets a few blank looks. Generally, they don't have to think about it because they get their bucket or two of water, typically, and keep going. Daniel clears his throat. It only makes it easier to fill larger vessels and personal buckets. "I'll teach anyone who wants to know how to replace the gasket, since I don't know how long this material will last. The piping should last a good while." Several of the villagers volunteer, and Daniel politely thanks them. Thank you, but I can't do it right now. I have another appointment. I'll post a class in the Adventurers Guild in about a week or so. It'll be free, but it'll take a little bit." He gets many handshakes and shoulder pats as he does his best to extract himself to head to the apothecary that requested help with a cooling unit. As usual, it's something he might be able to service, but he won't know until he sees it. Otherwise, they're at the mercy of the next artificer to come into town, which apparently isn't particularly often. From what he can tell, Daniel is a bandage to an artificer's surgery. His advantage is that he has modern world knowledge, such as the pump. He'd love to assemble a motorized pump, but it'll take time before he can assemble shaft seals and bearings for the pump and motor, as well as figure out how to get hold of that much wire. Not to mention, he'd likely have to hand-wind the motor himself, which he's fuzzy on. Regardless, for now he does what he can, and he's had only a couple of the dozens of jobs he's done so far that he couldn't do himself. A magic crystal that cracked, possibly to improper heat distribution and a blacksmithing tool he's unfamiliar with and couldn't identify any of the functions of. He vowed in both cases that if he stumbles across ways to repair them before an artificer shows up, he'd check in to try to fix them, though he doubts the crystal can simply be repaired. He does what he can, and it has granted him a living with enough left over to pursue improvement projects, which benefit him as much as the town itself. Little did he know, one such benefit has already caught someone's eye. "You there? Are you Yargian?" Yargian, the feline shopkeep, turns from his inventory to face the person calling out to him. "I am. Who might I ask is asking?" "I am Lyanna, court magic artisan. I have a question for you." Stunned, Yargian drops what he's doing, turning his full attention to the small noblewoman. "My sincerest apologies, my lady. It's not often I get women of noble status here." "I don't care about that. I just want answers to my question." "Of course, my lady. If it is something I know, I will answer to the fullest extent I can. You recently sold a book to the library, correct?
Oh.
Yes, that was quite a surprise. It's a rather common dash.
I know. What I want is the binding.
I want to employ the person who bound that book. Surprised, the catfolk man nervously scratches his cheek. Oh. We've discussed contracting that very service for binding books, but my business partner in the matter wanted to discuss a formal process, and he's been busy. When Lyanna is a small woman, and she often has trouble being taken seriously. So, as a result, she can sometimes be a little aggressive. She grips his shirt, asking as he puts his hands up away from her, "Where can I find him? I have a lot of books, so I can provide a lot of work for him.
And I can pay his price. Of that I'm certain."
The thing is, I don't really know where he is. He kinda comes and goes as he pleases.
What? He's a strange one, my lady.
Please forgive me. I don't know if or where he's staying, and it's been a couple days since I've seen him. That usually means he's busy on several jobs in a row. Others have already hired him to bind books.
Who?
I sincerely don't know.
But no, not books. Not that I know of.
He does all kinds of work. He repaired my store's locks and hinges, he worked on the guild's magic oven. He perks up. Actually, I think I heard someone mention his name with something going on at the well nearby. I haven't had a chance to head that way myself.
The well? I saw a crowd.
The one in the neighborhood near the library.
Indeed.
I don't know what it is, but I heard Daniel would be there today. When Lyanna sucks her teeth. The crowd had already dispersed when she left the library.
Wait, she looks into the shopkeep's narrow pupil eyes.
What did you say his name was? Daniel, my lady.
Daniel?
Daniel what? He's never used a family name. Everyone just calls him Daniel. He scratches his chin, must be from another kingdom. Not a name I've ever heard before him, now that I think of it. This Daniel, did he have black hair and brown eyes?
Oh.
You know of him, my lady.
She winces. I think so.
Did he happen to say where he's from?
No.
But he has a lot of strange behaviors, and he didn't know a lick of the language when he dash. When Lyanna asks quickly, "And you said Daniel worked on a magic oven?"
That's right.
He claims he's not an artificer, but he's better and far less expensive than any who've come through this town. When Lyanna murmurs as she cups her chin in her hand, "How can that be? He can't use any magic. How could he be capable of repairing magical equipment?" Yargian offers to her spoken thought, "If I may, he doesn't guarantee he can do a job, since he's still learning, and he usually starts by asking the crystal's ages, from what I've heard." Thinking, she ponders, "I see. So, what if it's still true, but he's fixing them some other way?" She faces the shopkeep, saying urgently, "I have to find him. Do you have any idea where he was headed after the well? Or do you have any idea which inn he's staying at?" Yargian shakes his head.
"Apologies, my lady.
I've referred him some work a few times, but as I said, he appears here on his own. I've never asked him where he stays."
She groans. "Thank you.
If he does return, tell him I'm looking for him. I still want to contract him to bind my books, but I actually want to know how someone from another world can work on some of our most complicated technology with no formal training. I'm going to look for him. If I see him, I'll try to ask him to stay here, my lady." She nods thankfully, "Thank you. I'll pay you for the trouble." She provides him 10 Valdens for the time now, and she heads towards the well. There, she finds what must have been the fuss. There are a pair of men operating a strange contraption hanging from the side of the well, and from it, water is pouring into their cart-mounted barrel. They are able to continuously draw water this way without the need for sending the bucket up and down, likely having the time for the process, if not faster.
"You there.
What is this thing?" The man watching as his companion operates says casually, "Something called a pump. It just got installed, and half the town has gone to get their buckets and barrels." The man who installed it, do you know where he went?
You mean Daniel? Yes.
I heard he's already married, Mississippi. The two men chuckle together, but she snaps, "I have no such interests." They recoil, and she calms herself quickly.
"Apologies.
I have work for him, so I'm trying to find him. I care not for his personal attachments." The one pumping water replies, "Saw him headed towards the noble's district. Said he had an appointment before he left here." When Lyanna looks towards the castle, just outside of which is the nobles' district, which is the neighborhood where many of the nobles live and own businesses in. If he's able to work on magic devices, he could be anywhere.
She sighs. Thank you.
She looks at the pump again, intrigued by how it operates, since the man pumping water is still going, and water has almost filled the barrel. All without lowering and retrieving a bucket. She shakes her head, heading for the noble district. Daniel inspects the cooling unit being used to cool a room where various medicines are stored. It's only slightly cooler than the room next to it. It isn't an insulation issue, since the room is well insulated. However, it's not necessarily that the device isn't working. My husband bought this a few months ago, since he saw a similar unit in Red Bar, but this one never did get as cold. We can't afford a multi-crystal unit right now, but many of the medicines we wanted to store in here need cooler temperatures than this to last more than a week. It's a terrible inconvenience. Varyev is a mature woman, around 40 or so, with a rather noble appearance. She has fashionable clothes with some jewelry, though Daniel hasn't really paid attention to what's common and fashionable or not. He replies, I understand your concern, but as far as I can tell, it's doing its job to the best of its ability. Though the ice forming on the crystal itself, if it suffers the same drawbacks of a refrigeration unit in his old world, is killing its heat transfer, restricting the full range of cooling.
I know.
But my niece works reception at the Adventurers Guild in town, and she overheard the pub owner mention an artificer that made their magic oven work better than ever. I was hoping you'd be able to do something.
Daniel sighs. I see.
Forgive me, Miss Varyev, but dash. You can call me Very, if you want. Very well, Miss Very. Please allow me to correct a misunderstanding. I'm not a formal artificer. I don't even actually know what one is.
That said,
I can try something, but I can't guarantee it will work.
Really?
If you think there's a chance, please do so. Daniel nods, looking around the room as he thinks. His goal is to increase the cooling surface area, which should advantage him on two fronts, the first being better cooling, and the second preventing the ice crystal from freezing over. Daniel asks, do you have a frying pan I can use?
A frying pan? Daniel confirms. Yes.
Something to cook eggs in or something. I can ask my maid. A frying pan will make it cool better. It'll let me test my theory without costing anything. If it works, I'll have to request a custom build from a blacksmith, which might cost some money. I'll let you decide what to do with the quote after I get it. But first, I have to test the theory before making any moves. She nods a little uneasily.
I understand.
Please wait here, and I'll see if we have one handy.
Thank you.
She smiles and heads upstairs for a brief while. She returns with a smile, carrying a simple wide pan. It doesn't have a frying pan handle, but it should do the job. Will this serve your purpose, Daniel?
I believe so. May I?
Please do. She hands over the pan, and he climbs up to hold the pan on the crystal. He waits for a little bit, and he can feel the cold seeping through the pan. After it's cooled for a moment, he pours water in the pan, and she gasps but murmurs, we were told not to get the crystal wet. I won't, but thank you for the warning. Water hitting the crystal directly would likely thermal shock the crystal and cause it to shatter itself. To his pleasant surprise, it only takes a few moments for the pan to start frosting over. From what he can tell, the energy contained in any one magic crystal is far more than what the application actually needs. Due to apparently not realizing the advantage of contact surface area, this world makes extremely inefficient use of its magic crystals. His world would kill for such a technology, but the crystals seem fairly common, if a little pricey. He suspects they're made by people somehow, and he's got some idea how they work. A mana crystal is used to trigger elemental crystals, engaging their effect like a battery to a heating coil, depending on the application. Magic lights are common in this world, but they're controlled by a switch pedestal in the middle of the given room, which seems to remotely power the light crystals, which are much smaller than utility crystals. He dips his finger in the water, touching the ice forming on the bottom. He recoils quickly. The bottom of the pan, specifically closest to where the crystal is extremely cold, possibly sub-zero. Basically, they're trying to do the opposite of heating a room with a welding torch. The heat energy is present, but it's not distributed in a meaningful way, so the air blows past before it can cool down. Even the air blowing across the pan feels cooler than anywhere else. Daniel removes the pan carefully, finding the ice having melted from the crystal itself. Satisfied, he climbs down and informs Varyev. Miss Very, I believe my idea will work. He shows her the ice in the pan, and she inspects it in awe. Basically, the crystal is too small by itself to efficiently cool the air. With a small chest, it'd likely be overkill. But with a room this size, you need to diffuse the cooling effect more for the air to cool down. My idea is to make an aluminum or copper diffusion piece that will allow more of the air to be cooled as it blows through.
I'm not sure I understand.
Is the opening not large enough? I think the opening is fine. The crystal has a lot more cooling capacity than you can make use of, especially if you open the door even a very few times a day. With a radiator, it should drastically improve the crystal's efficiency. It's a little complicated to make one, but I should be able to make something with the blacksmith. It'll probably take a few days, but I'll head straight there to get a quote. Would you like me dash?
Please.
Are you serious?
This will help?
Whatever it takes. If it's cheaper than another unit, I'll pay it.
Happily.
Daniel confirms with a nod. I'll get a quote first. I'll try to be back this evening. Until then, Miss Very. She smiles. I'll be waiting.
Thank you, Daniel.
Daniel makes his way back to the blacksmith he commissioned for the Wells pipe. It's about a 10-minute walk, and he crosses over a small creek, peering down as he walks to see the various fish and other life forms. It's definitely not Earth, though there are similar beings in the world. As he's reaching the other end of the short bridge, he overhears a woman describing someone to one of the town guards. Has he been through here recently? He's got black hair and brown eyes, probably clothes that don't fit in, weird behavior. Daniel waves at the guard politely, and the guard waves in return, a polite greeting that he tries to do if for no other reason than to be someone people forget about just as quickly. He doesn't need to be on anyone's good side, and he'd do anything to stay off of someone's bad side. The guards have to stand outside all day in armor as a show of force, so a little kind greeting probably goes a long way. The guard retorts a little dryly to the woman, "You're not narrowing it down much, my lady."
What else do you want?
He's the tallest human in this world. Daniel halts for a moment at this. While he doesn't want to be the person someone is searching so diligently for, that last note pretty much narrows it down to him. So far, he hasn't encountered anyone even remotely human that's taller than him. The only ones who are, so far, are centaur-like beings with reptilian lower halves, a peculiar ant-like noblewoman that he saw in passing, and the few ogre stevedores he ran into at the port. As humans go, there's no contest. Daniel looks just in time to see the guard reluctantly point at him, and the woman whirls. She looks familiar, but it doesn't come back right away. "You. I found you." She rushes to him, and Daniel ponders his options. He can swim pretty well, but he doubts the creek is deep enough to jump into from the height of the bridge. His height might help him escape by outrunning her, but it'll make it almost impossible for people not to identify him, especially since she knows what he looks like now. He decides to do his best to make it through whatever it is, and he faces her.
"My lady."
"I'm not sure I've had the pleasure." She grips his shirt, pulling him to her eye level, and he instantly remembers her. She's the lady magic artisan from the day he was summoned. He hasn't seen anyone from that day since then, and he almost hoped the castle had completely forgotten about him. She says quietly, but with a serious tone, "We met the day you were summoned here." Daniel nods now that he knows. "I remember this, my lady, though I couldn't comprehend when you were introduced. My apologies."
She sighs.
"My name is Lyanna Stalvolton, court magic artisan. Your name is Daniel, correct?"
"Correct, my lady."
"Do you have a family name?" "Not in this world, my lady. Daniel is fine by me."
"I see."
She releases him, saying proudly, "Drop whatever it is you're doing. You're working for me now."
Pardon.
"Are you still struggling with our language? I'm employing you. Indefinitely." My lady, I sincerely doubt."
"Which part do you not understand?"
"I sought you out because I've heard of your exploits. Tell me, how are you able to work on magic equipment without magic?"
"That? Oh.
Many of the devices operate similarly to our technology back home. It's not quite the same, but it's similar enough that I've been able to fumble my way through some repair work. I'm certain my reputation is exaggerated."
She shakes her head.
"Most people can't even begin to work on them. It takes artificers years to perform such generalized repairs on so many varying pieces of equipment. I'm not sure what I should say, my lady. There have been several jobs I couldn't complete. I'm just doing what I can."
She sighs.
"I realize that. What I'm saying is that with formal training, you would surpass half of the Artisan Academy's most prestigious alumni." "I think you've been misled, my lady. At best, I'm lucky the repairs have been so easy." This only causes her to burst into laughter. Such modesty.
She takes his sleeve, pulling him towards the castle. "Come.
I'll teach you the principles immediately and get you started on.
Daniel stops, and she looks up at him. Apologies, my lady.
I have a prior commitment. I told you to drop what you were doing. I promise you I outrank whoever it is. Daniel looks away, replying softly, that might be fine for you, but this is my reputation on the line. I don't care much about what's said of me, but I want to keep my commitments at least. She pauses, looking into his eyes for a long time. She finally averts her gaze, thinking deeply. With a sigh, she releases his sleeve. I can respect your dedication. I hope you will serve me with as much loyalty. Do I have a choice, my lady? Do you ever want to be an artificer in this town?
No. What dash?
How can you say that? I don't need the prestige of a job I'm not qualified for. Besides, from what I've gathered, one of the core requirements is to be able to perform magic. Nothing's changed. I'll be the judge of that. I have reason to believe that you've likely absorbed some magic just by being in this world. She claps her fist to her hand, remembering her book. Which reminds me. You bind books too, don't you?
I did it for one.
If there were a demand for such a skill.
Yes. Me.
So, that's 2 reasons for me to hire you.
Pick one.
More importantly, I refuse to believe that your talent hasn't awakened by now. It defies the logic of our world. I'll happily be checked again, my lady. But, please allow me to finish the jobs I've already started. She stares at him with an indignant expression. But, she replies with a dismissive wave of her hand, very well. But, I'm not letting you out of my sight until they're completed. Can't have you trying to flee, can I? I have no interest in being on the run, Lady Lyanna. Least of all in a world where I am severely disadvantaged.
She scoffs.
I have a feeling you're more capable than you're letting on. I'll always do my best, but I won't assume I am the best. She chuckles. I think we're going to get along well, Daniel.
So, let's get your work over with.
I have my own tasks to accomplish. Daniel nods in agreement. I won't presume to tell you what to do, my lady, so I am heading to the blacksmith right now for a quote on aluminum. Do your work and don't mind me. Daniel nods and he heads for the blacksmith. He wonders what she'll actually be having him do, but she seems to be a sincere if pushy person, so maybe her intentions are innocent enough. Lyanna follows the strange otherworlder as he performs several tasks. He gets a quote for some aluminum at the blacksmith, as well as tools to make a mold. With that information signed by the blacksmith, he swings by the pump on the well, which is in use by a handful of other villagers, who thank him. No matter who he talks to, no matter what their race is, he speaks to them as equals or as clients, maintaining professionalism, but also recalling simple details about them if he's met them before, such as family members or business endeavors. He heads back to the noble's district, meeting with the apothecary's wife, Baroness Variev. She speaks somewhat flirtatiously with Daniel, and he even speaks to her on not only a first-name basis, but as a nickname Miss Very. He explains the design of the mold as best as he can and its purpose, which impresses even Lyanna. Apparently, because of the thermal conductive properties of metals, the efficiency of heating and cooling units can be massively improved with a relatively simple design. When she hears the quote, she asks him, "Are you serious?" He asks, "Is that above the budget?"
Above?
Are you kidding? The woman nearly swoons, and when Lyanna asks curiously, "What's the budget?" Daniel replies, apparently, a secondary single or a dual cooling unit. When Lyanna stares at him, she resists the urge to ask him if he's serious, since she knows why he's serious. He's not from this world. He has no idea how valuable a magic crystal device actually is. He's gathered that they're expensive, but he truly has no idea. When Lyanna begins laughing, and Daniel remarks innocently, "I can try to reduce the cost, but it won't be as." "I'll take it," calls out the Baroness as she takes his hand. She asks for reassurance. That's all it takes? That amount, and it should be able to cool the room better. Daniel replies with a nod, yes. I doubt it could freeze the room, but it should definitely bring the temperature down. Variev joins Lyanna in laughing, though her laughter is relief. Apparently, she was expecting a much higher cost. Daniel requests, "If you'll sign here, Miss Very, I'll work on it straight away. Lady Lyanna has offered me a long-term employment, so I'll be finishing this job as quickly as possible. I won't charge you the full price until it's tested." She sniffles through tears, signing without hesitation.
But she asks, "Lady Lyanna?
You intend to steal him away?" Lyanna nods proudly. He shan't want for anything, least of all work to keep him busy. But a gem should be polished, not left in the street. Isn't that right, Daniel? While I agree with the principle, my lady, I again must insist you've been misled. Vary of requests, Lady Lyanna, surely you can't hoard his talents away. What if I were to need these services again? Frankly, I can do whatever I want. He'll be my employee once this task is complete. Perhaps, but there's no way you can enslave him under the law.
Enslave him? Ha!
He won't want to work for anyone else. Isn't that right, Daniel? Until I know what the work is, I can't speak on the matter, my lady. Miss Very, if you'll excuse me for the night, I'll bring the radiator as soon as it's completed. I expect it'll be a couple of days. Variev stands up replying, "Thank you again, Daniel. I shall await your return." She leans in close to him, murmuring softly, "Don't let her trick you. Slavery is illegal in this kingdom." When Lyanna growls, "I would never. Like I said, he won't want to leave. We're going to revolutionize this world together." Variev reiterates, "If you can spare the time, I'm certain you'll find allies and work in town as well, Daniel." "Thank you, Miss Very. I'll use my best judgment not to overcommit or overburden myself. Please excuse me and have a good night." He bows politely, leaving the room. When Lyanna waits until he's out of the building to state coldly, "You don't know anything about him, Baroness." "As you said, though,
a gem should be polished.
But it also shouldn't be hidden away." When Lyanna looks at her, "Wait and see." With that, when Lyanna walks briskly out of the apothecary to follow the otherworld, Daniel is hiding his true potential. If she can draw out even a fraction of his otherworldly wisdom, the world therein might just take a turn for the incredible. Ironically, both summoned humans from the otherworld have skills that appropriately serve the kingdom. However, only one of them seems to be prepared to serve the whole world. Daniel holds his hand on the sensor orb of the analysis relic, the fancy magical fantasy device that was used on the first day to determine that, unlike Rudo, Daniel is completely devoid of magic in this world to such a degree, he can't even benefit from the effects of magic, unless its effect is secondary to its actual spell. And like then, the sensor orb is completely dark, not glowing at all. When Lyanna, the high-ranking court magic artisan, stands nearby with her arms crossed. She was certain that having spent over 2 months in this world, Daniel's body would have absorbed enough magic to at least behave like an animal or plant. With her hypothesis shot down, it reopens the mystery of why Daniel is devoid of all magic. Rudo, during the transfer, gained magic affinity, as well as a magic skill. She asks, "You're not a super mage hiding your abilities, are you?"
Daniel chuckled.
"If I am, my lady, I'm fooling myself as well." She steps forward and flips his hand over. Still nothing. She tugs his shirt chest down, gently placing his cheek against the sensor, still with no reaction. She groans in frustration, and she allows him to stand back up, complaining, "How is this possible? Everything I know suggests you should have some magic absorbed. Otherwise, how could plants and animals have it?" She puts his hand back onto the orb, observing no glow for a moment before she touches a single finger of her own to the orb as well, and it immediately starts to glow. As soon as she removed her own finger, the glow dissolved. Daniel offers, "If it makes you feel any better, my lady, in my world, we had fictional stories about this sort of thing where the summoned person's power is so massive, it destroys the measuring system." She's surprised, but for several reasons. She asks quickly, "Destroyed? Wait. You had fiction with divine summonings? And magic? I thought you said your world has no magic."
It doesn't.
For us, it's fantasy.
And yes,
There were various types. Transported into fictional settings of stories, which serve as the setting. Transported into worlds like this, alien to the transported person or persons. Some of them were through summonings, others were through, reincarnation, after death. Reincarnation, repeats the woman, pronouncing the English word well. Daniel nods as he thinks. Is that not a concept here? Your soul cycling from one life into a new life, sometimes in a different form.
No.
What sort of thing is that?
Daniel chuckles.
It's an aspect of some of the religious faiths and non-religious beliefs of our world. Fearful of the notion of death, we envision either a paradise or retribution awaiting us based on our deeds, or a cycle of the universe that reuses our souls. Some people believe there's nothing after death. When Lyanna exclaims excitedly, "You have to tell me more." She realizes her outburst, and she clears her throat. That is to say, we should compare these cultural differences. As you wish, my lady. She groans in disgust suddenly.
Daniel.
This is going to be the last time I tell you this. Just call me Lyanna when we're not in court.
Please.
I didn't ask to be born a noble, and I only work as hard as I do to keep my status so I can pursue my own research. So drop the formality. I'm serious. Daniel is quiet for a long time. She cocks her head, asking a little coldly, "Did you not understand something?" Again he hesitates, starting to speak, but trailing off. "I'm afraid I can't do that, my lady."
Why not?
"Why are you so damn polite? You're annoying the hell out of me. Why do you still have your hand there? Why did you let me just shove your cheek to that thing? Stand up for yourself. If you don't want to work for me, speak up. I don't want a mindless minion. I can't get rid of them. Say something." Daniel matches her gaze for most of her rant, but he looks away at the end. It's clear to her that he's hiding something, but it's clearly bothering him. He replies softly, "I'm a coward. The last thing I want in life is confrontation of any kind. I don't handle it well. I can take it." He looks her in the eyes, adding softly, "You want to know something else about those fictions? In some of them, the summoned person is seen as useless or he's betrayed. He's sent out to die, or he's framed or imprisoned. In the best of them, he or she has a secret power that's far greater than anyone else in the world." Daniel looks at the orb, where his hand still rests. That person has power. He finally removes his hand from the relic, adding as he stares at the larger sphere, "The whole time I've been here, I've been terrified.
That's the truth.
Terrified that my powerlessness and my ignorance is going to get me enslaved or killed. When the princess mentioned training me as a soldier, I thought about running. When I was allowed to simply leave and live in town, I did everything I could to create even a little bit of the illusion of security. Neighbors, clients, acquaintances. Someone who might miss me when I'm gone, so it wouldn't be so easy to make me vanish." He looks at Lyanna again. "Apologies if my formality is annoying, and if I'm failing your tests. I can take the abuse. It hasn't reached the line of what I've experienced, and what I learned back then is that a beaten dog is not a dead dog." Lyanna listened patiently, though she's not happy. She replies somewhat sourly, "That's an awful way to live. Some people are meant to live. The rest of us are just meant to be alive." She approaches him and smacks him. "That is the last time you speak that way. If you want to die, do it out of my sight. But until then, I need you. You're not powerless. Not with your wisdom. So what if you can't use magic? There has to be a meaning behind it. That's why I want to figure it out. Or, failing that, I want to make us both filthy rich with our combined genius. And if you don't want to be filthy rich, then we'll be indispensable. You say you want security?
Friends? Allies?
I'm here right now, telling you I'm your friend. And as your friend, I'm demanding that you speak to me like one."
Got it.
He confirms with a nod.
Good.
"I want to start working on some new inventions starting tomorrow, and during that, I'll work on teaching you the principles of magic equipment. Are you willing to do that with me?" Daniel nods civilly.
She sighs. Cheer up, Daniel.
"You're mine now, which means you're not going anywhere unless I allow it, alright? That came out wrong. What I mean is, you're not getting sent off to war, you're not getting killed.
None of that.
Let's make some amazing stuff." She offers her hand, and Daniel studies it for a moment. He takes a breath, and then grips her hand.
All right. I'll do it. Lyanna. She grins.
"That's more like it." Gunther wheels the strange chair down the hallway, rushing to make sure he isn't late. His apprenticeship has stringent requirements. Each day, he rotates between the various fields of magic to broaden his experience and level of knowledge. For most of his mentors, it generally requires a basic test and some gifts to get the signatures he needs. After all, mages specialize in fields, so to learn the entire spectrum of magic is ultimately meaningless. That said, his most difficult signatures to obtain thus far have been the status slayer, the eccentric and reclusive magic artisan of the royal court, whose impossible standards for apprentices are to master artisan levels of experience and knowledge. Gunther just wants to get past his apprenticeship program and begin his royal career, headed for the royal court himself. He wants to specialize in offensive magic, since the battle mage of the royal court is often considered the third in command of the entire kingdom, and his station is one of respect and honor. However, the basement-dwelling gremlin who takes joy in ending apprenticeships by driving the apprentices to quitting stands in Gunther's way. He's been endlessly polite, and he's tried to offer the customary gifts, performing the menial tasks she demands of him, and yet, she still refuses to sign off on his apprenticeship. His father is an earl, and he's tried escalating the issue to him and, by extension, the king, but there's nothing that can be done. For whatever reason, Lyanna is untouchable, and that no self-respecting court mage would overlook skipping her signature, regardless of connections of the apprentice. It's incredible that one small woman wields so much power in the kingdom, but there's nothing to be done. Either way, Gunther has a master key to his future, the strange otherworldly chair that came with the two men who were summoned a few months ago. The chair's design is complex and almost fantastical, as it's said to be extremely comfortable. Gunther spent a small fortune to get his hands on the chair, which had been circulating around the castle since the summoning ritual. Lyanna had tried to demand the chair during those first couple of weeks, but she was stonewalled by her peers, who were in possession of the chair. Now, it's Gunther's, and he'll see that signature if it's the last thing he does. He carefully carries the chair down the long flights of stairs descending towards the wretched woman's lab. He dares not have servants carry the chair for him, lest she accuse him of laziness. She even offered to sign off the apprenticeship signatures for the servants he used last time he tried something like this, right in front of him.
He sighs.
Just gotta get that signature, Gunther. It'll all be worth it. You'll be the first since she started. How prestigious that will be. He reaches the bottom of the stairs, wheeling the chair to the door to her lab. There's one final staircase in the lab, but it's actually a much easier descent. And thankfully, the chair has such compact wheels on the bottom, making it easy to move across the ground. He enters the lab, announcing his arrival. "My lady Lyanna, I'm here to work. But I also brought," he trails off when he hears her talking to someone. "Think we can pressurize a container with it?" "That's what I'm curious about. From what I've seen so far, there's not a particular limit on the output of the crystals." With exception of total stored energy, you're not wrong. As long as mana is supplied, the crystals can output at maximum. The person that replied to her was a man, and his accent is strange. Gunther looks over the walkway to the lab's lower floor, where the analysis relic is, along with the magic artisan's lab. She's crowded in close to a much taller man with black hair, and he is inspecting a magic crystal, a wind crystal, given its faint blue-green color. And, to make matters worse, he's touching it with his bare hands. Gunther works his way with the chair down to the floor, announcing himself again. "Lady Lyanna, it is I, Gunther.
I've come to."
She waves her hand dismissively. Yeah, whatever it is, put it over there." It's her typical response when she's distracted. The man, however, notices him. Lyanna takes the wind crystal with her gloved hands, asking him, "If you can pressurize, what do you plan to do?" The man is the tallest person Gunther's ever met, but his physique is otherwise average. He replies to Lyanna, "There are a lot of applications offhand. One I hope will work is an automatic pump. But before that, do you need to address him?" Lyanna looks over her shoulder. She cocks her head, like Gunther isn't supposed to be there, and she teases somewhat dryly, "Oh,
Gunther.
Is it 5th day already?" "Yes, my lady," replies the apprentice politely. "And I have brought a gift." Lyanna stares at the chair for a long moment, but her expression doesn't shift. She asks, "Did you spend money to get that?" "It was nothing compared to." "Doesn't matter how much. That belongs to the otherworld. Why would you spend money on it?" Confused, Gunther replies, "I wanted to obtain it on your behalf, my lady, so that I could." "Listen, if you're giving this to me as a gift, I'm keeping it. But, this is your last chance to try to go get your money back. When the otherworlder it belongs to asks for it back, the king will require it be returned to him. I've heard the otherworlder Rudo is acting as king regent in his majesty's stead, my lady. If he wanted it back."
"Not him.
The otherworlder." Gunther ponders it, but he sticks to his conviction. If that becomes the case, so be it. His gesture is all that matters. "My lady, I have no regrets. Please accept this gift."
She sighs. "Very well."
She glances at the man standing next to her, saying strangely politely, "Put it wherever." She then looks at Gunther, staring at him for a moment as the tall man approaches to move the chair. "Gunther, give me your apprenticeship card." Surprised, the apprentice glances at the tall man, and then at Lyanna. He asks, "What?"
"Don't play deaf."
"This is the quietest my lab's been in months. Give it to me." He hesitates, afraid she's going to tear it up. It's rare for any instructor to do something so rash and disrespectful to the process, but it has happened. Though, to Gunther's knowledge, Lyanna isn't one of the mentors who has. He cautiously walks over to her as the tall man wheels the chair out of the way, near the workbench they were just working on. She takes the qualification card and walks to a pedestal where she has a pen and notebook. She dips the pen in her ink and scribbles on his card, stunning the apprentice. She writes a grade, 4, and hands it back to him. She waves at him dismissively as she returns to the workbench. There. Go forth and do amazing things, blah blah.
You pass. Been a pleasure, Gunther. He stares at the card.
4 is the score she gave him out of 10, which is the absolute bare minimum grade that can be considered passing. It all but explicitly says that she's just trying to get rid of him, while also not bothering to ensure he knows anything and not wasting the time to justify failing him entirely. On one hand, he has the signature he needs. He can go back upstairs right now, finish the last few tasks on his card, and begin his career. However, anyone who sees his card will know that when Lyanna, in her ever-changing whims, lost interest in mentoring him. The royal court is a small community, and he can already hear when Lyanna being asked about Gunther, only to reply who. He looks at the magic artisan and the strange man, who operates a part of the chair, causing it to raise the seat suddenly. When Lyanna gasps in surprise, and she cackles gleefully as she plops down on the seat, spinning in a full circle on the seat's strange design. The chair's height puts when Lyanna a little high for her desk, and the man shows her the lever, and she taps it, which drops her with a yelp. She laughs, adjusting herself down to the perfect height for her. She asks, "How does it do that?" The man replies, "I've never assembled the cylinder, but it's a form of spring-loaded hydraulics, I think." Hydraulics? He replies with a nod. Yes. Extremely simplified, pressure versus volume work using fluids. Liquids are best. She nods eagerly, absorbing the knowledge. Gunther twitches. When Lyanna, the arrogant know-it-all magic artisan, is absorbing knowledge from a stranger. Gunther steps closer, asking a little sharply, "Lady Wen Lyanna, who is this?" The magic artisan looks up at him from her new chair. You're still here? Of course. Am I supposed to be satisfied with being cast aside? She frowns, growling, "You got what you wanted. I'll happily slay you next, Gunther. Press the issue. I dare you." He flinches, but he doesn't back down. Regardless, that doesn't explain this man. She looks up at the man, who is slathering a paste on one of her precious tomes. Gunther nearly bursts out in anger, but when Lyanna replies casually, "Daniel? Oh. I suppose you haven't been formally introduced. Daniel, this is Gunther, my former apprentice. Gunther, this is Daniel, my assistant." Daniel nods politely. "A pleasure, my lord." Gunther sucks his teeth. "Assistant? Since when do you have an assistant, my lady?" She frowns. "Since when is that your business? I know exactly when it ceased to be. I refuse to acknowledge this man as your apprentice." "Who even is he? Whose house does he belong to?" When Lyanna retorts dryly, "Okay. Don't acknowledge him then." Daniel replies for himself, "I don't belong to a house, my lord. I serve Lady Wen Lyanna. That's all." "A commoner?" Lady Wen Lyanna dash. The magic artisan slides off of the chair to stand up, crossing her arms with a scowl. "Your ignorance is as glaring as your ineptitude with magic, Gunther. Accept your signature and leave. If you push this any further, I will see you humiliated, disgraced, and disrobed. This is your last chance." "This shall not stand. No one has worked harder than I have to earn your respect, and you cast me aside for some commoner." He approaches Daniel, growling, "You. What could you possibly know about magic?" When Lyanna nods at him, and he answers plainly, "Honestly, my lord, next to nothing." "But the equipment?" "Nothing." He whirls to glare at Wen Lyanna. "You of all people took a commoner apprentice with no talent for magic? What of your lofty expectations? Do you realize how many times I've run up and down these godforsaken stairs for your meaningless errands?" When Lyanna stares at him, unmoved. She growls, "You got your signature, didn't you? And a borderline failing grade. Also you can, what? Get this commoner to lick your toes." Daniel glances uneasily at Wen Lyanna, but her glare doesn't harden or soften. She retorts coldly, "You have a problem with my assistant, very well. He will prove why he's my first ever assistant. I propose a duel. You both will have 1 week to prepare a presentation. I don't care what it is, so long as it's legal. At the end of that week, I'll invite the rest of the royal court to judge your presentations and determine a winner. Will that shut you up?" Gunther nods confidently. "And when I win, I want you to change my grade to a 10 and retire from the royal court." When Lyanna agrees dryly, "Very well. And if Daniel wins, I assume you'll leave your punishment up to me.
Whatever.
I'm winning this. Gunther storms out of the lab, making his way to his other mentors. He'll create something that will blow away the little gremlin and her peasant servant. Daniel reluctantly states, if it's going to cause problems, I'd really rather not. Not doing it will cause bigger problems. Make one of your gadgets.
Whatever you want.
I won't be able to help you, and we need to make a show of it, but I can bankroll both projects, which will keep it even and unbiased. I don't know that I can.
Do your best, Daniel.
That's all I want.
But, what? My career? Screw him.
I've got what I want, and he's just being petty because I gave him the bare minimum too easy. Looks bad on the resume. Daniel is respectfully quiet for a moment, and when Lyanna takes a seat on the chair.
If you want your chair back, too bad.
I accept your gift as an offering for my good graces.
Daniel scoffs.
Wasn't that Lord Gunther's gift to you? Like I said, when you come back, the king has to give it back or risk being accused of aiding and abetting theft. They could kill you, but it'd be the seeds of ruin for this kingdom. Once more, I think you're overestimating my importance.
Maybe.
But I guess you'll just have to prove me right next fifth day, am I right?
She grins at him. Daniel sighs. How does this work?
I can't discuss the work with you, can I? Any ideas what you want to do for your presentation? I'd recommend building something, since that's your specialty. Once you have an idea, I'll have the appropriate equipment moved up to the courtyard where you can be watched. Otherwise, you're free to go on your own. Daniel ponders for a moment, and she slides her old chair over in front of Daniel's computer chair. She pats it, and he takes a seat to think. She puts her feet up on his lap, minus her shoes, and lounges in the spring-loaded reclinable chair.
She sighs, ooh.
I wouldn't want to come to this world, either, Daniel. Maybe you should just make another one of these.
Daniel chuckles.
That's probably a little outside of my capacity right now, Lyanna. But, I do have an idea.
MMM?
This idea, will it resemble something from your world? Daniel confirms with a nod.
I believe so. The automatic pump.
I think I know how I can make it work. She grins, but he asks, why does it matter if it resembles something from my world? She grins even wider. Because at least one member of the royal court will be able to recognize it from his own world. Thinking on her words, he realizes, you mean Rudo? She nods with a wicked smile. Apparently, as you heard, he's king regent. Just means it's semi-official until they can crown him formally. I heard mention of it a week or so ago, but I didn't pay any attention. I should get to work then. Aw, you're going to move already? I just got comfortable. I have a lot of preparations to make. I'll be leaving the castle grounds.
She sighs and nods. Very well.
Anything you need from me?
Components, wise.
I obviously can't. May I use that wind crystal for the final project? She grins eagerly.
You may.
Everything else, I should be able to acquire on my own then. I'll keep the receipts. She nods with a warm smile. I look forward to your finished product then. Gunther delivers the drawings he needs to the castle smithy. He doesn't specifically have to invent something new, just demonstrate his abilities as a mage and future court mage. However, he realized defeating Lyanna's assistant at her own field of study would be icing on the cake. He couldn't defeat Lyanna, but her embarrassment of choice for an assistant doesn't stand a chance. He may not be the most versed in magical equipment, but he just needs to put this peasant in his place and move on with his career. And as if a sign from the gods themselves, Gunther stumbled across a device in town that no one seems to know how it works. A mysterious artificer that passed through installed the device on one of the neighborhood wells, and it produces water without having to use the bucket and hoist. The blacksmith took some convincing on the design, but with a water crystal in the case and a mana crystal in the lever, it's extremely easy to assemble and use. He'll check back in later. Now, he needs to produce the crystals. Of course, the water crystal won't last long, but it just needs to pass the test. And since it's apparently good enough to service townsfolk, it's a good and easy project that should impress the royal court. As Gunther is returning to his private quarters, though, he passes Lyanna. She asks with a wry smile, turning in Gunther? He nods proudly. Yes, my lady. She smiles cryptically, nodding. Keep up the good work then. He watches her as she walks away. Something about that last part wasn't sincere. She's not threatened by the stakes in the least. Does she not want to even be a part of the royal court? Why drag this out then?
He shakes his head.
Sometimes, there's no telling with eccentrics. The next 2 days involve the deliveries of his components, and he pieces them together with several days to spare. It was a relatively easy build, and he can't believe no one's tried anything like it before. He checks Lyanna's lab, but he finds only the magic artisan sitting in the fancy chair as she reads through the book that Daniel was ruining with his strange paste. However, she's got it laid out sideways. Curious, Gunther checks with the blacksmith and the other mentors. In spite of that, no one seems to have seen Daniel. Most don't even know who he's talking about.
Did he run? Where is he?
Deciding to circle back and pry for information, Gunther heads back to Lyanna's lab. She's asleep in the chair this time, snoring a little. She hears one of his footsteps and jolts awake. She looks around, adjusting her seeing glasses and the headpiece.
Oh, Gunther.
Probably shouldn't be seen down here, or people might assume bias. I was curious why your assistant hasn't been seen all week, my lady.
She shrugs. I'm not his keeper.
As far as I know, he's working on his presentation project.
Where would he be doing that?
No one in the castle has seen him. Well, if he doesn't show up on 5th day, I suppose he loses by default, won't he? Gunther scowls suspiciously at her. She knows more than she lets on. She's always been deflective and sarcastic. It's one of her least endearing qualities. You aren't worried that he's cheating? She shrugs again. That'll be up to the judge to decide at the presentation. That's the point of a presentation. Gunther tries to think of something else to get out of her, but it's clear she's not interested in micromanaging. He decides to give up for now. The reveal will be made on the day of the presentations. Everyone in the royal court will bear witness, which will go a long way to making connections for Gunther. The days pass, and still, Daniel never makes an appearance. On the 8th day, the eve of the duel, Gunther returns to Lyanna's lab. She's once again testing various plants on the analysis relic. She remarks without looking, I'm not interested in marriage.
Go away. It's me. She looks. Gunther?
Better than another suitor, I suppose. What can I do for you? Here to forfeit.
Gunther scoffs. As if I would.
I came to tell you your champion is still absent. The presentation is tomorrow. What he does until then isn't my business. I came to give you a way out, my lady. Renounce the commoner Daniel as your assistant, and restore my apprenticeship, but with some respect.
Ha!
You come here asking me to forfeit, and then want to talk about respect. She laughs, flopping backwards into her new favorite chair. The chair Gunther gifted to her. She retorts humorously, the very fact that you can't see what's wrong is why you would never have passed my apprenticeship, Gunther. You should have just accepted your barely passing grade and gone on with your life. Take your licks and the rumors, and move on. She grins up at him, saying deviously, just remember, Gunther. I gave you what you wanted. You started this.
I don't want a pity grade.
I wanted to be respected. She turns back to her meaningless task, retorting without interest. Wanting and earning are almost complete opposites. Daniel knows that.
He grits his teeth. Fine.
Remember you chose the losing side, Lady Lyanna. He storms out of the lab and back up to the ground level. It's evening now, with the sun barely peeking above the horizon. The last Nugent-drawn cart for the night is passing through the gate. He turns in for the night, preparing his invention for the next morning. Gunther puts on his best outfit, one fit for a royal audience, including his family's crest and his title's mantle hanging over his left arm. When he exits his quarters, he hears a curious sound. There's a gathering in the courtyard. It must be the early audience who wants to see what he invented, ensuring that they get satisfactory seating before the event begins. Gunther makes his way down, but no one seems to notice him. Instead, they're all staring in one direction. What they're staring at nearly causes Gunther's heart to stop. Sitting on some sort of metal machine near the castle's Clearwater Creek, about the size of a barrel, is the tall man known as Daniel. His eyes have dark circles, and his cheeks are stained with soot and filth. His clothes are similarly stained and have rips on the sleeves and pant legs. He looks absolutely repulsive. He has his eyes closed, and he's simply listening to the crowd around him, which seems to agree with Gunther. He looks atrocious. His peasant status couldn't be any more clear. When Lyanna calls out from the middle of the front of the crowd, "Ah! Both contestants are early. We'll let Lord Gunther set his presentation up, and we'll begin." The audience backs up a little, making room for the messenger to retrieve the royal family and the rest of the royal court, including the other mages of the court. When Lyanna instructs Gunther, "Gunther, go ahead and set up over there." Gunther clears his throat.
Stay calm.
his device still has to work. If mine has a drawback, his will undoubtedly be worse. Without a talent for magic, the price for his will be double just to buy the crystals. Gunther keeps his head high, waving over his personal servants, who set up his presentation. It's much smaller, but size isn't an indication of function. The metal alone would be far too expensive for anyone to afford with Daniel's. Gunther's can obviously be bought for town wells. And, his butler hangs the device on the metal pole while his maid keeps the lever down so it doesn't accidentally discharge water while they're setting up. The crystal will have a shorter lifespan than usual, since it's water, but it's a prototype. He only needs it for the presentation, since he won't be an artisan trying to improve its design. Once the servants have finished, they step back to the side, and Gunther faces the crowd. He smiles at Lyanna, stating, "I am ready. Thank you for your patience." Lyanna is smiling confidently and warmly. She seems completely unconcerned with the fact that she's soon to be out of a job. She states warmly, "Once the royal court arrives, then, we'll be all set. Thank you all for your punctuality." The audience resumes murmuring to each other, and a few approach Gunther to ask about his device. He happily requests that they wait until the demonstration, as he wants to maximize the impression it leaves. He does notice Baroness Variev and her husband, Baron Montroc, talking, though their expressions don't seem as impressed as the others. They glance at Daniel, but the strange peasant doesn't even look up. Gunther makes small talk until the crier calls out the arrival of the royal court.
Now it begins.
The night before the presentation, an exhausted Daniel hops off of the cart at the castle gates. He's late for curfew, especially for cart traffic, but he told the guards he was going to be a little late. He checks in with the guardhouse at the portcullis, and the guard lectures him briefly. "When you said a little late, I thought you meant a few minutes, Daniel."
"I'm sorry, Chalene.
One of the cart's wheels broke. I had to borrow one from an acquaintance. I don't mind if you log my entry, but please allow me to enter. I need to get this set up for the presentation tomorrow." Chalene, the rather burly wolf-eared guard with mostly human features, sighs. "Yeah, that is happening tomorrow, isn't it? You know, Gunther's been running around saying you forfeited. It took a little longer to finish than I hoped. I haven't even been able to test it fully yet." "What is it?"
"A water pump."
"Oh. Like the one you put on the fountain down in Cobbler's Bank."
"Ah.
Is that Cobbler's Bank?"
Pfft. You crack me up, Daniel.
You do well to learn local names for the people you're selling your equipment to."
Daniel shrugged.
"I don't care who the customer is, so long as I can make it work. Speaking of, how's the water cooler treating you?"
"Oh God, Daniel.
I don't think I'll be able to do without. The entire guard makes their roves over to our shack for water. Our squires are constantly running to your pump."
Daniel smiles.
"Well, if you like that one, then this pump will hopefully change the game entirely. At least for delivering water."
"Really?"
Daniel yawns from his weariness, nodding to acknowledge him.
"Apologies. Running on fumes myself."
"Have you slept, Daniel?"
Yeah. Some. I'll be all right."
"So may I." Chalene scratches his neck and sighs.
"Fine.
"But, I'm logging a late entry. Expect to be reprimanded by the captain of the guard tomorrow. Good luck in the duel." Daniel nods gratefully, "Thank you so much. I'm just glad it's this kind of duel." They both share a chuckle, and Chalene coordinates the gatemen to open the portcullis, allowing Daniel to drive the cart into the courtyard. He parks near the Clearwater Creek, which is the clean water feeding the castle. The downstream side is on the edge of the courtyard, and it contains the castle's blackwater dirty water from various functions. Daniel pulls the heavy case pieces for his pump to the ground, staging them in their relative positions. He's still not sure how to thread and counter-thread nuts and bolts like his old world, but he was able to make some crude ones that should at least allow his pump to be serviceable, if a little leaky. Fortunately, he didn't need any additional money from Lyanna, since he was able to afford the raw materials and cast the casing pieces himself, tempering them in water baths thanks to the town blacksmith. When the townfolk heard about it, many of them asked if they could help, but he explained he needed to do the work himself, since it was something he was presenting, so he needed to know how to explain every part. The piston itself is rather simple, using a rocker valve that he was able to make that will rely on the wind crystal pressurizing the service lines. The rocker valve, similar to a solenoid valve, will prevent the pump from stalling by using a brake before make setup. With the back pressure of water, it should be unbalanced, meaning it will always have to make it to one side or the other, allowing the air pressure to cycle the pump the opposite way until it flips the rocker valve, flipping direction back and forth. In essence, it's a scaled-up version of the lever pump he put on the well, utilizing a single mana crystal and a wind crystal with a switch to automatically pump water. Piston pumps aren't the fastest at moving water, but they generally don't need to be primed, can pump to very high pressures, and generally have good service lifetimes. Of course, he's comparing that knowledge to carefully machined, well-lubricated, and precisely engineered electrical-driven pumps, but he's pretty happy with the core of this machine. After assembling it, he's pretty sure it's after clockset, this world's midnight. He has no idea, of course, since he hasn't seen any timepieces anywhere, and when Lyanna never spoke of specific times. Even the duel is to take place after dawn and the morning court, which when Lyanna's explanation made it seem like an hour after full sunrise. Daniel tests the pump briefly, yawning as it puffs and slurps, pulling water from the creek and spitting it out rather forcefully from the outlet. It seems to be working, though it's too dark to tell for certain.
He hears Charlene call out, "Daniel?
You all right over there?"
Yeah. Sorry. Just testing it.
Not much to see, but it sounds like it's working.
Awesome.
Can't wait to see it in action.
Haha, thanks. The cart.
I'll send for a stable boy to come get the new gen and the cart.
Go get some sleep, Daniel. Thank you.
I'll take you up on that. Daniel yawns as he takes a seat on the grass just off of the stone wall of the creek the pump is sitting on. He decides to rest his eyes for a moment, since technically, his place to sleep is a spare space in Lyanna's personal quarters within the castle, and he'd rather not wake her up this late by entering.
Before he knows it, he's asleep.
Daniel wakes up to his hand being licked, and he jolts a little. He hears a small creature scampering away, and he spots the cause. It's a small, feline-like weasel creature called a benki, about the size of a cat, but elongated. They aren't known to be aggressive to people, and they hunt and eat pests around the castle, so the denizens of the castle leave them alone. However, as he's stretching, he finds he's covered with a light blanket. At first, he assumes it was the guards, but it has a faintly mint-like scent, which instantly reminds him of Lyanna. She stores her clothes with herbs to make them smell a little better, since her laundry is done the old-fashioned way of washing with bland soap, rinsing, and then air-drying. Daniel relaxes a little at the thought that she came by sometime in the night to give him a blanket. While his circumstances in this world aren't always ideal, it's very rare that he feels truly alone, thanks to kind people like Lyanna and the people of town who he's come to know. With a renewed sense of determination, Daniel climbs to his feet, folding the blanket briefly and setting it on top of the pump. The first rays of light are peeking over the horizon, and the morning magic lanterns are on, giving enough light for Daniel to do some final checks. He cycles the pump again, and it shakes, but spits water out successfully as expected. For a permanent fixture, he'd likely choose to anchor it with flared pikes, since he doesn't have an abundance of options without machining equipment. 2 crystals that he surprisingly hasn't seen much of are water elemental magic crystals, and electrical crystals, which he has reason to believe exist, based on the descriptions of some tools Lyanna mentioned, but he hasn't seen anything yet. Even light crystals for the magic lanterns don't use electricity, they emit light when exposed to appropriate mana. There's a lot of research he has to do if he's ever to fully understand the magic crystals, and he has quite a few questions for when he meets Lyanna again. For now, though, he takes a seat on the pump's casing, waiting patiently for the sun to rise. A crowd begins to gather, murmuring and whispering. He doesn't overhear much, but he's able to piece together enough to know that his strange device is extremely interesting, but his own appearance is a deterrent. A couple people even assume he's merely the servant guarding the machine. That's not entirely inaccurate. In his case, he's both master and servant. And he's exhausted but satisfied. When Lyanna's voice breaks through the dull murmur, "Daniel?
There you are.
And plenty early. You make a lady proud." Daniel smiles at her, nodding politely as he stands up.
"Thank you, my lady.
I hope I have performed satisfactorily." She peeks at the machine behind him, and she smiles. She whispers, "Something tells me more than satisfactory." Daniel picks up the blanket, asking softly, "My lady did this?"
"Never seen it before.
But when you're done with it, put it in the cabinet in my lab. All these witnesses here, you can go now if you want." Daniel agrees as he suppresses a yawn.
"Thank you, my lady.
I'll return shortly." Daniel walks the blanket to her lab, finding the empty space it came from in a cabinet with ease. And sure enough, it smells similar to mint inside. He smiles, placing the folded blanket inside and returning to the courtyard. People are crowded around Daniel's pump, asking Lyanna, who fends them off with, "I keep telling you I don't know. This is my first time seeing it too." She grins at Daniel, and they notice him backing away. He realizes why. He's absolutely filthy. His arms are bandaged. His pants have tears. His hands are dirty, as well as his face, most likely. He probably looks like he crawled out of a chimney. He asks when Lyanna, "Should I clean up, my lady?"
She smiles, nah. It says a lot.
Just relax. We're still waiting on Gunther and the royal court. Shouldn't be too long now. Daniel nods in confirmation, taking a seat once more on the pump. He rests his eyes as he listens. When Lyanna explains the duel to those who ask, and that she remained hands-off for both of them. Gunther appears, and when Lyanna has him set up his presentation a few yards away. Daniel notices the design looks awfully familiar, but when he made it, he only made a simple lever pump because he knew how, and it would be a gateway to making better devices if he could source the right materials, as his automatic pump will prove. He has no way of knowing for certain that this town is representative of the technology of the world, since there doesn't seem to be any artificers who reside in the town, and the only artisans are Wen Lyanna and a viscount that hasn't worked on equipment for some time since opening a trade business. And then the royal crier calls out, "All hail His Majesty, King Greydald, Her Majesty Queen Orphealxia, Her Highness, Crown Princess Herales, Her Highness, Princess Aramaya, and His Majesty King Regent Rudo." The crowd rises to their feet, those that have seats dash, and they kneel for the royal procession arriving, and Daniel hops off of his pump, kneeling in suit. In addition to the named royal family members, the crier names off the various court mages and nobles that join them. Elegant chairs are provided by servants for them all, and they take seats. Princess Aramaya gasps, and the others look at her. Her gaze is locked on Daniel in horror, but she notices the stares, who don't seem to realize what startled her. In contrast, they seem to believe she's horrified by his unkempt appearance, and she shakes her head when they silently look at her. Rudo stands back up, and Princess Herales joins him, indicating some sort of relationship, likely due to Rudo's ascension to the role of King Regent. He begins reading off of a scroll. "Thank you for waiting, loyal subjects. Today, we are here to bear witness to the duel of wisdom between one Lord Gunther of the Montar household and the assistant artisan." He looks directly at Daniel this time, and his eyes go wide. "Daniel, of the other world." The crowd gasps, and Gunther bursts out, "What?" When Lyanna grins deviously, straightening her face when Rudo looks at her, as well as the king and queen. Rudo clears his throat, continuing reading. "This duel is for each participant to present something to demonstrate their knowledge of any one of the fields of magic, and to demonstrate expertise in magic. The stakes have been determined and notarized by the contestants and shall remain private." Aramaya jumps up crying out, "You can't allow this." Her delicate voice trembles, as genuine concern fills her expression. Daniel is devoid of all magic.
He can't.
When Lyanna holds up her hand, saying confidently, "Please fret not, Your Highness Aramaya, my chosen assistant accepted this challenge knowing the stakes. His success or failure is his own.
But
the contract has been signed. Voiding the contract now would null the benefits, and I have no intention of replacing my assistant." Aramaya wants to object more, but she glances at her family, who look at Daniel, and then her with uneasy expressions. Rudo studies the devices from afar for a moment, and his eyes go wide when he notices Gunther's pump design. He looks at Daniel, but Daniel doesn't give him anything. For one thing, Daniel's too tired to care. All he has to do is turn his pump on and explain the advantages and disadvantages when he's called upon. As long as his presentation is better than Gunther's, he wins. But he's fully aware he's surrounded by nobles right now. It's quite possible he was going to lose no matter what he came up with. Rudo hesitates for only a moment, glancing at the scroll in his hands. He looks at Daniel cautiously, but Daniel nods respectfully. Rudo hesitates, but he nods subtly in reply.
"Very well."
As the lady artisan stated, the duel is already set in contract. Let the contestants prove their expertise. When Lyanna bows, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Please allow me to begin." With a nod, Rudo declares, "Begin." He takes a seat, and Herales sits down beside him, whispering. When Lyanna gestures to Gunther, asking, "Lord Gunther, as the ranking noble of the contest, would you like to begin?" He glances at Daniel, grimacing a little. He nods as he straightens his posture. "Yes. I am Lord Gunther Montar, and today I present my own invention, a water fill station." A few of the audience members ooh. When Lyanna states, "Please describe how it works."
"Of course, my lady."
He waves his servants to step up, and they take position. The butler holds a bucket while staying out of the way of the audience seeing the device. The maid lifts the lever, and water begins pouring from the faucet, quite quickly filling the bucket. The maid lowers the lever, stopping the flow of water. Much of the audience claps, including the royal family and Rudo. Gunther explains, As you can see, with a simple operating lever, the water fill station can quickly fill any vessel with water. It uses the lever to bring a mana crystal into contact with a water crystal to produce the water. A few glances are shared, and Baroness Variev whispers to her husband as she glances at Daniel.
He pays it no mind.
She probably thinks Daniel stole the idea when he made the manual pump. He had thought that water crystals were intentionally unused in the kingdom, but perhaps he missed something. Gunther gestures again, and the butler sets the bucket on the ground, lifting the device to demonstrate its portability. As you can see, the unit itself is quite portable, allowing use in any room or even bring water to soldiers in the most arid conditions. Easy to forge and assemble, the primary cost is the crystals. Of course, only trained artificers or artisans should service the unit, but its advantages surely outweigh a standard drawback with all magic devices. He bows, and the audience claps. He glares at Daniel, who is also clapping. He mouths the words, "Don't patronize me." But Daniel cocks his head. He finds the device truly impressive, especially because he thought water crystals didn't exist for some reason. One of the court mages raises his hand, asking, "Excuse me, Lord Gunther, but did you say it uses?" When Lyanna cuts him off, "Excuse me, Count Brosteler." Such questions could serve as hints for Lord Gunther's opponent and potentially bias the audience. "Please retain your questions for the end." He hums, but her tone was respectful and confident, and she's clearly well respected. Come to think of it, Daniel doesn't actually know what rank Wen Lyanna holds, other than magic artisan of the royal court, which in itself is a prestigious station. Count Brosteler nods, relaxing in his chair with his arms crossed. "Very well, Lady Wen Lyanna. I'll await the conclusion of the presentations." Wen Lyanna acknowledges his answer with a nod. "Thank you very much." She looks at Gunther with a smile.
Lord Gunther?
"Is there any additional information for your presentation you'd like to add?" Gunther bows. "I am confident my presentation is complete. I shall answer any questions at the end. Thank you all for listening." The audience claps again, and when Lyanna gestures, "Now then, Daniel. Your turn, if you'd please." Daniel, seated on his pump, rises to his feet. He bows at the royal family, stating, "Thank you for honoring me with this audience. I am Daniel. Please forgive my lacking showmanship. This is an automatic piston pump. It takes suction from a water source and moves the water using pressure, allowing water to be lifted great heights more efficiently." Daniel switches the pump on, and it begins cycling, choo-choo-choo-choo. Each cycle of the pump spits out a bucket's worth of water, the exact reason he made it so large. It's fairly noisy, but the potential for how much water it can move greatly exceeds anything he's seen so far, specifically to upper levels. Daniel adds, "The pump casing and piston cost about 40 Volden, and it also requires a wind crystal and a mana crystal. However, adjusting the mana, he makes an adjustment, and it speeds up, moving water even faster. He has to speak loudly, can boost output." He turns the pump off, and the audience stares with wide eyes and mouths agape. Only Wen Lyanna and Rudo are unsurprised. Wen Lyanna wears a proud smile, while Rudo studies the pump with a fair amount of impressed surprise. Daniel concludes, "It'll need piping from the source and to the destination, which I recommend being an extremely large vessel high up that can be drawn from later. This was a fairly common practice in our world. If I can find a way to generate rotational torque instead of a piston action, the efficiency can be boosted. For now, though, this is regrettably the best that I can do. Thank you for your consideration. This concludes my portion of the presentation."
He bows again.
Wen Lyanna smiles.
"Very well.
Then, I'll open the presenters to questions.
Count Brosteler?
Would you like to ask your question now?" He nods with his mind still trapped in thought, as his gaze is stuck on Daniel's pump for a long time.
Count Brosteler? Right. Apologies.
"Lord Gunther, did you say your water station contained a water crystal?" "That's correct, my lord. I crafted it myself."
You did?
"What method did you use, might I ask?"
Method?
"I'm not sure I understand." "I created a stock crystal and imbued it with water magic." The mages glance at each other. One of the women court mages raises her hand. When Lyanna gestures with a warm smile, Countess Syaroa. Please go ahead." She nods gratefully, standing up.
"A stock crystal, you said?
"Did you use some sort of protective coating?" Gunther's face loses its confidence, and he murmurs, "Coating? I applied a standard solidification coating, if that's what you mean. I wanted to keep costs and portability maximized." The mages look at each other. When Lyanna seems to feign ignorance, asking, "Wait?
What do you mean, Countess Cyaroa?
Why would a water crystal need a coating?" Cyaroa glances at one of the nobles over towards the end, close to Gunther. He seems rather perturbed by the turn of events. When Lyanna snaps her fingers.
I just had an idea.
Lord Gunther, Daniel, I'd like you both to turn your devices on and let them run. Endurance tests are important. Daniel confirms with a nod.
Apologies for the noise.
I'll run it at full speed. Daniel turns the pump on, running it at full speed. The noise is loud, and though nowhere near as efficient as a centrifugal pump, it blasts water at a high rate out of the outlet, dumping back into the creek for the demonstration. When Lyanna smiles at Gunther, gesturing for him to activate his device. Gunther hesitates, but he nods at his servants, and the maid steps up, holding the lever up to start the water flow.
It begins dumping water.
Both devices run for several minutes, and many of the audience members cover their ears. Daniel's pump is noisy, but it keeps powering through the water. He watches when Lyanna for her signal to stop, but she smiles at him, looking casually at Gunther. Suddenly, Gunther's water station begins to sputter, and then it just as suddenly stops. Gunther asks loudly, "What are you doing?"
Keep it on.
The maid tries to lift the lever higher, but it does nothing as she cries, "I'm trying. It just stopped." Gunther yells, "What?" He pushes in and lifts the lever, but no matter how many times he tries, the device won't turn on. He steps on something that crunches, and everyone looks down. There, the remnants of a crystal have crumbled under his feet, while the rest seems to have melted. Daniel puts the back of his hand on his pump in a few spots. The main casing body is warm, likely from mild friction, but the crystal chambers are still cool. He notices when Lyanna wave him to shut it off, and he shuts down the pump. He bows, and the audience members covering their ears remove their hands. When Lyanna asks Gunther, "Lord Gunther, can you please explain to me what went wrong?" He stammers, murmuring, "A dash.
Apparently,
I made a faulty crystal."
the woman smiles. Daniel?
Do you have any ideas? Daniel ponders a moment, looking at the context clues around him. The crystal seems to have melted, but not from heat. Coupled with the apparent aversion to making water crystals, he has one idea. He straightens his posture. "My lady, I can only offer a guess, though I have some confidence. The crystal appears to have dissolved, like a block of salt. Without knowing, I would guess magic crystals are formed of some type of salt, either polished sodium chloride, doesn't translate, does it?
Table salt?
Is that the same here?" Rudo nods in confirmation, and Daniel nods respectfully. Or something slightly less water-soluble than table salt. When Lyanna grins at him, and she regains her composure before facing Gunther. "He's right, Lord Gunther. Water crystals self-destruct with basic use. If they could work, you wouldn't even need the casing that looks suspiciously like the mysterious manual hand pump in Cobbler's Bank's well."
Gunther flinches.
That's doesn't have any magic in it. Just like its creator.
What? No, that's...
I've seen peasants in town using it, my lady. Of course it's some sort of magic device. When Lyanna sighs. "Neither does a bucket and rope. I told you that you don't see the problem, Lord Gunther." She gestures at Daniel, saying, "He comes from a world without magic, so they had to perform these functions other ways." She turns to face Rudo, specifically, asking, "Am I correct, Your Majesty Rudo?" Rudo nods as he listens.
Indeed.
Lord Gunther's pump does share the physical appearance of ancient water pumps in our world, used to draw water out of ground wells. The audience members murmur in surprise, and Cyaroa raises her hand again. When Lyanna nods at the woman, "Countess,
Please go ahead."
Cyaroa stands up, flattening her dress as she folds her hands in front of her.
Mr.
"Daniel, your pump is interesting, but must it be so loud? I dread the thought of such a device in one's home." Daniel confirms, "Indeed, my lady Countess. A pump this size isn't practical for a single home's use. Rather, it's better suited to feeding a water storage unit above the level of use, for instance, a rooftop or a purpose-built tower. Gravity feeds the water from the tower to users. The pump itself would be stored in a pump room out of the way where the noise would be avoidable, or in a subfloor. Because a properly designed pump can lift rather high, it would be suitable for feeding the castle's upper floors." Daniel realizes how long he was talking, and he flinches. "Forgive me for speaking so long. Please allow me the chance to clarify if I didn't answer your question, my lady Countess." She's stunned for a moment, but she replies, "No, that was adequate." Count Brosteler stands up asking Mr. Daniel, you claim this pump can service multiple homes? Daniel explains politely, depending on the water usage of the combined households or whatever the load is, yes. As I mentioned, with a storage vessel, the pump can be run to fill the vessel, ideally for a short period of time throughout the day. I could probably rig a demand switch for whenever the water pressure drops, which is partially how our systems work, but it becomes more complex and finicky. Brosteler nods, cupping his chin with his fingers as he envisions it. Baroness Variev raises her hand. When Lyanna gestures, Baroness Variev? You have a question. The Baroness stands up, saying, yes, thank you. Mr. Daniel, did you say your device uses a wind crystal? Indeed, my Lady Baroness. Can you explain how mere wind is capable of such strange action? Many members of the audience nod in agreement. Daniel gives his own nod, replying warmly, of course, my lady. This pump proved my hypothesis, actually. Magic crystals don't appear to have an upper limit on their output, save self-destruction, and because magic crystals store a massive amount of material and energy, when a wind crystal emits air in an enclosed space, it can pressurize that space. By harnessing the pressure, I can use that pressure to cycle the piston, with a rocker valve that swaps the piston back and forth on its own. Princess Herales raises her hand, standing up. She speaks before when Lyanna can properly address her. Daniel, this pump defies logic. Are you saying it could deliver water to neighboring kingdoms? No, nothing that far, Your Highness. At least, not this pump type. Rudo silently nods when she looks at him. Daniel continues, there are limits, and the volume of flow is too low with this style of pump to make it worth it. The best way I can think to explain it is trying to lift too much weight with a rope, or to try to push the weight with an unwieldy spear. I see. So it wouldn't be able to lift the water to the roof of the castle. Actually, for a lift pump going that high, a piston pump like this has the advantage. This one was made with the best I could do with this world's technology, but I believe this one in its current form should have the pressure to reach the roof of the castle. Again, the audience murmurs, and Herales ponders for a moment. She remarks, I have no further questions. Thank you. Daniel bows, you grace me, Your Highness. She sits back down, and when Lyanna scans the crowd. Anyone else? Sayaroa remarks with a smirk, I have many more questions, but not requiring a formal audience. The other court mages nod in agreement. When Lyanna then says, very well. If there are no more questions, I'd like to leave it to the judges to rate each competitor. Please consider whatever factors you feel suit the presentation. The court mages nod and they, along with Wen Lyanna, depart the courtyard to deliberate. Rudo excuses himself from the royal family, insisting they give him a moment alone with Daniel. The Japanese man-turned-king regent approaches Daniel with a smile. He speaks in English. Daniel, judging by sodium chloride, you still speak English, yes? Daniel nods as he replies, still my mother tongue, but I can converse comfortably enough in Imperial Common. I'd rather talk alone actually, so English is better. Excellent work learning the language and finding a niche. With a chuckle, Daniel admits, I'm supremely lucky I was a maintenance mechanic. A lot of principles apply here. Ha ha ha, and I'm lucky I was studying economics at university. But, you seem to carry yourself pretty well with authority. You don't seem anything like I thought. Daniel rubs his neck, asking no. Rudo shakes his head, adding, and not because I thought you were American. You just seem mature. For your age, that is. My age. Daniel looks at his hands. He's had suspicions for a while, but he never bothered to confirm it. He asks, how old do you think I am? Well, I wouldn't put you much older than me. 25 at most, given your appearance alone. And that's assuming you look young for 25. Daniel sighs. I thought so too. So, for some reason, when I transported here, I got younger. Really? Wait. Don't tell me you're a 60-year-old man in there. What? No, not quite that high. I'm 32. 33 now, I think. Kinda haven't been comparing time. Did a sentence in the military, which gave me what little spine I have. 33? Oh. Happy birthday then. Pfft. Thanks. Anyways, I'm aware of how precarious I have it here, so I'll do my best to stay out of your way and provide what support I can. Thanks. But did you say sentence? Daniel smirks, and Rudo nods as he makes the connection. Ah. Because it was like prison. All right. Well, regardless of the outcome of this duel, I'd like to add you into my cabinet anyways. I have a prime minister already, but I can.
No. No, please don't.
In spite of my age, I specifically avoided leadership responsibilities. I don't have it in me to be assertive when it's imperative. I'd sooner prefer you send me to the front lines. At least there, I can fumble my way through something on my own merits without risking the whole kingdom.
I see.
From what I can tell, Rikudo-san, you're doing a pretty good job so far. Lady Lyanna speaks positively of you, and from what I gather, she's not easy to impress. Yes, I suspect this duel had something to do with that. Rikudo looks into Daniel's eyes. From what I gather, she's well respected in the court for her intelligence and ingenuity, but many are wary of her. She's secretive and deceitful. Regardless of your personal feelings for her, I ask that you be cautious of what she asks of you. I'll try not to make trouble for anyone, but I suspect we're about to get to the real reason you want to talk to me.
Rikudo sighs. Yes.
Apologies for beating around the bush, but something we too must discuss. How much of the other world we should bring over here, correct? Rikudo nods grimly, solidifying how serious it is to him. It's a question Daniel has pondered every day when he is running through everything he can think of that he might be able to make. Firearms were one of his first impulses, since it would give him a way to defend himself against even the monsters that he's heard rumor of. While he probably doesn't have the means to make a fully automatic machine gun, a rifle, even a bolt action, would go a long way. Daniel replies, I've worried about that too. With the water pump, I figured it was harmless enough, and would improve people's lives. While I can probably make weapons, I'm not interested in altering the military might of this world. Not until we know what we're really dealing with.
Rikudo sighs.
I'm thankful you feel that way. Yes, I believe creature comforts, such as moving and cleaning water, improving food production and storage, and improvements of existing technology should be okay. I've been implementing modern agricultural techniques as best as I can, as well as some architectural changes that can be done with current technology, which will give this kingdom an advantage, but help the world overall. So, with that in mind, I give you my blessing to pursue any advancements not involved with warfare. If I'm forced to change my mind, I'll make that call as king, rather than as an earthling. Sound fair? Daniel nods eagerly, joking, you just told me to pass it up the chain. That's music to my ears, boss. He grins, and Rikudo smiles and nods. Very well. Rikudo switches to Imperial Common, the language most of the world uses, and he says, I look forward to implementing this system, Mr. Daniel. If you wouldn't mind, while we have a few more minutes it seems, Princess Herales wanted to pick your brain on the other fields of your knowledge.
Princess.
She excuses herself from her family, walking rather hurriedly over. Are you two finished speaking in your otherworld language? Rikudo smiles and replies with a nod.
Yes.
Though I don't know that you've been formally introduced. Princess, this is Daniel who arrived with me. Daniel, this is Crown Princess Herales. Daniel bows, a supreme honor to meet you, Princess Herales. I am Daniel. She replies a little curtly, but mostly because she seems to have a spicy personality. Pleasure's mine. But, I'm also fiancé to His Majesty King Rikudo. Please continue to serve us faithfully when we officially become king and queen. To the best of my ability, Your Highness. Long may you reign. She crosses her arms now. I want to know what sort of devices you could make that could help us defeat the demon army. Daniel only glances with his eyes at Rikudo. Rikudo was warning him, since the princess would ask. Again though, Daniel doesn't get the sense of a warmonger before him. He sees an overly mature teenage princess, probably deprived of sleep and a little cranky, who desperately wants to protect her people, while trying to maintain proper decorum. He doesn't take her tone personally. Instead, he explains as best he can why he's limited to services that will benefit living and potentially trade, but unlikely be able to benefit the war effort. He's lying, of course, but destroying another nation with a gigantic boost in technological advancement all of a sudden is likely to only destabilize the world, not save it. As Rikudo said, there will be a time and place for that discussion if their backs are against the wall. And for now, an empire and united kingdoms and territories are united in a battlefront holding the demon territory at bay. After deflecting Princess Herales' desires for tools of war from the otherworld, which both Daniel and Rikudo agreed to feign ignorance on, Daniel managed to distract her with other helpful processes, such as desalinating and purifying seawater and other impure water, a design for firefighting carts using wind crystals and water vessels on the carts. Because she's a humanitarian more than a warlord, her interest is easily piqued by such designs. He's also able to pick her brain about applications of fire and heat that could be improved, such as central air units. The cooling room at the apothecary was the right basic idea, but because of the inefficient designs, this world doesn't yet have a way to circulate air across large areas. Just as he's getting into desalinating water, the court mages return, and Rudo pulls Heracles away.
No.
This could be a major game changer for our farms and coastal cities. Daniel chuckles and bows. He's becoming rather afraid that his new life is going to be even busier than his older one. When Lyanna takes center front once more. Thank you all for your patience. The results of this duel have been decided.
Count.
I have a question. The man who spoke stands up. He was seated at Gunther's end of the crowd, and his expression is rather stern. Gunther looked nervous, but he spoke out of turn, "Yes, father." Gunther's father glares at him, and when Lyanna, a little caught off guard, asks, "Earl Norsonji? If it's about the presentations, I won't be long." She hesitates for only a moment, but ultimately smiles and nods. He looks at Daniel with his stern eyes, but Daniel has been glared at by all rank and file of people, save royalty of his world. While his fate is more tenuous in this semi-medieval world, a gaze is just a gaze.
You there, otherworlder.
Daniel bows, "Yes, my lord." I want your untempered words. How did this duel come to be?
Daniel hesitates.
He's not interested in bus-chucking anyone. Gunther's frustration is understandable, if self-destructive should he lose. When Lyanna risked her career for her faith in Daniel's ability, at least, she supposedly did dash. He has no reason to doubt that. But, most importantly, embarrassing either of them would look bad. Daniel tries to reply diplomatically, "My lord, I'm afraid my word would carry little weight." Answer the question. Daniel hesitates, but he notices when Lyanna smile and nod.
He sighs. "Very well, my lord.
Lady Lyanna commissioned me to work as her assistant about 2 weeks ago. In fact, we were discussing this very design, though I hadn't elaborated on the full design with her before Lord Gunther arrived. He presented a gift to Lady Lyanna as he arrived to resume his apprenticeship, and from what I witnessed, Lady Lyanna judged him suitable enough to finish his apprenticeship and signed his apprenticeship card. This didn't seem satisfactory to Lord Gunther, as we hadn't yet been introduced, and he demanded to know who I was. Once Lady Lyanna explained, he appeared to feel somehow cheated, in spite of meeting the requirements to finish his apprenticeship. As I understood it, Lady Lyanna gave him a minimal passing grade for reasons I wouldn't dare speculate on, and this, coupled with my status as a commoner, appeared to be what upset him. The duel was Lady Lyanna's idea as, what I believed to be a trial by fire of my abilities, and a chance for Lord Gunther to prove what he learned in the apprenticeship. That is how I saw events, my lord. The audience members murmur in surprise. It seems, specifically from words he can pick out, they aren't sure what to consider him, since he's an otherworlder, so commoner doesn't quite fit, but nor does noble. Rudo looks and acts the part of a noble, while Daniel looks and acts the part of a commoner, a particularly dirty one at that, at present dash. Gunther bursts out. Lady Lyanna specifically left out that he was the otherworlder. Silence, boy, before you embarrass me any further. Gunther tenses and falls silent. When Lyanna defends herself innocently, saying sweetly, "I had no idea you didn't know, Lord Gunther.
Honest.
I had heard that you were at the ritual, holding the book for Lord Crosserly as he attempted the language comprehension spell on Daniel. I would have mentioned it if I thought you didn't know." Earl Montar glares at Lyanna. It's pretty obvious to anyone that she's faking her own innocence, but the point she's making by saying anything at all is that it couldn't possibly be anyone else's but Gunther's mistake, since one of the mages, Lord Crosserly, presumably dash, averts his gaze as he stands by in the crowd. He's one of the court mages who has yet to speak. The Earl continues, "Otherworlder.
Daniel, was it?
What gift did my son present to the lady?"
Daniel hesitates.
It'd be pretty shocking if no one else told him, but Daniel realizes the weight of admitting it was his own chair. Daniel replies as neutrally as he can, "It was a chair.
My lord."
The crowd is dead silent, and King Greydald puts his hand on his forehead. Daniel doubts the king is the one who sold it, but he also didn't take proper measures to protect it, either. Daniel's computer chair is unique in their world. It has an airy mesh back, reclining and height adjustments, and will casters to allow easy movement all over the place. King Greydald asks, "Where is the chair now?" Before anyone else speaks, Daniel replies, "It's still in Lady Lyanna's possession, your majesty, and I'd like it to stay that way. It was a gift after all, and she acknowledged it. I'd likely have given it to her myself, had she asked for it, in thanks for her support. Should it benefit Lord Gunther as well, all the better." Some of the audience members murmur, trying to be quiet, but the awkward moment is otherwise so quiet, any noise at all can be heard. Greydald waves his hand to signal the end of the matter.
Very well, Mr. Daniel.
Thank you for being diplomatic in this matter. It shall not go unrewarded. He gestures dismissively for Lyanna to continue, and she looks at Earl Montar. Anything else, my lord? Earl Montar sighs in disgust. One last thing before the decision is read, if you'd please. She nods respectfully. He faces Gunther, saying, Gunther, you should strongly consider conceding on your own terms. His words shock everyone, including Daniel and Gunther. The young lord stares at his father in disbelief, mouth agape and unable to form words. Earl Montar sits back down, crossing his arms with his eyes closed. He seems to feel he said all he needs to say. Gunther looks at Daniel, who tries to keep his expression sympathetic, but Gunther glares at him anyway. He turns his glare at Lyanna, stating confidently, I will not be stained by a pathetic grade due to a commoner, even if he is from another world. Lyanna looks at Earl Montar, but the Earl simply sighs in disgust. Lyanna says, very well then. Without any further ado, Lady Syaroa, would you like to read the final decision? The court mage stands up, unrolling a small scroll. In regards to presentation, the clear winner was she hesitates, saying a little softly, Lord Gunther. In regards to innovation, both contestants presented valuable ideas. According to this court, the advantages of Lord Gunther's design outweighed those of Mr. Daniel's. She hesitates for a long time, indicating that the decision was neither unanimous nor unbiased. But Daniel expected as much. He's in a cutthroat political and nobility-centric society, now. He'll be lucky if they don't kill him just out of spite. He can only listen on as she reads off the other sections they graded the two on, some of which are superficial at best. However, to his surprise, the one that seems most displeased is Earl Montar, who massages his temples with his right hand as he listens. Lastly, the final category judged was etiquette. The winner, Lord Gunther. As such, given the totality of the grades, this court finds the winner of the duel to be Lord Gunther. Gunther straightens his posture with a relieved sigh, while most of the audience is silent. Earl Montar simply stands up and walks away. Gunther, surprised, asks, Father. But the Earl ignores him. Daniel looks at Lyanna with concern, but she simply shrugs with a simple smile. She withdraws Gunther's apprenticeship card, correcting his grade to a perfect 10, and handing it to him with a smile.
Good work, Gunther.
Best of luck on all of your endeavors. He is still stunned by his father's departure, and he looks at her. He tries to regain his composure, adding, Thank you, my lady. I hope I will make you proud. She smiles cryptically. May you endeavor forever. She then about-faces and approaches the royal family. She bows, saying confidently, As part of the conditions of the duel, I hereby retire from the royal court as magic artisan of the court, your majesty. May my replacement serve you well. This stuns the entire audience, including the other court mages, who apparently didn't know the stakes. However, when Lyanna straightens and smiles, I'll clear my personal effects out of the relic room by noonday, your majesty. Should I need to vacate sooner, I'd like to request servants to. Rudo glances around himself at the other royal court members for help, realizes as everyone else does that she's not joking, and that it's dumbfounding for everyone. Greydald quickly says, No.
I don't understand. Explain this, Lyanna.
This was supposed to be a duel between Daniel and Gunther.
How?
While the participants were Daniel and Gunther, your majesty, the stakes were my faith in Daniel against my lack of faith in Lord Gunther. It seems I was, well, wrong isn't quite the right word. She shrugs, seemingly having not one care in the world. I'll establish a new lab and continue to serve the kingdom, your majesty. King Rudo, I look forward to a long and prosperous future under your reign. Now, if you'll excuse me and my assistant, we should begin cleaning out the relic room. She walks towards Daniel, saying warmly, Let's go, Daniel.
Wait.
Baroness Variev jumps up and walks briskly around to the front. She kneels before the two kings, pleading, Your Majesty. You can't allow this. Mr. Daniel helped my husband and I's apothecary, and he did it for a fraction of the cost of an artificer. He's the one who created and installed the pump at Cobbler's Bank, and he even improved the Adventurers Guild's oven. After only a week with the lady artisan, he helped out the town even more, improving the magic lanterns in the market square so the traders can stay open longer, even while he was working on his presentation. Rudo glances at Daniel, but Daniel shakes his head. While what she says is true, a king violating a contract, a duel no less, would set a bad precedent. When Lyanna eases her concerns, You're speaking as if we're skipping town, Baroness. The conditions of the duel were for me to give Lord Gunther a prestigious grade and to retire from the court. I'm not quitting being an artisan or leaving. I'll simply be returning to my family's estate for the time being. She looks directly at Gunther, saying proudly, and I'll be taking my assistant with me. He grits his teeth, but King Greydald asks, is this true, Mr. Daniel? You continued to perform extra duties during your time meant for the presentation. Daniel answers with a respectful nod, yes, your majesty. You seem to be claiming quite a bit of work then. It would take 16 of the 29 hours of the day to perform so much, wouldn't it? Daniel shrugs, I didn't keep track. I started work before sunup and worked until after dark. If I was approached for help, I did what I could as quickly as possible. I think I only skipped sleep on the 2nd and 4th days. I don't really remember now. The group stares at him, and Rudo sighs. He grumbles, you're one of those, huh? Daniel chuckles, saying in English, still beats my days in the military.
Rudo sighs.
He remarks, it's a phrase from his home country. Daniel, don't push yourself so hard. Princess Herales asks, you believe him?
Rudo confirms. I do.
Remember how you were worried about me working too hard? Well, it's actually a little too common in our world. That said, he does seem to have made it through all right. The crowd is silent, and Daniel adds, my Lady Baroness, my goal in working with Lady Lyanna is to improve what I've already been able to do. If Lady Lyanna is all right with the current events, then I will continue to work with her. Variev hesitates, but she bows her head. She apologizes, please forgive my outburst. She retreats to her seat in the back. Kings Greydald and Rudo whisper to each other for a moment, and Herales tries to listen in.
Rudo sighs.
Because the duel was sealed in contract, I can't overlook it. Very well, Lady Lyanna. Your retirement from the court is accepted. Your final payment will be calculated and provided as soon as possible. Should your replacement need any basic guidance to get started, we should like to consult you, for a fee of course. As for Mr. Daniel, you are free to do as you please within the bounds of the law. Daniel and Lyanna both bow. Thank you, Your Majesty. Daniel remarks sincerely, if I may, Your Majesty, I can remove the pump at any time, or it can be installed if you so desire. I only ask that if my assistance is required, I be afforded time to assist Lady Lyanna in transitioning to a new workspace.
Rudo nods in agreement.
I see no problem with leaving the pump here. I'll inform the guards not to allow its movement until we figure out how best to use it. I'd like to install it as soon as possible and begin construction of a storage vessel on the roof, if you truly believe it can reach. I believe so, but I shall endeavor to make it so regardless. Rudo concludes, then, this congregation is dismissed. Gunther watches in disbelief as no one asks him about his water station, while the entirety of the court mages follow Lyanna and Daniel, picking their brains about his bulky, noisy device. He looks at his apprenticeship card, which now has a perfect 10 for a score under magic artisanry. It doesn't feel as satisfying as he thought, even though he won.
It doesn't make sense.
Daniel is quiet as he carries boxes of books into Lyanna's family mansion. It turns out, her mother is a widow, and the Grand Duchess of the kingdom, about a single step below the king in power. Because both families only have daughters, a union between their houses became impossible, and Lyanna was permitted to pursue her whims, since her younger sisters all have fiancés from varying lesser noble houses. Returning home, Lyanna is greeted with a warm welcome, though her sisters all have more feminine personalities and take great pride in their appearances. It seems Lyanna was the black sheep due to her obsessive pursuit of knowledge, and once settled in, she is essentially benevolently neglected. Few seem interested in intruding in her lab to get to know what she's doing, and they've long since abandoned inviting her to formal events. The very fact that she was a court mage carries an air of pride, but like a computer programmer in a room full of models, they struggle to find common ground to speak on.
With one exception.
Sue, Wanlai found a husband? This is so exciting. Yanadir, the next eldest daughter of the Grand Duchess under Lyanna, teases her warmly. He's not my husband, Yanni. He's my assistant. Yanni flirtatiously tugs at Daniel's sleeves. He's since cleaned up since the presentation, but he still looks rather common. Don't mind her prickliness, Daniel. If you keep trying, I'm sure she'll fall in love. You're the furthest along, after all. Lyanna pulls him away from her sister. Go prowl your banquet, Yanni. We're working. Yanni follows them regardless. Mother will have to approve, you know. After all, you're the only one of us with omni-affinity. Yeah, and with it, I can outlive your grandchildren. Let us work in peace. Still, the slightly junior sister gushes, "Oh, one lie. If you just want your alone time right away, just say so. I'll tell the maids not to intrude."
Daniel's a commoner. So there.
He'll only ever be my assistant.
Are you happy?
We haven't seen you in months, one lie. Then, we find out you've retired from the court mages and bring home a man? What are we supposed to think?
Ugh. I don't care.
Just let me and Daniel work while you do it. Yanni pouts, but she finally backs off, and when Lyanna leads Daniel to her lab, she murmurs, "Sorry about that. Get used to it, I guess. They all want me to get married and have children."
Daniel chuckles. It's fine.
I was going to convince you to elope when we do fall in love. She blushes, glancing up at him. I'll fire you right now, Daniel.
Don't be stupid like them.
He laughs, and she elbows his gut. She doesn't try to hurt him or knock the books out of his hands, only to express her frustration. When Lyanna's old lab is surprisingly well kept, likely thanks to the maids at least dusting what isn't covered, she sets right to work organizing.
I'll go. Wait, Daniel.
I can't let you walk through there alone. They'll set upon you like ravenous scorves.
Just wait a minute.
I'm just figuring out where I want everything. Daniel nods in understanding. However, now seems like an alright time to address the obvious unspoken elephant in the room.
When Lyanna. About the court. Don't worry about it.
I could have easily flipped that decision by informing them ahead of time what the stakes were. The results proved what I always knew would be true.
Integrity has a price.
I don't really care to work in such a place. You were the clear winner there. Everyone knew it. But, they wanted Earl Montar's favor more. And, to my surprise, I think they failed. She smiles up at Daniel. I want to make the best magical equipment. Things people can't live without. Things that make life easy for anyone and everyone. I have a few inventions to my name, but when I saw these books, she pets one of the books bound in the style Daniel brought from the other world and secretly implemented. Someone who could change my life was in reach. Come to find out, not only are you able to work with near artisan levels of skill and wisdom, you happen to be the same strange otherworlder who defies all we know about magic. I won't be able to check every day if you're still devoid of magic, but I can work with you to shape the future of this kingdom. I intend to jump right back in. I'll have a little less liquid finances for now, but the Grand Duchess has always supported my work. If we can get a business started, I imagine we won't even need her help within a few months. So, start binding your mana, and she flinches.
Sorry. Daniel chuckles.
I think I understood the meaning, when Lyanna. But, should I be calling you Duchess? Or do you carry?
She glares at him.
He holds his hands up in surrender. She sighs, for everyone but my mother, you can just call me when Lyanna. When my mother is present, please continue to refer to me as my lady.
That will be sufficient.
If it comes up, though, I don't carry a formal title. My next eldest sister will inherit the household formally, since I have no prospects of marriage and no interest for now.
Understood.
I'll continue to be mindful of setting, then.
Thank you.
Alright, I think I know where everything will go, and we should have enough room. Let's go get a few more things. Daniel agrees and follows her lead. Together, they unload the carriage, which includes Daniel's former computer chair, which now officially belongs to the magic artisan. Just as they're getting everything unpacked and stored, a knock comes at the door. When Lyanna whispers, "Ignore it. They invite me to dinner when I'm home as a formality. They know I'll eat when I'm hungry." Lady Wen Lyanna, dinner is ready.
Thanks.
I'm in the middle of something. The Grand Duchess insists, Lady Wen Lyanna.
Insists?
I don't believe you. I'll get something to eat later. The woman on the other side of the door sighs. I'm not leaving, Lady Wen Lyanna. The Grand Duchess wishes to meet your suitor. He's not my suitor.
He's my assistant.
Regardless, if he is to stay in this household, the Grand Duchess insists on meeting him. When Lyanna storms to the door, flinging it open as she shouts, "My work is irk." She halts, recoiling into the room a little.
Mother.
The senior woman smirks. Her dress is extravagant, layered with elegant designs. She wears a similar headpiece to what Wen Lyanna's glasses hang from, minus the glasses. Daniel flinches and hesitates. He bows quickly, unsure what to do. Grand Duchess. Please forgive my intrusion, Your Grace. The Grand Duchess smiles with amusement at Daniel.
My.
She looks at Wen Lyanna, remarking dryly, I see your time in the castle has caused you to forget the voice of your own mother, Lyanna. I do insist you join us for dinner. Lyanna fumbles for words, a rare sight to see her truly flustered. But I haven't unpacked any dresses, and Daniel's exhausted and doesn't have anything to wear. The Grand Duchess smirks with a haughty, but matronly air. As Grand Duchess, I shall allow an exception to be made. Will you be introducing your companion? The magic artisan flinches, and she says, why yes, mother. Please allow me to introduce my assistant, Daniel. Daniel, you are in the presence of Grand Duchess Lyanna Stalvolton, my esteemed mother and for whom I am named. Mother, please show leniency to Daniel's etiquette. He is not from the kingdom, and is still learning our cultural intricacies. The Grand Duchess offers her hand, and Daniel takes the cue quickly, kissing the back of her hand. A pleasure to meet you, Your Grace. I am grateful to Lady Lyanna for the opportunity to research magical equipment in this kingdom. Lyanna smiles.
Tell me, Daniel.
From where do you hail? Another world, perhaps. Lyanna flinches, asking in a low tone, how did you know that? Just because I wasn't present at your little game, dear Lyanna, does not mean words do not reach my ears. Lyanna pouts, and Lyanna studies Daniel for a moment.
Besides,
I was beginning to think there wasn't a man in this world that could catch your eye. Seems I was right.
Mother.
You're intentionally misunderstanding.
Come, Lyanna, Daniel.
We shall catch up at dinner.
But.
You've met him.
Lyanna.
The magic artisan sighs. Coming, mother. She whispers to Daniel, sorry. Please do your best to endure what's about to happen.
Daniel chuckles.
I feel like I should be more worried about you. She blushes and pouts, you're probably not wrong. They're incorrigible. Together, they join Lyanna's extended family for dinner. In spite of the reclusive and eccentric artisan's reservations, the family is surprisingly kind. It seems family became even more important when the Grand Duke suddenly passed away, which is why they dote on Lyanna with great affection. Her youngest sisters, both teenagers, ask her about her time in the castle, and her older two sisters ask about the duel and any projects she's working on. Daniel comes up, but it quickly turns to describing his life in the other world and what it's like. They also ask how he manages to survive in the world without magic, which is less glamorous than it sounds, since he's still able to do manual labor, which caught Lyanna's attention. Finally, Lyanna asks the big question, Daniel, are you not distressed that you cost my daughter her career?
Mother.
Daniel replies for himself, that was never my intention, Grand Duchess. I gave the best effort possible in producing something worthy of presenting. Lyanna grumbles, I didn't invoke your name, mother. I had hoped integrity was a bit more valuable, but I didn't feel like stirring up a political mess. The Grand Duchess asks coyly, do you mean to suggest, dear Lyanna, that the nobles your companion was competing against sided with fellow nobles? Lyanna crosses her arms and looks away. Yormelit, the third eldest daughter, adds skeptically, my fiancé heard Lord Gunther had the gall to steal the design for his presentation. How could they still let him win? Lyanna replies, you have no idea, yeah. He even tried to use a water crystal. She begins laughing, as if that amateur button polisher could make something no one else has perfected work. The Grand Duchess asks Daniel, Daniel, is this true? Daniel knows what she's fishing for, but he intentionally misinterprets the question. I've actually been meaning to ask about that. I surmised during the presentation that magic crystals are made of some type of salt, and hence dissolve under water, but I've been curious as to why salt must be used. Lyanna whirls to face him, just about to speak excitedly when her mother states, I'm sure you both can talk above our heads on that, Lyanna. However, I meant, Daniel, was the design for Gunther's magic device stolen? Daniel clears his throat, and Lyanna wants to answer, but her mother shoots a glare at her. Cornered, he reluctantly replies, I can only say that I built a manual pump with a design I've never seen in this world, and Gunther's magical device matched its appearance. In any case, the functions are simple. The manual pump can only move water. Gunther's water station, in theory, could produce water from a compact form. Lyanna sighs, the water and mana crystal alone can do that. It was useless for him to make the shell. And to steal it no less. Lyanna remarks with a curious smile. You are hesitant to cast blame, Daniel. Don't think I didn't notice. I can understand trying to be diplomatic with your relatively low station, but I fail to understand why your station is so low. You are from the other world, are you not?
I am, Your Grace.
Lyanna explains, it's mainly because he is completely devoid of magic. It's not just that he can't use it himself, it's completely absent from his body. Yes, I had heard, though I suppose I may have assumed he merely couldn't use magic. Regardless, you seem to have quite a sharp mind for being able to figure out magic technology in spite of your disadvantage.
Daniel chuckles.
Your Grace, you flatter me, as do others. I am merely fortunate the skills I learned in my world translate well to the magic technology here. Much of it is functionally similar to our electricity, but with different sources for energy. The futuristic research Lady Lyanna pursues is in some ways common technology in our world, and I've become familiar with it in order to repair it. With the right circumstances, in no small part thanks to Lady Lyanna and this household, we can bring some of that technology to fruition here. Picking my brain as I pick hers, the pump I made for the presentation is just a taste of what we might be able to do. He blushes and chuckles. Apologies for speaking so long. I get wordy when I get excited. Yanadir teases as her husband chuckles. That's something you two share.
Yanni, whines Lyanna.
Bunrami, the fourth daughter, asks, Mr. Daniel, do you miss your world?
Daniel hesitates.
He thinks for a moment, and he replies sincerely, to be honest, I haven't really thought about it much since coming here. I guess that means I don't. But your mother and father are still there, aren't they?
He smiles softly.
One, I haven't spoken to in over 10 years, and the others have been waiting for me in the afterlife for almost as long. I miss some of the creature comforts I had, but I've been consistently more satisfied with life over here.
With a chuckle, he adds, I haven't even had alcohol since coming over here. Ha.
Bunrami asks with her head cocked, doing her best to pronounce the English word he hasn't needed to translate yet, alcohol.
Daniel chuckles, apologies.
He looks at Lyanna, asking at a whisper, is there some kind of fermented drink here that dulls the senses? She recoils a little.
What?
Why would anyone drink something like that? He laughs nervously, so that's a no?
What is it? Asks Lyanna.
Lyanna replies, he's asking if there's a drink that dulls the senses in our world. Daniel crosses his arms, trying to think of what he saw the adventurers drinking at the guild. The Grand Duchess replies, I've heard of no such thing. Why would someone drink something like that? Daniel scoffs, please forgive my rudeness and my candor for a moment. In my old world, our society almost wouldn't function without it. It's a drink made from fermenting various grains or fruits with sugar, and it, makes depression less heavy. He clears his throat as they all stare at him with glassy stares.
It's, a common way to relax. It's not smart, but it's common.
In fact, in our world's history, it was intentionally fed to slaves in some ancient cultures to dull their drive to rebel. My own personal belief is that it's remained lawful to consume, for adults, because it does the same for the working class as well. It's a cheap and dirty method for making the mundane machinations of life suck less. He scratches his cheek, replying, though I suppose I shouldn't.
So, it is some sort of potion? Asks Yanadir.
Actually, it's more akin to a poison. But we don't have to keep talking about. Lyanna states, could you make it?
What?
Lyanna? Exclaims Lyanna. Lyanna looks at her with a sincere and serious expression. Scientific research is all about challenging the known unknown. I now know of something I don't know. I'd simply like to understand it a little better. Additionally, if I understood correctly, it is something Daniel has drank before, and yet, seems fully functional. Additionally, depending on His Majesty Rudo, it could be key to Daniel's absent magic. Daniel counters nervously, I sincerely doubt that, my lady. Regardless, it was merely a curiosity.
Daniel.
I understand the basic processes. Though the appropriate yeasts for brewing for good flavor might prove difficult.
He sighs.
Actually, it could benefit us. Alcohol in general is a pretty good cleaning solution.
It's great against,
I suppose you haven't discovered them yet. Lyanna slams the table to sit up and lean over him, eagerly asking, discovered what?
Lyanna.
Lyanna is growing impatient, and the magic artisan reluctantly sits down.
Pardon me, mother.
The Grand Duchess sighs with a smirk. Daniel, I'll not allow you to perform anything that endangers my daughter. So tell me now this. Poison cleaning solution, alcohol, is it more dangerous or beneficial?
Daniel sighs.
In the grand scheme, Your Grace, certain alcohols have benefits we can't ignore. Drinking alcohols apparently don't need to exist, but I would consider the others beneficial.
She sighs in return. Very well.
In return, I expect any profits to be made will benefit the Stalvolten family.
Of course.
Though it's a long process, and in the meantime, I'd like to prioritize other projects.
I see.
Then for now, you have my blessing and support. She wipes her mouth with her napkin, having sated her appetite. When Lyanna, dear.
Yes, mother.
I trust you understand how fortunate you are to have met a kindred spirit.
Wadash. I know that.
Everyone laughs together, and when Lyanna sighs, she laughs as well. It's a rather warm and wonderful dinner in the end. Asterisk finally settled into her lab in her family's estate, when Lyanna and Daniel begin discussing something Daniel has been curious about for a while. Can you explain how magic crystals work?
I'd love to.
I'll give a quick rundown, and you can ask me anything. For starters, as you've guessed before, magic crystals are made of simple salt, just like used at the dinner table. Using magic and appropriate methods, the crystals are polished to a smooth surface and coated with a resin blend, which grants them some resistance to moisture, but as you saw, it's not enough to make them hold up under continuous wetting, such as in use as a water crystal. She hands Daniel a stock crystal, a blank crystal that hasn't been charged with a magic element nor with pure mana. He watched as she made it, so it's extraordinarily simple, but rather expensive. For Daniel, it's about the size of a TV remote, which is a lot of salt to use for a single application. He asks, may I do whatever you like? I'm curious about where your brain is headed. He sniffs the crystal, and it doesn't have a particular smell, which he expected.
He licks it, and she gasps.
What? Sure enough, it tastes just like its sodium chloride base, with a slight bitterness that's probably the resin she mentioned. He quickly wipes his saliva off, inspecting it. You aren't supposed to taste it. Is the resin poisonous?
No, but it's not clean.
A little surprised, Daniel looks at her. She's serious.
It's salt.
Salt's one of the best natural preservatives there are. Preservatives. He stares at her blankly. The things this world lacks stuns him sometimes. How does this world preserve food for long-distance transport? Surely the military is intimately familiar with salted meat and pickling.
She stares at him. Daniel sighs.
I'm going to destroy this world, aren't I?
She scoffs and laughs.
You say such strange things all the time. What am I supposed to think? A poison people drink intentionally? Salt for transporting food. She chuckles, replying sincerely, for preserving food during transport, we use magic, of course. In fact, my mentor and inspiration created the modern magical equipment that can perform the task automatically, rather than needing a mage constantly present. We were able to drastically reduce mages dedicated only to logistics after that. It's Daniel's turn to stare at her blankly. He replies, magic equipment? She nods with a smile. That uses salt. Her face drops a little, and she realizes what he's getting at. Yeah, now that you mention it. Daniel laughs. Why's that funny?
Sorry. It's just ironic.
Magic circumvented some of the innovations of our world, and yet, circled right back. He looks up, saying wondrously, strange, how small things can be so strange. He looks at her, saying, I'm not an expert on the process, but salt by itself dehydrates most bacteria, mold and fungal spores. Drying helps as well, since moisture is what those little baddies thrive on. You mentioned bacteria before. What is that word? It's our word for tiny things that can't be seen by the naked eye and make food spoil. He thinks, does this world have magnifying tubes? She grips his shirt, shaking him lightly, geez.
Daniel.
You're driving me crazy. We need to start on these things.
Now.
Daniel chuckles, noticing her glasses. While glass doesn't seem to be heavily used in this world yet, it does exist. He asks, when Lyanna, is there a reason your glasses are hanging from your hairpiece?
She cocks her head.
It keeps them in front of my face. If I put them down somewhere, they're gone forever. Daniel is quiet. I have an idea, but while I work, I'd like to know. Daniel retrieves some of the simple metal wire she has. It's made of steel, so it's a little heavier than ideal, but it'll be sturdy. Has anyone tried making magic crystals out of glass?
Aw. You're quite astute, Daniel.
Why yes, many have tried. However, the ingredients to make a sturdy glass are among the materials of this world that don't contain magic, so glass can't sustain the magic charge. In fact, it's likely why glass was used for the relic. My teacher and I replaced the hand orb, and I was surprised to learn it's simple glass. She puts her hands on her hips, asking, I guess you'd like to know.
Sand, silica, and heat.
I think boron, for clarity or strength or something.
She frowns.
You're a jerk.
He chuckles.
I wish I knew all of the formulas we had for glasses for different purposes.
But it's strange.
What makes some materials suitable to host magic and others not?
Not sure.
It's been widely known that all living things, with exception of you, contain magic, and I actually learned post-Daniel that even plants contain enough magic to be analyzed by the relic.
Heck, even water alone.
I was rattling my brain trying to figure out why you don't. Daniel bends the metal wire into a frame as best as he can. He'll have to size the earpieces in a moment.
Salt water.
Sounds like it's bound to ingredients for life. Ingredients for life? Daniel nods as he clarifies his thought. In our world, we broke everything down to the smallest possible things we could perceive, and we discovered elements. Not elements in the same sense we use here. Elements as in all of the truly unique ingredients to the world. Iron, for example, aluminum, sodium, which is one half of salt, and chlorine, which is the other half of salt. There were a little over 100 unique elements our world had identified, and the various combinations created the many substances we came to know, like salt, and the many other kinds of salt, acids, proteins, and ultimately, the many combinations that make up life. Along the same lines, we also learned the many things that specifically define what's alive and what isn't. Maybe bacteria and mold aren't large enough to host magic, even in cultures, but perhaps it's more to do with the ingredients. Daniel thinks, and when Lyanna watches in disbelief. She barely understood. Or rather, she understood his words, but is struggling to truly picture and understand what it means. He truly is from another world, one far ahead of her own. She can scarcely imagine what his world looks like. And in contrast, he often behaves like he's seen all of her world before, like he was simply transported to the past written in his history books. He's only surprised when what he expects doesn't line up with his history books, it seems. Suddenly, Daniel snaps his fingers.
I have an idea. Carbon.
In our world, it's considered the fundamental basis to all life, at least in our world. This world seems to be mostly similar, or I likely wouldn't be able to eat anything here.
Carbon?
I assume this is one of your world's elements? Will we need one of these magnifying tubes to find it? Daniel chuckles. Actually, there's no way I'd be able to make a magnifier strong enough to see elements. However, I have a pretty good idea how to get carbon. Whether or not it'll work is another story, and whether or not we can achieve what I want is the mystery. Well, will you share?
Of course. We called it diamond.
In simple terms, it's what you get when you put charcoal under immense heat and pressure, and it becomes a clear gemstone like glass, but much harder.
A gemstone.
Daniel nods to confirm. If you'd like and have them, I'd like to learn the words for gemstones you have here. When Lyanna fidgets. The only gemstones here are in the Grand Duchess's locked jewelry box.
Never mind then.
I don't even want to know where it is. That's just asking for accusations of theft. She frowns, but he chuckles.
It's fine. We'll charge ahead then.
If it works, we'll make our own, and you can tell me what they're called. But, I'll definitely be needing your help. We'll need magic crystals to try it. He shows her the frame he made, which has the earpieces, but he'll need to bend hooks, since it'll poke her as she puts them on otherwise, and will allow them to fall off of her face. She inspects it curiously, realizing quickly what he made. He helps install her current glasses to the frame, and she tries them on, looking around with wide eyes. I don't believe it, they don't flop around.
Daniel chuckles.
I'm surprised you put up with such a design for so long. She frowns at him. You were going to say strange, weren't you?
He looks away. Whereat? Me? Never.
She plays with her glasses for a moment, murmuring, not many people can afford glasses in the first place. I'm lucky my mother was willing to get some made for me. When I'm reading, I had to tie up a hand just to hold them in place so I could read.
Daniel. Thank you.
Ha ha ha, sorry, that's the best I can do right now. But it was pestering me all this time. She smiles. Well then. Tell me what to do, and let's make your diamond, if you think we can. Daniel replies warmly, I do. By any chance, has anyone ever tried to charge gemstones with magic? Not all are the same, so they might not meet the requirements, but if my hunch is correct, we might be able to use diamonds. When Lyanna shakes her head. Not that I know of. They're cripplingly rare. All of the ones the Grand Duchess possesses were gifts from various ambassadors and distinguished persons currying favor in the kingdom. They're so rare, I probably shouldn't have told you she has them. It's supposed to be a secret. I don't know what you're talking about.
The G dash.
She halts, realizing from his smirk what he's saying.
She sighs, thank you. Sorry about that.
As far as I know, no one's tried anything magic with them. Daniel nods as he listens. Not surprising. It was a long time before we started using diamond for saw blades and drills. She stares at him once more. F dash.
For tools.
Daniel smiles with amusement.
Yes, ma'am.
Diamond is one of the hardest substances in our world, making it capable of cutting, scratching, etching, and drilling almost any other substance we have. There's only a couple that can't, and one of the materials I know of comes from, skyfall rocks.
Skyfall. Oh.
You mean meteors, right? Do they fall from the sky?
They do. Meteors.
That's our word for them.
Thank you. Meteors.
Actually, ironically, those same materials harder than diamond are also made of carbon, but a meteor impact generates a lot more force and heat, as well as sonic energy probably, that crystallizes the carbon in a much stronger and harder material.
We'll be able to make diamond, though. Probably. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's start. Let's.
The two begin working. While Daniel has studied the process of making diamonds out of boredom, it's not something he could easily afford to do in his world. Generally, massive presses that weigh hundreds of tons would be needed, especially to make diamonds the size Daniel is aiming for. First and foremost, though, they have to make a furnace to make purified graphite, so that he can verify his theory that carbon contains magic, like the salt used to make crystals. Because few things can beat electricity for its sheer range of utility, Daniel's first step is to ask the next obvious. So, I get why water crystals can't work, but are there lightning crystals? When Lyanna, as she helps set up the bricks for the furnace in the backyard of the estate, replies, there are, but they don't have many utilitarian uses, and they're extremely dangerous.
Dangerous?
More so than fire and heat crystals.
Much more so.
They can't be touched without killing the user. He cocks his head, but realizes something. He asks, can you make one?
I can.
They'll streamline a lot of the things we'll be doing. We'll probably need them. She hesitates, but nods reluctantly. She channels her magic using the appropriate equipment to charge the stock crystal from earlier with lightning magic, which causes it to glow purple. From what she's explained, the magic device used for charging crystals takes the magic spell from the spellcaster and amplifies its volume, using pure mana in the atmosphere, compressing the chosen element into the crystal. If diamond crystals end up working, they'll be able to withstand much more, allowing him a lot of new applications that even his world's technology struggled with. With the lightning crystal sitting in the cradle of the machine, when Lyanna states, I'll get my tongs. Wait here for a moment. She heads to her toolbox, but when she returns, she screams. What are you doing? Daniel is holding the lightning crystal in his bare hands. I told you touching it will kill you. Daniel smiles at her, turning it over in his hands.
I feel all right.
She trembles as she watches in horror. He remarks, don't worry, I'm not doing anything special. The moment you said touching it could kill the holder, I realized why. Every living thing in this world has magic mana present. Everything except me. That is not how you test that.
It's fine.
Electricity was as common as water in my world, and I worked with it a lot. I agree this isn't safe, but I wanted to know. I better understand these crystals now. He places it in the small box that was meant to hold it until they need it, and she approaches cautiously. She touches his arm, verifying he still has heat. Perhaps she's worried he's an undead, which is why he doesn't have magic. She looks at the crystal. As far as she knows, it's charged, and she dares not touch it. She trots over to a potted plant nearby, plucking a leaf and walking back over to the crystal, holding the leaf in the tongs.
However, Daniel stops her.
I know what you're about to do, but you don't have insulation on the tongs.
Insulation.
A material to prevent them from conducting the electricity from the leaf into you. Electricity has to go somewhere. Then you do it. She hands him the tongs, but he replies, it's not that simple.
Here.
Daniel looks around, finding some fabric. He pinches the fabric over the leaf using the tongs, and then sets the crystal on the floor. The path through a person is almost always ground, so we'll just see. He touches one end of the leaf to the ground, and then tips the other end to the crystal. Almost immediately, a black line appears in the leaf, and within seconds, it dries out and bursts into flames, causing Lyanna to scream. Daniel remarks as she tries to pull him back, "Huh. Even with that little amount of magic, the current was that high, huh? I see why it kills people so easily."
Daniel.
"Get back."
It's fine. The leaf is gone.
He carefully cleans the tongs and touches the crystal and ground at the same time, just to be safe. Satisfied there's no residual charge, he picks up the crystal with them, putting it back in the box. As usual, the amount of energy in such small crystals is amazing. I really could destroy this world. She stares at him with her mouth agape, and he adds with a chuckle, "Sorry. I have no intention of doing that. More so, I need to be careful of what I create here. It very well could do a lot of damage." He sets the tongs down, rubbing his hands together eagerly. That aside, I'm getting excited to begin. One step at a time, the two work towards the goal of making synthetic diamonds. With the furnace, powered by heating coils driven by the crystal, Daniel is able to attain the high temperatures needed to vulcanize and separate graphite, though they failed the first time when he allowed himself to forget about oxygen, which ruined the first batch by burning it off as carbon dioxide. Afterwards, with the graphite, Daniel forms a simple crystal with it using a mold. He asks Lyanna to attempt to charge it with water magic, which she does. Without access to the relic for the time being, they can't verify it contains magic, but they can attempt to charge it and see if it will hold a charge. And there's no safer element in this case than water, hopefully dash. They rig a standard mana control to it, so they can turn it on, off and adjust the range. Then, they set up outside near a portion of the garden no one goes to. The two shield themselves behind a low wall at Daniel's instruction, and the moment of truth is upon them. When Lyanna whispers, as if her words will blow up the crystal, "Why are we hiding? We don't know what will happen. In my world, pressurized water is used to cut stone in some cases. Water's volume is also relatively fixed, so if the crystal tries to dump its entire contents all at once. Let's hope this wall is sturdy." She looks at him, and he adds, "Also, we don't know if this thing won't explode. It seemed like it took the charge, but we won't know what will happen until we test it. Are you ready?" Lyanna swallows hard. "If this ruins the garden, let's hope it kills us. Mother will be less forgiving." He chuckles, and he turns the slider low. He then turns the switch on, turning up the slider just a little. To their surprise, water begins to spray haphazardly out of the graphite crystal. Lyanna jumps up to her feet, exclaiming, "It's working. I don't believe it." Daniel watches it diligently. He knows graphite is insoluble, so it won't dissolve in water, but he doesn't know all of the machinations of magic yet.
It's prudent to be cautious.
After a moment, the spraying continues with no signs of change. It's not much at present, but it's enough to prove concept, and the crystal hasn't broken yet. Lyanna starts to say, "This is incredible. It's not deteriorating at all. Even the best water crystals would have melted by now." She starts to dart towards it, but Daniel catches her lab robe, tugging her back. "We still don't know it's safe. Something's bothering me." "What is it?" She looks at him, glancing at the graphite as well.
It's still spraying.
What he notices is the object trembling. The setting is still extremely low, and he just wanted to prove it wouldn't melt while holding a charge the same way the salt crystals do. However, the trembling means something else is going on. Either it's generating uneven water forces, indicating a smooth surface is more critical than he might have thought, or something else is happening that they can't see. He says cautiously, "Crouch back down. I want to turn it up a little." She obeys, crouching back down as instructed.
All right. But I want to see it up close.
This could be revolutionary. Daniel turns the slider up a small amount. Almost immediately, the graphite trembles more violently, even though the water output is only slightly higher. He reacts just in time, grabbing Lyanna and pulling her to the ground as he covers her with his body. A loud bang rings out sharply, but it was only comparable to a rifle, which is loud, but not cataclysmic dash. He can hear the sounds of pebbles ricocheting off of stone and ripping through leaves nearby. Daniel shuts the control switch off, peeking over the wall before he lets Lyanna up. She whimpers, What happened?"
Daniel sighs.
He helps her up so she can look. The stand that it was on has been knocked over, and the graphite is gone. A worst-case scenario was a runaway reaction, where it would explode all of the water mass out. Instead, it seems like it was generating water internal to itself, and it exploded from the inside out.
What?
Daniel does his best to explain. It's likely the crystalline structure of the salt atoms distributes the magic easily to the surface of the crystal, preventing the release of the element internal to the crystal. However, graphite, which is what we were just using, is not an even crystalline structure. It's still pretty organized in the grand scheme of atoms, but nowhere near diamond. He grins. Still, it served as a pretty good proof of concept. When Lyanna laughs, leaning against the low wall. I can't believe I met the one person who can talk so far over my head, I feel like a toddler. She sighs, asking, so, we didn't do anything wrong?
No.
Graphite is relatively soft, so it was good we tested it first. We'll want to take extra precautions with diamond, but its transparency will let us see what's going on internally. He looks at Lyanna, offering his hand. Ready to get serious? She sighs, taking his hand. Do you even have to ask? They inspect the area around where the graphite was. It exploded into shards, some of which went flying, but that's it. The graphite didn't break down until the internal pressure caused it to pop. It had the potential to produce its full capacity of magic water otherwise. A limited output graphite water source could likely prove useful for impoverished and drought-plagued lands, but if it works, synthetic diamonds could go even further. The primary reason Daniel wants to tackle such a big project is to cement his place in the world, and to be able to create sturdier crystals that can make everyday life easier. Even the best artisans in the world can't conjure salt, and as far as he can tell, the sea is a fair distance away from the castle town he resides in currently, so creating a means of obtaining salt wouldn't benefit him just yet. But with crystals that can make use of any magic and withstand damage, as well as being made from readily available carbon, he might be able to make even better magical equipment. And because he has so many ideas and a willing accomplice, it should be possible to jumpstart Lyanna's research into much broader territory. A terrifying plague, consuming the land.
Screams. War. Blood.
The daytime sky is black as night, devoured by the deathly tendrils of poisonous smoke. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. All fall before the plague, their souls never to depart, but to be devoured instead.
Crack boom.
Terrifying thunder, and a dragon falls. The mightiest of the creatures in the land. Before it stands only two, a man with dark hair and dark eyes wielding a staff that summons all four of the worldly elements into one. And beside him, a small woman with curled horns and a tail, radiating death itself.
A plague unto themselves.
They are the vanguard of death, surrounded by a sea of darkness and blood. And then suddenly, a sunrise erases it all. She cries out, falling to her hands and knees. She couldn't even process all of what she was seeing. She spits up blood on the floor of the throne room as the onlookers gasp, and someone calls for a healer. King Regent Rudo asks quickly, Lady Dawnseer? I'm sorry to ask you to perform such a spell. She holds up her hand, coughing, but trying to assuage his concerns. She coughs, rasping out hoarsely, It shouldn't cough be like this. She descends into a coughing fit, spitting up blood once more. Her assistant hands her water, and she does her best to gulp it down, while a chair is provided for her to ease herself into. Princess Herales asks quickly, Lady Dawnseer, what was it?
What did?
Rudo softly stops her, shaking his head.
He says gently, catch your breath.
The strain was clearly too much. The Dawnseer nods her head, panting and coughing weakly. She murmurs, the vision, it's gotten worse.
I saw a plague.
Its form, I could make no sense of it. But it consumed all in its path, like an unstoppable fire. She hugs her sides, murmuring, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, and the two from before, a man and woman. They were shrouded in darkness and the aura of death. There was so much blood, she covers her mouth, and the royal family glances at each other. Rudo asks cautiously, can you describe the two? If I understand correctly, they appeared in the vision that prompted you to summon myself and Daniel.
The woman shakes her head.
Only their genders, she perks up, oh.
This time I saw horns.
The woman had horns and a tail. The nobles in the room murmur. Could it be? If it is her, then we may already be too late. Has she really grown so strong? Rudo asks, am I right to assume the consensus is the leader of the demons? The nobles nod and Herales murmurs, though little is known about her, it's believed she descended from dark elves and dragonkin, making her extremely powerful on her own. We only know the demon army serves a queen, because a single escaped prisoner of war, a divine hero from our world, was able to return to us. Is there something that should have made Daniel or I special? Princess Aramaya, the most curious and well-read on the summoning, explains, it is said in the books about the summoning that the summoned heroes pass through the divine realm and directly receive blessings from the gods. Their form is suited to the hero, and stands in counter to the enemy. Rikudo puts his hand on his chin, thinking.
I see.
So, although my powers aren't particularly strong, perhaps it is merely a matter of bolstering the kingdom. Or, perhaps it is something Daniel and I will accomplish together. Heracles asks, did the god speak to you? I couldn't recall it at the time, but the goddess I met explained the summoning, which is why it wasn't such a shock when I arrived. It was kind of like waking from a dream, though it came back to me after a time. As for a plan, I'm afraid they couldn't give me a roadmap, only blessings that were determined by fate. Does that mean Mr. Daniel's fate was to arrive here without magic? Asks Aramaya.
Rikudo ponders it.
I would think so. But then, it's strange that the goddess didn't mention I would be with someone else. He becomes a little uneasy. Tell me, Lady Dawnseer, this man you saw in your vision, can you tell me anything about him? She lowers her head, only that he had dark hair and dark eyes, and he used a magic staff that summoned all 4 of the worldly elements.
Dark hair and dark eyes, huh?
I suppose that could describe me. Heracles asks at an urgent whisper, you think Daniel might side with the demon queen? Rikudo quickly puts the notion to rest. No.
No.
It briefly crossed my mind, and we should consider all possibilities. After all, the description is extremely vague, and from what you've all told me, the vision prior to our arrival was very similar, if not the same, in regards to the pair. Daniel doesn't strike me as the type to pick fights, let alone betray anyone. I suppose that's true. He rather let the lady artisan push him around, I suppose. Rikudo can't deny that. He asks the fortune teller, Lady Dawnseer, is there anything else you can tell us? She ponders for a moment. The crushing feeling of despair. I don't know how to describe it truly. To die in that battle. I fear hell would be a reprieve. There was something awful in that darkness, in that plague. Something only the sun itself could purge. Heracles cautions, dawn-seeing isn't an exact practice. What she saw could be somewhat metaphorical for something we don't have descriptions for. The elderly woman nods in agreement. Her Highness speaks the truth, I'm afraid. It is likely why I cannot envision the terrible thing lurking beyond the darkness, and why it strangles my perception of the other two.
Rikudo reassures her, you've done what you can.
At least we know there is a greater threat than mere warfare, which is terrible enough. If we can, we should attempt to coordinate with the Empire and the other kingdoms and see if we can determine the true nature of this darkness before it gets beyond our ability to respond.
Thank you all.
The nobles bow and file out, and the Dawnseer relaxes in the chair as her assistants lift it and carry her out as well, escorted by healers. Once it's just Rikudo, the Prime Minister, and the princesses, he asks quietly, how reliable are the Lady Dawnseer's visions, truthfully? I mean no disrespect. I just want to know what to expect. Heracles replies softly, more right than wrong. The process starts with prophetic dreams being reported, and when a trend of the same prophetic dream appears of something serious, the Dawnseer is consulted. The circumstances could be different, but the imagery is usually correct. There is a man and a woman of terrifying power somewhere, and something worse that can't be imagined. Usually, though, the Dawnseer can see much more detail. Aramaya offers gently, is it possible the crushing despair she described could be why? Rikudo ponders, agreeing with the thought. I noticed that too. Her body had a visceral reaction to an overwhelming amount of fear. She'll need to be monitored overnight. Talaxes, the Prime Minister, bows. I shall ensure she is watched diligently, Your Majesty. Rikudo acknowledges him with a nod. He ponders Daniel silently once more though. He himself seems to be a known quantity in this world, fitting in easily with the royalty, making progress in stabilizing the relatively small kingdom in the interest of avoiding collapse due to the ongoing war. His years at university didn't necessarily prepare him for leading, but he's managed somehow, most likely thanks to highly advanced knowledge, just like Daniel. However, Daniel is the odd piece. He doesn't fit with the world's logic, and he wasn't mentioned by the goddess, which seems like a strange oversight if they were going to arrive together. To give him no magic at all almost seems more intentional than giving him a set of talents that are rare, but more normal in this world. If that's the case, though, then what would the purpose be? He expressly has no interest in leading, and he is rather skilled at figuring out and adapting Earth technology to this world. Even now, the pump he made has been put in service and, just as he hoped, fills a vessel on the roof of the castle, which feeds washing, cleaning, and castle defense with an ever-expanding network of pipes and valves. They're both suited to roles, it seems, and yet, the goddess neglected to tell them about each other. It's strange, and doesn't seem to be something he can solve so easily without some more thought. And it's definitely not helped by the additional concerns caused by the Doncier's fortune, which seems to be corroborated at least some by the princesses. For now, his best bet is to keep strengthening the kingdom. And as for Daniel, he'll have to keep an eye on him as best as possible. Author's note: Hey dear readers. I wrote this chapter a couple weeks ago to add more character to Rudo, specifically, so it came much later than chapter 7 on its own. So, since it's a bonus chapter, I'm posting it with chapter 7. I hope you enjoy. Daniel is seated under one of the trees in the castle courtyard after working on improving the plumbing for the water pump. The current setup is leaky and wastes a lot of the machine's effort trying to lift water to the roof of the structure. Rudo had put in a request after complaints were coming in from the algae growing on the stone walls and puddles sometimes appearing inside the hallways and rooms, which start to mold or damage the furnishings and decor. It's a fairly beautiful day with a moderately warm temperature, and the work is progressing smoothly. He takes a drink from his water skin, noticing a handful of people approaching. From what he has seen so far, Daniel knows that Rudo isn't pompous, even though he is the king regent of Mornisti, filling the leadership role in order to shortcut many of the official processes so that he can improve the economy of the kingdom by having the authority of the ruler. Greydald and the queen still have authority, but they often remain hands-off and observe, while Rudo and Herales do most of the decision-making and paperwork. And approaching the earthling mechanic now is none other than Rudo, escorted by several guards. It's not an aggressive march, so it's likely that Rudo was just taking a walk for a break, and he noticed Daniel. Daniel climbs to a kneel, greeting Rudo properly lest he find himself in hot water. Your Majesty. I really wish I could tell you to stop that, remarks Rudo. It still feels weird.
Daniel chuckles.
Well, if you were alone, Your Majesty.
Enough. Just call me Rudo for now.
You four, ignore anything Daniel does or says for now. The guards bow their heads, likely know that Rudo is just like this, and there's no need for concern, since they're in relative privacy, so long as others are at a distance. As you wish, King Regent. Daniel, as dirty as he is from working on the piping and trenches to bury it, works as an adequate repellent for most of the aristocracy.
Thank you.
I'll be taking my break here as well. The guards nod, spreading out to keep watch but give Daniel and Rudo a little privacy to shoot the breeze. I don't hope to cause pressure, but I'm curious, how's the work going?
Great, replies the mechanic.
When Lyanna and I made a makeshift soldering torch using a flame crystal and a wind crystal, so sealing the piping has been no issue. Daniel demonstrates the relatively small torch, and how it projects a high flame, which Daniel can adjust the heat and length of using 2 separate knobs. I left my gas chromatograph at home, so this works as a great substitute. Gas what? Daniel smiles in amusement. A machine that can determine what a substance, usually gases, are by how they bend light.
I think.
We had one at my last workplace, but I actually don't know how it works exactly.
Ah. A joke then. Of course.
Humor is the best way to survive anything. I think armor and magic barriers give a good effort, retorts Rudo, and they both snicker warmly. Daniel adds an answer to the question about the work on the pump and plumbing. I've been digging the trenches by hand, which is tedious work, but good exercise. Is that why I haven't seen Duchess when Lyanna? The digging beneath even her.
Ha ha ha, not at all.
I described a jackhammer and how we might be able to do something with concentrated air, so she's in the lab with a hawk, experimenting on making an air hammer. If they can get it to work, it should work like a cross between a leaf blower and a jackhammer. Sounds messy, replies the King Regent. Daniel adds in a warm tone, I'll try to keep the mess down if they can get it working. Could you add water to keep the dust down? Asks Rudo. If I've heard correctly, enhanced magic crystals can store water. You'd have to ask when Lyanna about that, Your Majesty.
But,
What is it?
Well,
the Venturi effect isn't too difficult to produce, so with a tank of water nearby.
Rudo laughs.
Sounds like you're making a pressure washer to dig ditches.
Why not?
Hey, I'm not disagreeing. Mud will look worse in the immediate, but dust will get all through the castle and be a nightmare for the cleaning staff. And there's tons of water right there. True, replies Daniel, acknowledging the portion of the river that flows through the castle grounds and under the fortress itself. Is there anything you can't make, Daniel? Oof, hitting me where it hurts, Rudo. I've been working for weeks on getting an internet connection, and I just can't find a signal. Rudo bursts into laughter. It wasn't that funny, but given the absurdity of the notion, it certainly was humorous, since they both came from the age of the internet, where information on virtually all subjects was available at anyone's fingertips. Entertainment is sparse in the world of Zencon, and most of what likely entertained both Daniel and Rikuto was hosted on the internet. It's even possible, though highly unlikely, that they were watching the same tubers at the same time, or even in that small chance, played alongside each other in video games thanks to the global connectivity provided by the world-spanning network. I'd like to dedicate all of the funds of Mornisti to help you, Daniel, but...
Yeah.
I might as well spend that money looking for a genie to grant wishes. They both chuckle as Rikuto nods. The Japanese otherworlder then groans softly as he stares out at the huge kingdom. I'd settle for simple things.
Like rice. Daniel teases him, rice?
What, are you a generic Japanese isekai protagonist?
Rikuto retorts, worse.
I'm a generic Japanese isekai protagonist written how an American would write him. They both laugh and Daniel jokes, well, if you're the protagonist, what does that make me?
Good question.
Maybe, the antagonist.
Pfft. Okay.
You haven't seen real antagonism yet, Mr. Hero. They once more share in the humor. Rikuto then asks, surely you know how I must feel though. Isn't there anything from USA that you miss? Bacon or cheeseburgers or something? Tons of things, and certainly those things. But dwelling on things that make us feel powerless is a sure way to fall into depression. Daniel leans back, adding quietly, I survived my own struggles with depression. It wasn't easy, especially because I didn't want to burden anyone. What happened? Asks Rikuto gently. Nothing as crazy as you might think. Sometimes I wonder if I would survive battle. It's just, there would be times when an 80-hour work week felt like a break, as sad as that is to say. They say the Navy has changed a lot over the years, but whether the Navy did or not, it's the people who don't change. The scum still get away with whatever they want, and many of them get promoted by leadership through attrition. Couple that with people who regularly told some of us to end ourselves because we didn't do things their exact barely correct way.
The stress piled up.
There were times that walking off of the fantail looked sorely tempting. Daniel looks up at the sky from under the tree they're taking a break under. I'd sometimes wonder what it would look like. Would I have been sent 100 feet beneath the sea by the eddy currents? Would I have been able to see the sun, or the moon, shining down through the ripped-up water as my last sight? Would I find serenity in the glow of the bioluminescent creatures stirred up in the ship's wake? The mechanic then looks at his otherworlder counterpart. I was convincing myself that a brief moment of serenity, even surrounded by crushing pain, would still be less painful than going on. I had to force myself to try to keep focused on the light at the end of the tunnel, my last day in. The American scoffs. It all seems so trivial now. But that's also what helped me at times. I knew in my heart that there were soldiers on the front lines, being shot at and risking actual life and limb every day. He manages a smile at his Japanese companion. Anyways, I made concerted efforts not to dwell too much on things beyond my control. Even though I knew that, I still struggled to really put it out of my mind.
I see.
That put some things in perspective. University was rough at times, but I guess I had it pretty good overall, all things considered. Everyone has their own struggles. But some of the best advice I ever got was at my second major job, the one after the Navy. I wasn't there to save lives or anything. No one's going to die if the machines shut down. So take your time and do it right. Daniel chuckles lightly. I know that's not the best advice to give a king, but I have seen for myself when trying to save the day on something that doesn't matter will only get someone hurt.
Or worse.
Training is one thing, but emergencies need to be emergencies. If we treat everything like it's the end of the world, there won't be anyone standing at the end. Daniel makes a finger gun at his own temple, and Rikuto gets the point. The mechanic is saying that if pressure gets too high, then even many of the strongest will give up. If not specifically on life itself, then the cause for certain is what would be abandoned.
Rikuto sighs.
He tries to lighten the mood a bit.
Still though.
That doesn't get me any closer to rice.
Daniel snorts. Pfft.
Are Japanese people really that obsessed with rice? I don't know, but I do miss it, man. Daniel laughs as he lays down on the grass. He asks sarcastically, let me guess, you'd trade a rib for miso and soy sauce too? Oh God, I'd trade my left arm for those. You don't even know. Again, the mechanic snickers lightly, and the former college student lays down as well. Daniel adds softly, I suppose I miss my rum.
And soda pop. Oof, and pizza.
I'd give my right eye for pizza right now. Maybe you should make one.
Man, not just any pizza.
My dad used to make the best pizza dough. And I don't even know what all goes into a proper sauce. It had been about a month since Daniel left the castle walls, entrusted with the impossible task of learning the language without magic and adapting to a world that ran on it.
For most, it would have been a death sentence.
For Daniel, it was just another day in a new job. Children were his first tutors. They laughed at his awkward speech and called him dumb adult, but he didn't mind. In their laughter, he found an unexpected classroom. Slowly, painfully, he pieced together simple phrases. He pointed, mimicked, and repeated words until the locals could mostly understand his intent, if not his grammar. His curse, the inability to use or be affected by magic, was also his gift. Because in a world where magic made things work, and when magic didn't, people were stuck, Daniel's instincts kicked in. Over a decade of maintaining complex machines in his old world gave him the eyes to see what others didn't: grime, buildup, corrosion, mechanical strain, signs of failure. He couldn't cast spells, but he could clean a calcified magic heater crystal, realign airflow paths for wind-powered fans, and fashion soap and descaling agents out of oils and fruit acids. Word of his work spread faster than he anticipated. And for a man who barely spoke the language, his name was on many lips, especially among innkeepers and shop owners whose expensive magical appliances were suddenly humming again for the price of elbow grease and honesty. He'd paid 3 months' rent in advance after just a handful of gigs. Not bad for a guy who showed up with no magic and no money. The town's general store was a familiar stop now. The shopkeeper, a friendly cat-faced man named Yargian, had grown fond of Daniel's peculiar speech and humble attitude. That day, Daniel noticed a book on display. The cover read something like Basic Theory of Applied Magic, Volume 1. Daniel could only decipher half the title, but that was enough.
He pointed. This book. How much? 200 Volden, Yargian said.
And don't bother haggling, I'm firm. Daniel raised his hands in mock surrender.
Not ask lower.
Ask resell. Yargian tilted his head. You want to buy it, and resell it? In my world, we bind books better.
Keep pages safe. Maybe make new type. A pause. Then laughter. I see.
You want to rebind it, sell it back here?
That's new. All right.
I'll take 15% if it sells.
Daniel nodded. Deal.
He spent the night boiling glue from flour and water, shaping crude spine pieces from scrap wood, and realigning the pages using handmade tools. It was rough but solid.
The cover held.
The pages didn't fall out. It was a book, not a fragile bundle of paper. When he returned the next day, Yargian was impressed. Wait, the spine goes this way? He asked, puzzled. Daniel demonstrated how the book could now be held with one hand, flipped cleanly, and read from either side without a second person holding the pages down. The durability was self-evident. Yargian nodded thoughtfully. We'll list it for 300. If it sells, I'll let you know.
Then he added, oh.
Marthy stopped by this morning. Asked if I'd seen the magic artificer. That's you, I assume.
Daniel laughed. No magic. Just fix.
She said something about an oven. Didn't give details. Might be worth checking.
I go now.
You need fix lock. Yargian nodded. When you get a chance.
Door sticky again.
We'll look after. The Adventurers Guild pub was already buzzing with chatter and clinking dishes when Daniel arrived. Marthy, the pub owner, beamed when she saw him. You must be the one Yargian mentioned. The magic fixer. Daniel offered a polite nod.
No magic. Just repair.
Name Daniel. Well, Daniel, I've got a crystal stove that's only heating on one side.
Lunch rush is coming.
Can you take a look?
Please.
Lead way. In the kitchen, Daniel assessed the unit. Crystal-powered ovens, from what he'd gathered, worked like electric stovetops. Magic flowed from the core crystals through contact plates to generate heat. When they failed, it was usually a mechanical issue masquerading as a magical one. He confirmed one side worked, the other didn't. Carefully, he dismantled the stove's components, poking around with a practiced touch. Within minutes, he spotted the issue: poor contact from a loose, fatigued spring that held the heating crystal against the metal plate. A little tension adjustment, a smattering of his homemade thermal paste, and the left side of the stove roared back to life. Marthy waved her hand over the surface and yelped in surprise.
It's hot.
It's really working.
Daniel grinned.
Heat transfer better now.
Better?
It's faster than it's ever been. At her request, he repeated the process on the other side. By the time the lunch rush started, both sides of the stove were working at peak efficiency. The kitchen ran smoother than ever, and the food cooked faster than anyone remembered. How much do I owe you?
Marthy asked. Daniel hesitated. 3 Volden. The chef choked.
Marthy stared like he'd grown a second head. Not enough, she shouted, then bolted out of the room. She returned with a tray of coins. 50 Volden now, and you eat here free. Forever. Daniel tried to protest. She shoved the tray into his chest. Non-negotiable. He laughed, rubbing the back of his head.
All right. Thank you.
As he turned to leave, she asked softly, Daniel, are you married?
He blinked. No. She smiled. Good.
Just curious.
He blushed. Still learning words.
Can't speak well. Marthy crossed her arms. You've said enough already. He waved with a sheepish smile. Going to Yargian.
Lock fix. She nodded.
Next time, you're staying for dinner. That evening, Daniel walked home under the dimming sky, feeling more grounded than he had in weeks. He wasn't a hero.
He wasn't powerful.
But he was useful. And in a world like this, that was more than enough. Elsewhere, Castle Laboratory. When Lyanna adjusted the tiny harness on a mewling Benki kit, a weasel-like creature with cat features. She gently lowered it onto the relic's sensing orb. Glow. Another reaction. Same as the last 10 animals. Even insects produced a result. Only one living being she had tested had produced nothing, Daniel. She narrowed her eyes. Not even a flicker of magic resonance.
Nothing. Inanimate. Like stone. Like steel. She gritted her teeth. Plants.
I'll try plants next. She made her way through the castle grounds toward the town, intending to gather specimens. On the way, she spotted her absent apprentice, Gunther, flirting with a girl near the well. A dropped tome spilled its pages across the stone path like leaves in the wind. She scolded him sharply, then waved him off, collecting the pages herself.
Hopeless.
Still, she had work to do. At the town library, she planned to get the book rebound, but as she entered, something caught her eye.
A display. A book. Bound sideways. Sturdy. Uniform.
Pages that flexed without tearing.
Her jaw dropped. Hardy, she said sharply.
Do this for mine. The old librarian chuckled. I'd love to, but I didn't make it. Some fellow named Daniel brought it in.
Fixed it himself.
When Lyanna's eyes gleamed, she slapped her palms onto the desk and leaned in. Where? That said, he is making excellent progress, and the blacksmiths and prospective plumbers earn him moments for breaks while the work continues. He even asked them to make a pipe bender, which the blacksmiths were happy to oblige. The mechanic from Earth doesn't know how proper elbows were made, but as long as the plumbing can make turns at all, he'll be satisfied for now. Meanwhile, the stonemasons for the castle are working to make a route for the piping to go into the fortress and then reach the roof via an indoor path, but it's a project unto itself in an effort to avoid rooms with priceless decor or treasures, and then boring through the stone. Daniel was able to prepare the piping and solder for the external plumbing to avoid the leaking issues for a quick and dirty immediate fix. Once the interior work is finished, they'll be able to protect the piping more adequately from the wear and tear of the weather. Thankfully, Mornisti is located in a rather stable temperate climate, so even in the winter, the piping should be relatively safe from freezing, save the coldest of days. Daniel is standing on scaffolding about 7 feet high, which allows 10-foot sections to be added at a time, and he can solder them together. He swirls his hand around in a circle, signaling for the hoisting teams on the roof to slowly lift the main section of pipe that's finished, and he keeps them going until the main section is at about the right height. The ground teams then help hoist the next section, which is lifted from a higher floor on the scaffolding. Once the pieces are close, Daniel uses the slightly fluted female end of the pipe to help keep the two pieces together while soldering. Just as he's getting the next pieces lined up, he notices Rudo and Herales approaching with Lyanna and Arameliana this time. Rudo waves, and Daniel returns the gesture to signal that he sees them. He looks at the Boruan man working with him, a somewhat bull-like man with a muscular build and slightly larger stature, though Boruan women get even larger and more
cushiony.
Think you can handle it for a bit, Ivumgo? Daniel struggles a little with remembering the fantasy world names of Zencon, especially because there aren't just different countries and ethnicities, but even different humanoid and less than humanoid races, such as the Craudists.
Ivumgo nods. Sure thing, Daniel.
I'm surprised such a methodology will really work. That's the nice thing. Even if there are small leaks, you can just seal them the same way. Just be careful not to melt a joint fully and drop the lower sections. Oh, and of course you have to do it when the pipe is dry, so make sure to drain it before working. Ivumgo bobs his head vigorously, absorbing the knowledge. He glances at his own apprentice, who is scribbling notes down on a slate board. Daniel pats the Boruan's shoulder as he hands over the soldering torch and solder, making his way down from the scaffolding. He jokes as he climbs, "Oh, and if it does leak, you're climbing up or down to fix it, Ivungo." The horned humankin snickers. "I got it, Daniel," as the others around them laugh as well. One of the prospective plumbers stops Daniel briefly on the ground, expressing gratitude. "Daniel, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. Please, it's knowledge that should be shared, because it'll make all of our lives easier. You think I want to crawl all over these walls and run plumbing to the whole castle?" The group laughs, and Daniel adds, "Just be sure to share the knowledge with people you train. That's how you can thank me."
Will do. Thanks again.
"You're welcome. Now, please excuse me." The group of tradesmen make way, and Daniel walks over to the four important people that came to check on the work. They stopped outside of the work zone so the workers wouldn't have to stop to bow or kneel. Daniel does, since they're in mixed company, Your Majesty King Regent Rudo, and Your Beautiful Highness Princess Herales. You grace me with your presence. And Your Grace Grand Duchess Lyanna, and esteemed Duchess Lyanna, I am pleased to see you as always. Lyanna groans softly, and Rudo chuckles a little. The King Regent asks warmly, "Got a minute to take a break, Daniel?" "Anything for His Majesty," replies Daniel brightly. "I'm serious. If now's not a good time." "So am I, Your Majesty." They're practically teaching each other now. "If there are any leaks, I'll deal with it later, but I have faith. Most of them are far better smiths and plumbers than I could ever hope to be."
Rudo nods.
Lyanna asks, "Is there a reason you did not simply build scaffolding all the way up, Daniel? I imagine there is a great deal more work needed." "You're not wrong, Your Grace. But as you can see, we chose to run the piping along the windows, so we'll just reach out and apply the anchors from the windows. It'll be more cost-effective." He looks to the side, and adds quietly, "Plus, I didn't like scaffolding from our world much. I don't know how much I trust scaffolding here."
Rudo laughs.
"Afraid of heights, are we?"
"No.
"Afraid of death traps, Your Majesty. I believe the carpenters of this world are very skilled. But that skill comes at the cost of time and money, since they'd have to make a lot of lumber to get that high. It's far easier to simply do what we're doing, and it'll save time in the long run."
"Fair enough."
"Daniel," starts Herales. "If we were to get additional pumps for the castle, would they all share this one pipe?" Daniel cocks his head, glancing at Rudo. The Japanese man clears his throat. "I may or may not have described the Japanese concept of a bath, Daniel. There was a great deal of interest in making a bathhouse."
"Oh.
Well, if that's the case, if I may humbly recommend, I would suggest that you build a separate structure close to the river, and then build a heating furnace that the water can be pumped through straight into the, tub, rather than sending it all the way to the roof to come back down, since the tub can serve as a tank. And while you're at it, make a smaller pump to circulate the water back through the furnace to keep a certain temperature." "You get it, don't you?" exclaims Rudo excitedly. The true glory of a bath. A real soak in warm water, melting the stress away." Daniel is taken aback in surprise. "But," he replies, "well, I have made do with worse. Still, little compares to a nice hot bath." This time, when Lyanna chimes in, "I can appreciate the feeling of warm water, but wouldn't it be better to simply have the water overflow and drain back into the river? Then, we would only need one pump." Rudo nods, Yes. Since the incoming water is heated anyways, that's an excellent idea. We'll just have it drained and cleaned every night." Daniel then adds for Herales, "Your Highness, if you are hoping for a private bath in your own chamber, and to serve multiple private chambers, then we will definitely need a greater flow rate to the roof tank, so a second pump would be advised, but we would need to add more piping for the increased flow, otherwise it would be diminishing returns. We could also replace this pump with a much larger pump, though again, we'd need a larger pipe." Lyanna smirks, understanding exactly what he's worried about, since he does his best to make everything efficient in order to bring the greatest profit while still being affordable. But if you're worried about making baths accessible to the whole castle, then Rudo's bathhouse is a better idea, and far more cost-effective in the long run, I think. I'll also run some ideas by Lyanna and Lyanna for producing filters to clean the incoming water even more." Herales replies, "I think for Mother, myself and Ari, I'd prefer to have the option for a private bath in our own quarters."
Daniel nods.
"It'll obviously add equipment." "It's fairly easy to heat water in smaller amounts," replies Lyanna brightly. "If we fill a heating vessel near the desired areas, the water can be heated just before a bath, and then drained into the bathtub. Daniel nods in agreement.
Makes sense to me.
If we do it right, though, we could probably modify the heating unit for inline, on-demand heating. Once again, the former court magic artisan writes furiously in her notebook, keeping it handy for more ideas or to jot down passing mentions of earthly technology. Rudo smirks at Lyanna, joking with her as much as with Daniel. It seems, Grand Duchess, that I should take Daniel into the royal court. Many of these plans seem to result in siphoning royal funds to the Grand Duchy. I pay my taxes, retorts the matron of the Stalvolton household warmly. And I've been giving the royal family a great discount already. If you were to poach one of my employees, you would be inviting a great deal of trouble for both of us. The otherworlder king adds humorously, haha, I'm sure I would. Your Grace, Daniel, I'll start drafting plans for the bathhouse and take any feedback you can provide. I'll figure out sizes and let you know how much water we need to move.
Daniel nods.
It'll be significantly easier the lower it is, obviously, as well as the closer it is to the source water. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Is there anything you need from me? At this time, no, Your Majesty. Thank you for your generosity. Daniel, starts Heraless once more. I'd like to revisit our discussion on mining equipment when you get a chance. I understand Duchess Lyanna and Lady Ahak were working on some sort of digging device.
She looks at Lyanna.
Yes, Your Highness. Regrettably, this project is beyond the need for such a device, but it will prove beneficial for plumbers, as well as even farmers. I don't know if it'll break through rock though, adds Daniel. We had water jets on Earth that could cut through and break rock, but it produces a muddy mess that can hide the things you're digging for without a method to filter it out. They all look at Lyanna, who is scribbling notes down. Heraless jokes with a giggle, I see. Then, I trust it will be worked on with the utmost haste. Leave it to us, Your Highness. Cheers, Lyanna. I'll drag everything I can out of my assistant, and we'll make it work. Lyanna smiles proudly, and Rudo nods with an approving bob of his head.
Good. Then, we'll check in later.
Your Grace, Duchess, please let us know if you need anything to make the projects possible. Lyanna curtsies, which is a rare sight, and she replies, as you wish, Your Majesty. Please take care, my king, Your Highness. Lyanna mimics her mother, and Daniel bows, allowing Rudo and Heraless to excuse themselves. The young brunette magic artisan beams at Daniel, asking excitedly, so Daniel, where shall we begin? Daniel chuckles in good humor. I'd like to begin where I left off, if that's all right. He gestures over his shoulder at the ongoing work on the plumbing.
Oh, right.
The Grand Duchess puts her hand on her daughter's shoulder. I understand you have an incomplete project, Lyanna. Is there something you are lacking?
Not specifically, no.
I just wasn't sure if we could use enhanced magic crystals for water crystals yet. It would make many of the projects easier. Allow me to solidify our distribution channels, then, my dear Lyanna. In the meantime, Daniel, please do not neglect my daughter when the work seems to be progressing without you. Daniel bows respectfully, of course, Your Grace. If you don't mind working here, my lady, I will sketch out some of the things we just talked about. It'd be a big help if you and Ahak can tackle them for now.
She nods. Excellent.
Let us begin then. Daniel notices as Lyanna walks briskly ahead that Lyanna is smiling at both of them. She has the face of a powerful matron, but it's a gentle expression that she bears now. Daniel smiles and bows his head. He's glad that Lyanna is so happy, since it also makes her mother happy. The weeks roll by relatively quickly. As she mentioned, Lyanna's bankroll is enough sufficient for them to work on their project, and much of the time, as long as they keep out of sight and don't disrupt any of the Grand Duchess's events, she doesn't pry or disrupt their work. As for a design, they've chosen for something only magic crystals can make possible. The anvils are a fraction of the size of those used in modern technology, but powered by wind crystal pressurized hydraulics. They have to bury the bulk of the system to ensure it doesn't explode, which is the bulk of Daniel's work as Lyanna polishes designs and commissions the anvil pieces and the shell of the actual press, which needs to withstand several thousand degrees. Unfortunately, salt's melting temperature is around half of the minimum they need to get good diamond, so they also have to make heating elements for electrical power. Ironically, graphite proves to be highly useful for electrical crystals, since graphite itself is conductive enough not to destroy itself, and graphite is much easier for them to make than the salt crystals. Now, as long as they can maintain both the pressure and temperature, which Lyanna is also able to make simple measurements of so they can maintain conditions as stable as possible, diamonds should begin to form from graphite stones. Now, it's been 6 months since they began, and the device has finally cooled. Daniel makes a rig to melt the solvent metals away once they extract the slag-covered mass from the anvils. It's all a slow process, and he has to be careful not to expose the diamond to air, lest it burn itself off as CO2 before the metal can melt. Thankfully, they only have to get the bulk of the slag off, and then the rest can be ground away, since nothing they have is harder than diamond, assuming a diamond even formed after all of this time. The moment of truth arrives. Daniel uses a crude file as when Lyanna watches over his shoulder, and even her sisters and the Grand Duchess are watching curiously from a safe distance. When Lyanna mentioned that they were attempting to make a gemstone, which piqued her family's curiosity. And thankfully, as Daniel files, a relieving sight reveals itself behind the slag, a glass-like substance harder than any other known substance in this world, and near the top in Daniel's world. When Lyanna gasps, prying his hands out of the way so she can see. Is that? Daniel chuckles, allowing her to take it and inspect it. He says politely, "My lady, it'll be easier to inspect once it's free of all of the metal." Still, she eagerly peeks at the small view of glass revealed by the scratches in the metal. I don't believe it.
May I finish?
She quickly hands it back. Hurry, Daniel. He resumes filing, removing the rest of the metal and revealing more and more of the diamond's crystalline sheen. Unfortunately, the hardness of the diamond will undoubtedly chew through the bite of his file, so he has to minimize scraping against the diamond. He also doesn't have a good way to polish its surface, so even though it does stand out from the metal, it's definitely not going to be a particularly beautiful diamond. That said, like his world, they have ways of cutting and polishing diamond, surely, so he doesn't worry about it for now. Regardless, it still is very obvious what it is, especially because Daniel ensured to keep any discoloring gases like nitrogen away from the carbon by using a metal solvent, a method discovered to keep the carbon from burning, while also dissolving it into a much easier form. When Lyanna laughs as she cradles the cleaned crystal, seemingly afraid it'll break if she drops it. Its surface is a little damaged, likely from diamond particles being scraped across it from the file, but it's very clearly the same thing as whatever they call diamond in this world. And it's about the size of a standard saltstock crystal, roughly the size of a person's balled and fingers, minus the meat of the hand. Compared to the diamonds they're used to, it's humongous. It really is it. Lyanna approaches, and she holds her hand out. When Lyanna eagerly hands over the crystal, and the Grand Duchess inspects it closely. She whispers, "Dear God," as she stares at it, and the sisters crowd in as well.
Is this glass?
Daniel replies with a warm smile, "I'm willing to find out, Your Grace." He requests the crystal, and she hands it back. He sets it on the workbench and slams a hammer on it, causing the women to shriek. However, it leaves a dent in the hammer, and the crystal is unmarred. He grins, handing it back to the stupefied Grand Duchess as when Lyanna and her sisters also stare in disbelief. Daniel knows their word for diamond, now thanks to the Grand Duchess saying it with an amazed tone. Diamond? It really is, isn't it? It's gigantic. Yanadir asks softly, "Have you any idea how much that is worth, mother?" She looks to the Grand Duchess with wide eyes as the latter allows the second eldest daughter to take possession and inspect it. "I don't know that such a gem could be appraised, dear Yanadir. It could quite possibly exceed the wealth of this kingdom." There's an awkward silence, and Yanadir cradles it even more carefully. Daniel looks at Lyanna, who is also disbelieving. The otherworlder states gently, "If I may, Your Grace, my ladies, the equipment seems to be intact. Lady Lyanna's and my own intentions are to continue to forge such crystals for use as magic crystals. By producing these diamonds, either the market begins to identify synthetic diamonds separately, as my world does, or the value crashes if and when we can make even more. Regardless, please allow this crystal to be our gift to you for allowing us to undertake such a project." Their jaws drop, and even the reserved and composed Grand Duchess stares at him. "You're giving this priceless gem to us?"
Daniel chuckles.
"You saw us make it, didn't you? We'll make what we need if you'll allow us." She nods distantly, and the other sisters each take a turn to hold the unbelievably large gem. Daniel adds, "I unfortunately know almost nothing about the process of cutting and polishing gemstones, so please do with it what you will, Your Grace." Shouldn't we at least test it for our purposes? Daniel chuckles, "I think we can make do." Lyanna clears her throat, holding her hand out to the youngest daughter, who carefully hands the gem back. She then presents it back to Daniel and Lyanna, saying, "This is indeed a marvel of your research, but it appears to be quite flawed. If I am to receive a gift, I would like it to be one after you have improved your process." Lyanna gently takes the gem, saying, Are you sure, mother?"
Daniel's right. We can.
The Grand Duchess smiles and pets Lyanna's cheek, saying softly, What kind of mother would I be if I stole away the fruits of your labor just to be locked away? She then says more sternly, I think it is best that this creation is never discussed outside of the seven of us. Not until we can determine how best to reveal this research. Bunrami, the fourth of Lyanna's daughters and second youngest, asks, Mr. Daniel? Would you make one of these for me as well? All five of the other women look at her with shocked expressions, but they don't scold her. They glance at Daniel, seemingly curious as to what his answer will be. He looks at Lyanna, who replies, I don't mind. He chuckles, replying, if Lady Lyanna is all right with it, then I would be happy to make one for everyone here.
But, please be patient.
As you saw, this is a lengthy process. They all nod in agreement. Once they can return to Lyanna's lab in the basement, Daniel and Lyanna place the large diamond in the crystal charging machine. It's a little smaller than a typical stock crystal, but the rig is able to hold it.
She asks,
Should we get it polished first? She rakes her hand through her hair, murmuring, Oh God!
Can we even get it polished?
We might be killed for this. Let's just see what can be done with it. It shouldn't have any catastrophic flaws internally, or it likely would have broken when I hit it with a hammer. There are enough gaps that if the element we choose is releasing internally, we'll be able to see. And we'll go slowly. I'd like to use water again, if it's okay. It should be more likely to shear than to explode the way graphite did, in a worst case, but the increased hardness will make an explosion more damaging. She grimaces, and he jokes to try to make her relax. Hey, worst case, if it explodes into tiny pieces, they'll be normal-sized, right? She stares at him, and then she processes what he's saying. With a sigh, Lyanna nods. You're not wrong.
Okay.
Water it is. She begins charging it with the specialized device, and sure enough, the magic absorbs. She murmurs softly, strange.
What's strange?
I can feel the magic being absorbed like normal, but I'm not feeling much resistance. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Glass doesn't provide resistance, but it glows brightly and dumps the magic being used, which means it would be dumping water if it was like glass. The magic is storing. It just... Daniel asks a little facetiously, feels like a much bigger cup to fill? She looks at him, still managing to channel her magic, but with wide eyes.
Do you think?
In our world, diamond is so strong because of the way the carbon balls stick together. I'd have to use my words for a perfectly technical description, but basically, they bond so perfectly with all of the other carbon bits around them, there are few things that can separate them. This could be a factor in magic capacity of the crystals. Salt is relatively weak by comparison for the same reason that diamond is strong. The bonds are easier to break. That proves peculiar to me for a whole other reason. You think the nature of magic is somehow tied to your microscopic science? Daniel nods in confirmation. He knows she means atoms, which he hasn't tried to explain too in depth yet, since there's no way he can help her fully understand without explaining other parts, which he has worked on. She finally stops charging, saying softly, It's only now beginning to feel like it's resisting at all. If what you say is true, these crystals could last even longer than normal. That would be even more ideal than I hoped for. That's something I want to ask then. Do you have to fully charge it for the magic to work?
No.
As you said, what I do with this device merely fills a cup. A cup half full still can be poured out.
That's perfect then.
We can worry about fully charging diamonds when we can make a magic device to do it.
She stares at him.
You want to make a magic device, to charge magic crystals?
I hope to.
Where would the energy come from? There has to be a replenishable source.
Daniel grins.
Have I ever told you about electricity in our world?
She frowns.
You've mentioned it. Have I ever told you how we make it? She replies a little sassily, yes. You use magic dash. She halts, realizing he asked for magic crystals charged with lightning in this world only because he knew it was possible from basic deduction using what he already knew. He hasn't yet described how his world harnessed the power of lightning. She blushes, squeaking, Teach me, O wise master. Very funny. She grins but whines playfully, Wara? I'm being serious.
Sure.
Anyways, we can do it with or without, rocks that stick to each other.
Oh.
You mean magnets? Daniel nods as he focuses on the word for magnets in this world's language.
Most likely.
He's always listening for words he doesn't know, and Lyanna knows better than anyone by now that there are many things he knows of, but doesn't know the words for in her language. She is extremely helpful, since most of the time, if he can describe it, she can make sense of what he's talking about. Magnets. He repeats the word a few times in his head to remember it. He asks, "Do you have access to them?" She nods, saying proudly, I'm working on a theory, but I've noticed if I can make small pieces of them float, they seem to point somewhere." Daniel looks away with his eyes, and she frowns. She asks coldly, "What is it?"
Interesting.
That sounds like an interesting phenomenon we should.
She sighs in disgust.
Just tell me what your world does.
Daniel chuckles. Sorry.
We call it a compass. Planets behave like a big magnet, and small magnets, even with a simple design, align with magnet fields. Invisible lines magnets form. Since they align reliably, the direction they point in our case is always north and south, meaning we always know, even in darkness or in a cave, what direction we're facing. With extremely limited exceptions. So, it really does point somewhere. Anywhere that can imitate the polar opposite. North always aligns to south, and south always aligns to north. We can make one later, and I'll show you how it works.
Daniel.
I want to make a machine to go to your world. She says it fairly seriously, though they both know rather surely that it's not that simple. He chuckles, replying, "Sounds like magic. That's outside of my wheelhouse." She frowns at him, and he holds up the box with the charged diamond. "Shall we go water the garden?" He smiles, and she looks at the diamond, briefly forgetting her exasperation.
She sighs in defeat. "Let's go."
"But we're not done talking about, what did you call it?"
"A compass."
Daniel nods with a smirk. "And the magnifying tube. You still have to make one of those."
"I haven't forgotten.
I've got a list." She presents a crumpled piece of paper with many of the brief mentions of concepts he's made, phonetically written out in their language, but easy to read as the English words he stated.
Daniel smiles. "We'll get to them.
But we should test this and get another diamond cooking for your family. Do you have any connections that could polish a gemstone?" She ponders, saying, "I can reach out to some people. It's risky though. If people don't realize it's synthetic, its value alone," she sighs.
"I think it'll be fine.
We'll discuss it as we make more." "Sounds good to me." They make their way once more back out into the safe area in the remote area of the estate's garden, where Lyanna allows Lyanna to test experiments. They set up the rig once more, taking cover in safety behind the low wall. They carefully check the area around them, and then Daniel hands Lyanna the control. She glances at him, but smiles and nods. She turns the setting low, and then she switches it on. Dialing up slowly and cautiously, a small stream of water begins to flow out of the crystal, powered by the controlling mana crystal. Lyanna giggles excitedly like a young girl, watching eagerly as the water pours continuously. The first thing Daniel notices is that the flow is much more even than the graphite, seemingly like the entirety of the diamond is sweating profusely enough to rain water out of the crystal body. Lyanna asks, "What do you think?"
"More."
"I'd say so. It looks even to me." "What do you think?" "It looks like it's behaving like a salt crystal."
"Let's do it." Daniel agrees. "Do it."
She acknowledges with a nod, turning the crystal up to half. Water is pouring out at a fast rate now, about the output of a garden hose on Earth, dumping water continuously. They watch it run for a while, and Lyanna murmurs after a bit, "I think this is longer than last time." Daniel confirms with a nod.
"Agreed."
Remember though, diamond is harder than graphite and salt. It'll take more energy to break it.
"A lot more."
That makes sense enough to her. They watch it a little longer.
"It looks stable though."
"I think we can turn it up."
"Agreed."
"It's not showing signs of strain or stress internally." She nods as she studies the crystal. They both slouch a little lower behind the wall, and she turns it up to 3/4 of its full capacity. It's now dumping water at a fairly significant rate, matching almost double or triple the normal hose rate he's familiar with. It's likely almost 15 gallons per minute pouring out of the crystal, which is really solidifying just how significant magic is. It's moments like this which Daniel understands why their technology is relatively stalled, not needing much when magic that a large portion of the population can simply perform with their own bodies. Necessity is the mother of invention, after all. After a moment, Lyanna whispers, as if speaking it will cause danger to raise its foreboding head. "I think it's working." "I think so too." "A source of water?" asks a matronly voice very familiar to them both now. Both Daniel and Lyanna yelp, startled by the sudden appearance of the highest-ranking person on the estate.
"Mother."
Daniel pivots, staying low. Your Grace, forgive my urgency, but please get low as we are. As a preliminary test, your safety is paramount.
I see.
She offers her hand, and Daniel rises partially, glancing at the crystal. When Lyanna turns it down to be safe, and Daniel helps Lyanna down to a low seat on the grass behind the wall, and when Lyanna asks, "Mother? Did you need something? Am I not allowed to take interest in my daughter's work?"
It's unusual, Mother.
It seems sudden, if you'll forgive my saying so.
You're right, of course.
But I've never valued your work for what it is. I'm sorry, Lyanna.
Mother.
Tell me what we're watching.
Right.
It's a water crystal made out of the diamond. Daniel came up with it. The Grand Duchess looks at Daniel, and he replies, "I asked the right questions. Lyanna did all the tricky parts." Lyanna sighs warmly. May you two never part. She then looks at Lyanna. A water crystal, you say? I thought water crystals are impossible.
Not with diamond, Mother.
Its carbon is an ingredient to life, so it possesses magic. And diamond doesn't dissolve like normal crystals. She whispers, "We're going to revolutionize the magic crystal industry." The Grand Duchess smiles. Your diamond furnace seems a little impractical for the standard artisan or artificer to make use of. Lyanna grins, maybe so, but diamonds are much more stable, and their magic capacity is much higher. We could make smaller ones, and for much cheaper once the process is perfected.
I see. She looks at Daniel. Smaller ones?
Such as appropriate for jewelry. Daniel smiles as he confirms. Very much so. The increased capacity was unexpected. We don't yet know the ratio. If we do downsize, it'll be easier to circulate them in greater numbers. The Stallvolten household will handle distribution, I trust. Inform me when you are prepared to increase production. Daniel jokes respectfully, I'm just a lowly assistant, Your Grace. Please consult the lady artisan. She chuckles, and when Lyanna says, first, we have to prove they're safe and viable. So be ready to hide. She cranks the control to max, and the crystal hemorrhages water, and the three of them peek over the wall. The volume of water coming out of the crystal causes a large umbrella shape, dumping easily more than 30 gallons per minute of water. It's wobbling a little, but it's possible the volume of water is effectively floating the crystal against its own output, like a water jet. Lyanna observes quietly as she watches curiously, this really is a big change, isn't it? Are there any elements of magic these crystals can't use? When Lyanna replies, watching diligently, water was the trickiest, but I think kinetic magic and acoustic magic could be explored as well. She blushes, cupping her cheek as she fantasizes.
Oh.
It might even be able to store complex spells. I can't get over how much this will change for the better. Suddenly, the mass of water falls, and all three of them flinch, and when Lyanna yelps, shutting it off. However, it was still dumping water until she turned it off, even on the ground. Daniel peeks and he says, wait, I don't think it was breaking. I think it just knocked itself over. The two women peek over the wall as well, and it's easy to spot the crystal lying at the foot of the stand. Daniel says, Lady Lyanna, turn it on just a little. She glances at him, but follows his instructions. She turns it down and powers it on, turning it up. Sure enough, water resumes dribbling out of the crystal. Turn it to max for just a second. Your Grace, please stay down for the moment. The Grand Duchess acknowledges with a nod, and when Lyanna turns the control to max once more, waiting just a couple of seconds, and then turning it off as Daniel watches. She looks up at him from her low position.
Daniel smiles. It's still intact. Keep it off.
I'll go check.
Be careful. I will.
As Daniel makes his way around the wall, when Lyanna disconnects the tether that passes the magic from the mana crystal in the control device to the water crystal. It'll ensure no mana can reach the crystal. Daniel inspects the crystal for a moment, peering into it while holding it up in contrast to the sun. He smiles and turns to Lyanna, giving her a thumbs up. She returns the thumbs up, noticing her mother is confused. She blushes, squeaking, it's a hand sign that means it's good. Lyanna smirks.
I see.
She exhales a solid breath, pulling Lyanna's head close and kissing her forehead. I'm proud of you, Lie. Keep up the good work. Lyanna blushes, squeaking softly, thank you, mother. I'll continue to do my best. Daniel approaches after putting the crystal back in the stand, and Lyanna takes a warm breath and exhales again. She holds up a hand to Daniel, and he quickly steps closer to help her back to her feet. When Lyanna climbs up as well, brushing off the Grand Duchess's elegant dress with her hand. Lyanna says warmly, "Thank you, Daniel. Keep up the good work as well. I look forward to your many advancements." Daniel bows his head respectfully. "Thank you, Your Grace." She says with a warm tone, "Now then, I have had my curiosity sated. I shall leave you two to your research." She faces them, smiling one last time. She then nods proudly and turns, heading back towards the mansion. When Lyanna asks, "So, endurance test?" "That was what I hoped to ask." She grins warmly. "We'll do half until lunch, and leave it on a quarter from there. That should tell us what we need to know. Everyone else knows to stay away." "Sounds good to me." They settle in to watch the crystal as when Lyanna connects the tether again and turns the water crystal on. It begins dumping water, and it appears to be stable once more. They sit together for the next couple of hours, and Daniel does his best to explain the best way for them to make a compass, as well as how his intended electrical generator will work, a water wheel-powered one for starters. As they talk, Daniel voices a thought. Part of what will be required to work is there any way to convert elemental crystals to another element?
Oh.
You really do have all the best questions. As it turns out, most of the energy in a magic crystal is pure mana. The elemental aspect is like a seed, which determines what the pure mana will shift to as it is released from the crystal. Changing the seed is possible. Do you have the equipment to do it?
I do. Good.
If I can generate electricity, I'm hoping to convert that energy into magic, and then to whichever elements we want so we can streamline producing crystals.
She hums in glee.
That would be amazing. Do you think we can charge a crystal with your generator?
I hope so.
Our job to figure it out, right?
She grins.
You mean, you don't already know how to do it?
Daniel chuckles.
I've been trying to tell everyone, I don't know anything. I'm just lucky is all.
Pfft. Right.
And, I was the most well-liked court mage in history.
Daniel shrugs.
You're my favorite. She blushes, squeaking, W-.
I would hope so.
I'd fire you otherwise. They both laugh together, continuing to watch the water crystal dump gallons of water. The future looks bright, and it's the kind of life Daniel wishes he could have lived all along in his own world. But then, every day that passes in the new world, he finds less and less reason to want to go back. Somewhere in the kingdom, a clandestine meeting takes place between two hooded figures. One speaks with a soft feminine tone, kneeling, "Master." The otherworlder has become an obstacle. His changes threaten to disrupt the order of the kingdom. His inner circle is closely guarded, my master. He is cautious, in spite of outward appearances. Indeed, but he refuses to acknowledge the importance of how things are done. It is undoubtedly a result of coming from another world. The king was a fool for stepping down. Perhaps it was the king who orchestrated the instability, master. I was thinking the same. However, the instrument being removed is enough to restore the order of the kingdom. If I may, master, your authority will not be improved by the elimination of one otherworlder. A less direct approach is more likely to succeed.
Elaborate, then.
What indirect approach? As it stands, a certain house's son is betrothed to the second princess, where once he was to be wed to the crown princess. It is common knowledge that the otherworlders are not of or committed to this world in the way our own are. Were the second princess to meet an unfortunate accident, the kingdom would be remiss to favor an alien to our world over a prominent house.
I see.
So, they either offer the crown princess, or lose the support of said prominent house and their allies. From what I've heard, there would be many houses that agree. The two are silent for a moment as the one standing ponders the notion. Yes, I do believe it would be most unfortunate. Ensure to look after the second princess. I will ensure the rest is taken care of.
Of course, master.
Your will is my own. She fades into the darkness, and the master retreats in the opposite direction, ensuring not to be seen. Many preparations need to be made, most important of which is ensuring the plausible deniability and alibis of the most important players. It's a shame that such a delicate and beautiful flower needs to fade for the greater good of the kingdom, but it is a time of turmoil. Collateral is to be expected. Asterisk. Daniel and Lyanna didn't waste time with the many projects he unintentionally created by mentioning them to her. When one was in the process of running automatically, such as waiting on the diamonds to form, they began alcohol fermentation, both for a cleaning agent and to have Lyanna try it. Once that was in the waiting stage, they began assembling a water wheel and generator, with plenty of help from those willing on the estate staff. Because Lyanna was willing to pay overtime from her own resources, many of them were willing to help. From there, Lyanna led the construction of a magic crystal conversion device, which can convert elemental magic to pure mana and vice versa. The trickiest part was the final stage, creating a system to take the electrical energy being produced by the generator and use it as the seed element for charging a magic crystal while powering the charging system as well. If this can be done, it could effectively serve to replace the mages in the production of magic crystals. If they can also figure out how to convert to other elements from machine power as well, then production will no longer be limited by the mage's concentration and time being consumed. It looks like it'll be a bit of a road ahead, but when Lyanna is able to find some research in her books discussing attempts to charge crystals without a mage, and some devices that make it a little easier. Once the generator is working, and Daniel explains how it works, Lyanna takes notes and documents what she can. In the meantime, Daniel does something he had hoped to do for a while upon gaining access to electricity. He builds a variable power supply using homemade components, which allows him to control the voltage better. And with it, he is able to charge his cell phone, which, along with its charger, was in his lap the night he was transported. While he of course won't be able to make calls or any of the many functions his smartphone is capable of, he will be able to pull up the documents and books he has stored on his phone, which will open up even more technical equipment than he has currently. He has a PDF copy of an engineering black book, a cheat sheet of sorts dash, as well as a few other such technical books aiding in electrical distribution, electrical calculations, and hydrodynamics, which he occasionally used to troubleshoot the plethora of machines his company expected him to be able to work on. While he could work with a jack-of-all-trades level of skill on most of his company's equipment, he was an expert on none of it. Even now, what he's accomplished is because he knows the bare minimum to accomplish the tasks, and magic makes it that much easier to get started. In his own world, he'd never have the means to have done anything he's done in this world. The more he thinks about it, though, the more careful he has to be with what he allows himself to make. Like all of the other things for which he knows the bare minimum in most cases, his time in the military as a nuclear power operator taught him just enough to be dangerous. Assuming he could get his hands on the ingredients, he could probably do terrible things to this world. Things he wouldn't even want to do in his world, but would be completely unknown in this one until he unleashed the monster hidden within the atom. It wouldn't be the most effective, but he knows enough to make him a target if it ever got out. Likewise, it's probably a good idea for him to not tell anyone how to access his phone, or even show them for that matter. If they figure out how to translate the many books he has stored on it, things such as firearms and dangerous chemicals this world isn't ready for could come out of Pandora's box, so to speak.
Hey! Are you listening?
Daniel flinches with a start when he realizes Lyanna is talking to him.
Oh.
Sorry, I was just lost in thought.
What's up?
Such strange dialogue from you.
What's up?
How did your people come to say that?
Never mind.
Anyways, I was saying you've been summoned to the castle. She hands him the scroll, which was brought by one of the Grand Duchess's servants. Daniel cocks his head.
Me?
Any particular reason? Lyanna rubs her temples, saying dryly, "Let me peer into the great unknowable pool of magic housing all knowledge of all things."
Yes.
I know that I have no idea. Very funny. Since we've been pretty hidden away here for these months since the last time either of us were there, I would guess it could be as simple as your friend, the king, wanting to catch up.
Daniel scoffs.
His Majesty Rudo and I may have both come from Earth, but I wouldn't call us friends. You're probably not wrong though. He might be worried about the havoc I could cause if I started building an airplane. You won't get me this time.
I won't fall for it. Skyhook.
Dry water. She crosses her arms, grumbling, jerk. He chuckles, shrugging. After a moment, she asks, "All right, what is it?"
What?
I thought you wouldn't fall for it.
Gra.
You know I can't resist.
Tell me.
She grips his shirt's chest, shaking him.
Tell me now.
He laughs, replying, "Fine. It's like a boat, but for the sky." A boat for the sky? All right, you're making that up. Technically, I didn't make up skyhook or dry water. Either way.
It's true though.
We used vessels that could fly through the air. Even above the clouds. Why not just use boats? A ship in the sky sounds like a great way to die when you fall. True, but people don't tend to do too well when a ship sinks, do they? Airplanes in our world are carefully designed and maintained constantly. For the volume of cargo and people we move that way, it was always considered the safest form of travel. She stares at him, and he adds, "As for why, flying is much faster than boats. Generally, a plane, if it could make the distance, could fly to any point on the globe in less than a single day. The same distance in a ship would take a month." She grumbles in frustration, releasing him so she can scribble the word down in her notebook. You're not getting off that easy, Daniel. She turns serious, saying in a lax but pointed tone. Anyway, a royal summons isn't to be trifled with. I recommend a formal reply immediately, and to head for the castle as soon as possible.
Ah, fair point.
And it would all have to be in fairly close proximity. Still, would this prove easier to produce than electrical-powered equipment? Daniel ponders for a moment. The design would be simpler, but it would be more work than I could do alone. The gears and pinions alone would take a lot of precision work we're not equipped for. But if the king were to commission them, I'd be happy to draw up basic designs. Reduction values might prove tricky though, so we might want to experiment with a belt and pulley with adjustable wheels. When Lyanna whines suddenly, storming to her feet and towards her family. There is an awkward gasp, and the guards shift, but Rudo and Daniel watch awkwardly. She whispers to Bunremy when she gets close, "May. My backup notebook, please." Grand Duchess Arameliana whispers, when Lyanna.
Apologies, mother.
This must be done. Bunremy hands over the notebook and pencil she has, and when Lyanna walks back to her position, sinking back to a kneel and writing a few things down. She says casually, "Please continue. I'll document the specifics for posterity." Rudo chuckles, and Herales, the crown princess, looks at him in shock. Daniel puts his hand over his face briefly, but Rudo says dismissively, "So be it. I should have allowed you the chance to take notes, Duchess Lyanna. Please ask, next time." She bows her head. "Apologies, Your Majesty. Thank you for your leniency." Rudo states, "Daniel, I would like you to give us the best designs you can, and our artisans will start forging at once. Moving water to where it's needed is a priority for the kingdom, and electrical distribution will come in handy as well. You and your master will be well compensated for your efforts, of course." "As you wish, Your Majesty." The next thing I wanted to ask you about was if you've looked into aeronautics at all. Either rotary aircraft or fixed wing would be extremely beneficial for both logistics and warfare. Daniel chuckles, and when Lyanna scribbles furiously. She blushes in frustration, but Daniel replies, "We've discussed some preliminary ideas. Actually, Duchess Lyanna, having seen the pressurization utility of wind crystals, came up with the notion of using them for jet engines. Should prove rather viable, if I do say so myself."
And green.
Rudo chuckles, possibly the only other one in this world who knows what Daniel is referring to. This time though, when Lyanna squeaks, "Wait.
I did. Yes.
Remember when we were discussing airplanes?" "Why dash?
Yes.
And then, you asked if we could make use of the wind crystals to propel them." "That's the part I'm hazy on. I'll refresh your memory later. You wrote it down in your other notebook." She finally catches on, and she nods to acknowledge Daniel's cover.
Oh.
"I suppose I probably did."
Yes. I see, murmurs the King Regent.
"Then, I trust you can provide some designs on that as well? I have the basic ideas myself, but I doubt I'll do them justice." Daniel bows his head. "Once more, it would be our pleasure, Your Majesty." When Lyanna bows at the waist, still holding her notebook and pencil in one hand, "Agreed, Your Majesty. It would be my genuine honor."
"Good.
Let me know what resources you need. We'll work out a budget and construction plan." When Lyanna bows, "Of course, Your Majesty." Herales finally speaks, "Rudo. These things you talk about with your counterpart. These will win the war." Rudo replies, "Alone, no. No one thing alone will end the war. However, it'll be a step in the right direction. Especially because our technology should be able to overwhelm our enemies and benefit the world's population at large. I believe the Americans, Daniel's people in our world, who often live by the phrase, peace through superior firepower, an adaptation of a much more ancient phrase. Fitting, for how I want to end the war." Daniel explains more simply, "He who possesses the biggest stick determines the terms of peace." When Lyanna agrees well enough, but she says, "I and my assistant will pursue technologies of improvement, Your Majesty.
Not tools of war.
Others will have to adapt them if that is what you wish." Rudo nods respectfully.
Very well.
"I will not force anyone to make tools of war. That said, I will remind you that we are at war. The demon army has the alliance deadlocked at the border. It is only a matter of time, or the first shift in balance, that could determine the fate of this war." When Lyanna bows, "I am certain we will provide all of our wisdom to defend this castle and this last bastion should it come to that, but we will not take responsibility for creating tools of war that may not be needed.
Let us hope.
As they're leaving after being dismissed, Rudo calls out, Daniel. Daniel and Lyanna stop to look, and Rudo smiles. It's been quite a while, right? Why not stop by the relic and test if anything's changed?
For posterity.
Lyanna smiles and looks at Daniel. Daniel confirms with a nod. We'll do just that, Your Majesty.
Thank you.
Daniel and Lyanna head for the relic room. Before arriving at the castle, Grand Duchess Arameliana informed them that a replacement court magic artisan had been appointed, a half-goblin who, in spite of her small stature, was able to prove her talent and knowledge for magic equipment, which her specific troop of goblins had performed espionage by sneaking into alliance bases and stealing the equipment. While pure goblins don't have the lifespan or patience to learn to reverse engineer anything, a hawk, as she's called, was much smarter than her peers. After receiving a formal education to earn her freedom after being captured, she ascended the ranks through hard work. Unlike Lyanna, though, she doesn't have the spark of invention, and mainly provides magical equipment creation and repair. She also didn't take over the magic analysis relics room as her own personal lab, meaning they still haven't formally met her. Lyanna sniffles as she walks through the nearly empty room, save for the ancient magic device in the center of the lowest floor. It's been a while, old friend. She affectionately touches the relic's sensing crystal, and it begins to glow. She murmurs, Yes, I see you missed me too. I've learned so much thanks to you, and we're making amazing progress with what we've learned. Because she's still touching it, all of the elemental crystals light up, and the beam forms the cloud-like image in the main crystal, which can be read with a proper book to determine other magic attributes of the individual being analyzed. She relaxes, taking her hand off of the crystal.
She looks at Daniel. Moment of truth, Daniel.
Let's see if you still haven't absorbed even a little magic. Daniel nods in agreement, stepping up to the analysis crystal. He places his hand on it as the last remnants of Lyanna's magic is fading. As all of the times before, as with all of the many times Lyanna had him try, Daniel's hand on the crystal produces no result. For whatever strange reason, his body simply doesn't have any trace of magic, or it actively nullifies it. Even having spent time in the world, months at this point, and eaten food and drank drinks that should contain magic and mana, he doesn't have any. Lyanna chuckles.
Still nothing. Amazing.
Are you sure you're alive, Daniel?
She pokes him, seemingly studying him.
I can fog a mirror. That's all I can tell you.
She chuckles.
I've heard the demons have mages that can use the forbidden art of necromancy and raise the dead as soldiers. I'd love to know what their hands would show.
Daniel scoffs.
I couldn't say, but I'm pretty sure I'm not a zombie.
Ugh.
I thought you didn't have magic in your world.
We don't. But we have fiction about it. Right?
I think you did tell me that.
But undead too?
Specifically.
Daniel chuckles.
Undead, dragons, demons, ghosts. Just because we imagine them doesn't mean I want to meet them. We also have technology fiction as well. It was what we imagined the future would look like, and what we had not yet attained, such as traveling the stars.
The stars.
Daniel smiles warmly. Humans of Earth had landed on our moon, and we were working towards going even further. Lyanna stares off into the distance as she ponders the notion. She tries to envision the difference between what she used to imagine and what Daniel has already brought over. What could a world as advanced as his envision for the future? Should we head back to our work, Duchess? I'll have you know, I won't inherit my mother's title. It'll go to Yanadair and her husband. You really don't have to call me Duchess.
Daniel grins.
The very fact that it harmlessly bothers you is what makes it fun. She crosses her arms and frowns at him. I could have you banished forever. Just keep that in mind.
Noted. Shall we? She sighs. Let's go.
But later, we're talking about how to visit the moon. She writes it down in her notebook, gathering her dress to make it easier to ascend the stairs. She wobbles and falls after a few steps, but Daniel catches her, keeping her on her feet. She clears her throat, murmuring, "Thank you. I hate dresses. It looks great on you." She blushes, retorting, "I would hope so. I'm sure it cost a small fortune." As they go a little further up, she clears her throat. You look nice too."
"Thank you, Duchess." RRRRMMMM.
With only a simple hum of defeat, the magic artisan continues up the stairs. Princess Aramaya has been alive for a little over 10 years, 12 EY, and she has undergone near endless training in etiquette, proper manners and decorum, leadership, and any other social conventions expected of a young maiden. She walks with grace, she speaks with softness and femininity, but always with purpose. And she is well read for her age, all to support her sister, the crown princess. Aramaya is engaged to the son of a duke, a means of ensuring alliances within the kingdom so that loyalties were maintained. Of course, Aramaya would be the wife of a duke, rather than a princess at that point, unless something were to happen to her elder sister. With the arrival of Rudo and Daniel, things got strange. The king and queen Herales and Aramaya's parents decided to make Rudo the acting king until his reign can be formalized. His otherworldly knowledge, like Daniel's, is unprecedented, and has pioneered many strategies and methods for improving the economy of the kingdom, as well as its defensive and offensive posture. According to reports, the stalemate with the demon lands is holding, but that could very well mean the demons are strategizing as well, which is why it's so advantageous that Rudo is preparing everything he can. Ironically, Aramaya's betrothed was actually originally meant to be Herales' future husband, but possibly as a way to grant Rudo a reason to fight for the kingdom, the king and queen offered Herales to Rudo instead. Apparently, arranged marriages aren't normal where Rudo comes from, as he refused at first. Though the marriage hasn't been cancelled, and Aramaya knows her sister well enough to know that she looks up to the otherworlder king now, as well as holds some feelings of affection for him. If she's being honest, Aramaya rather envies her elder sister for finding such a meaningful connection with the person she's destined to marry. As for the present, though, it has been about a week since Daniel, and by extension, when Lyanna, were summoned by Rudo to explore technological advancements apparently within Daniel's ability to create. Aramaya isn't sure if there were any other schemes the day the two were summoned where Daniel would be wasted, but he's proven himself useful on many occasions. She's thankful that she spoke up when she did, though even with all of her reading, she has yet to find a reason that would cause him to arrive in their world without magic or a special skill. Everything she can find on the summoning ritual indicates it's been the same every time. Daniel is the only anomaly. Even dual summons have occurred, though only once before. Regardless, she's thankful for the regular warm baths and showers she can take at her leisure, requiring no preparation ahead of time. She can simply turn the water on, control the temperature, and bathe all in the comfort of her own room's secondary chamber, which is located several levels above the ground. Aramaya walks along the battlements of the castle's outermost structure, excluding the defensive walls. It gives her a grand view out over the city, the river, and the gardens, and she can appreciate the sunset. Below her, the river flows through the castle's portcullis, and down in the garden, Daniel is laying out the handful of components for his centrifugal pump and generator, which he had some of the parts already commissioned when he was summoned. In spite of the fact that both the royal family and the Grand Duchess's family contain exclusively daughters, the Grand Duchess has been bankrolling Lyanna's and Daniel's projects with the express intent of ensuring the crown remains indebted to her family, even without a marriage tying them together. She leans on the battlement wall, watching with a smile as Herales and Rudo discuss with Daniel and Lyanna. Even Daniel and Lyanna seem to be close, an enviable camaraderie that Aramaya has never known. She has people she can trust, of course, such as her guards, who are standing watch nearby, and her maid-in-waiting, who is also standing nearby. Though it's not her usual maid, as she is out sick today. The maid serving her is new for Aramaya, but has been working for the castle for a while now, as far as she knows. Nora, as Aramaya knows her, asks softly, "Did you not wish to participate, princess?" Aramaya smiles at the scene below her. "No. For scenes like this, everyone talking and working, sometimes I just like to see it all at once, like a painting." "I see." As Aramaya starts to take a step towards the opening between ramparts for a better view, which has a removable handrail, Nora cries out, "Princess, look out." She's not sure what happened. She was just moving for a better look, and her senses seem to have blacked out for a moment. She gathers her senses enough to see Nora dangling from the ramparts, a piece of torn dress in her hand, as she gets further and further away. Am I falling? Aramaya can feel her heart pounding, and her life flashing before her eyes. She can't summon a breath to scream. Between her corset and a strange pain in her ribs, as well as the terror flooding over her and freezing her whole body, she can't do anything. She can't even really believe it's happening. It feels so surreal. All she can hear is her heartbeat, pounding in her ears. Am I going to die? Parts Lyanna had commissioned were being delivered from blacksmiths all over the kingdom, impellers and casings, rotors and shafts and pulleys. Even the simple-seeming shaft keys Daniel designed are a clever addition to what they're doing. They lock the shaft into the rotor and pulleys with a relatively simple design, allowing easy replacement of parts, while also ensuring a sturdy design, as long as it's assembled properly. And now, Daniel and Lyanna are staging parts with the help of servants and other craftsmen interested in learning, while many of the nobles and Rudo and Lyanna watch from nearby. Even Lyanna is seated in a comfortable chair under an umbrella, comfortable to watch the whole show as fellow nobles try to butter her up, either for her own hand in marriage, or for that of her daughters. Daniel passively observes a master flirt and charmer at work. Lyanna would be right at home live streaming on the internet, were she on Earth. She speaks delightfully and kindly, while masterfully deflecting all sorts of passes and curries of favor. Everyone is equally beneath her, especially if they're trying to get something from her. The blacksmiths dropping off fresh parts have an equal chance at her hand as the counts and ears cozying up to her, though careful not to block her line of sight or disrupt her shade dash. Daniel has only testified from afar as her personality shifts from socialite to cold-blooded dread-eater. Even the most foolish back off if they've tripped over her line. Lyanna approaches Lyanna. Tell me, Duchess Lyanna, how does this device work differently than the other pump?
It looks smaller.
Lyanna explains, I love a curious mind, princess.
It's quite simple, actually.
The piston pump spends half of its cycle pulling water in, and the other half pushing the water back out. By using this impeller, the magic artisan gestures at the strange wheel with curved fins rising from one surface. Water is constantly being flung out by the fins, and that motion alone draws more water in, all in the same cycle. Thus, rather than splitting half of its energy for each motion, it accomplishes both at the same time. And the best part is, it'll be a lot quieter.
Oh.
Lyanna nods confidently. She speaks as if she's witnessed it firsthand, though this will be the first centrifugal pump she's seen as well. Daniel explained the theory as best as he could, while she helped draft the designs to pass to the blacksmiths. Without metering and measuring equipment, they're a ways off of discussing pump theory on a numbers level, since Daniel only knows some of the equations and what they tell an operator and designer. Lyanna asks, why didn't you and Daniel start with this design then? Rudo and Lyanna chuckle together, and Rudo explains, the piston pump was able to use wind crystals. The turbines we discussed will take a lot more time to build. This will use electrical power. Lyanna nods in agreement. Daniel adds as he approaches, unfortunately, I'm fuzzy on the math, so I'm adding in a sort of limiter until we find a way of measuring. Splash. Everyone looks where something relatively heavy just hit the river from above, directly in front of the open portcullis of the castle's river access. Judging by the splash and rings of waves, it would have to have been something roughly the size of a person, but no one comes to the surface or splashes. The rings are carried into the castle's marina by the relatively moderate flow rate, and still no one pops up. However, a glint catches Daniel's eye, and he notices an armored body hit the water feet first. Surprised, he looks up the castle wall to find another knight and a maid on the ramparts, though they're inaudible. As the people around him are asking quickly, what's happening? The guards form up around the nobles. He hasn't worn it, but he knows the Royal Guard knights are wearing steel armor and chainmail. They easily have over 40 pounds of weight on them that's difficult to remove. Additionally, they have clothing that restricts their movements without the armor in the way. Lyanna murmurs, why would
Daniel bolts?
He's still learning about this world. He barely knows anything in the grand scheme of things, other than the river is freshwater, meaning the human body alone is heavier. A guard leapt from the ramparts into the water.
Why? Why did he jump?
The knights are all about honor, so they'd never stain their armor with suicide. He'd also know his chances of survival are higher in water than the ground.
So, who did he jump in after?
Regardless, I have to get him to the surface fast. Daniel throws any extraneous layers off as he can while he runs, keeping his work knife on his belt.
He'll likely need it.
He dives headfirst into the river. Its deepest point in the marina is around 20 feet, as far as he knows, with around 10 feet near the walls.
The problem is, walls.
The knight will have no way to escape the water in his armor without help. Daniel pops his head in the water, finding the knight reaching up near the wall. Sure enough, he was able to get to the wall, but he can't get up. Thankfully, he's on his feet. You there. Get ready to pull this guy out. Daniel shouts at the guards and dockworkers, who are looking in surprise. He then takes a deep breath, diving down to the bottom. He sweeps under the knight's legs, lifting him with his own feet on the rocky bottom now. He can feel the guard squirming, but he's losing strength. Daniel shifts his posture, keeping the guard's chest to the wall. He hoists him as high as he can go, working up his legs. Suddenly, the weight is lifted, and he looks up. The knight is being dragged out of the water, and Daniel scans downstream. The creek is clear, and he can see a large mass of fabric drifting in the deep part of the downstream of the marina. He kicks up to the surface, catching his breath. There's someone else. I'm going after them. He swims as the dockworkers run alongside him. The knight was coughing, but breathing well enough as those tending him strip his armor. Thankfully, he's swimming downstream, and he glances in the water as he swims.
There. Is that Aramaya?
Daniel calls out, "It's the princess. Be ready for CPR." He can smell the foul stench of the castle's sewer drains. He's past the marina, and the wastewater is entering the river now.
But he doesn't care.
It's a relatively large body of water. Even with the buildup on the surface, contact alone won't kill him, as long as it's washed off promptly after. The way is dark now though. He's under the groundwork built over the downstream to hide the smell. Daniel takes a quick breath, nearly gagging but forcing himself to bear it. He needs to get under the water quickly. He dives below the surface, swimming down to the princess. She's almost at the bottom, and she's not moving. He prays there's still time. He scoops her body into his arms, planting his feet on the bottom, and then kicking towards the surface with all of his might. He swims upwards with his momentum, managing to get the second princess to the surface. Though they breach in a rather thick layer of foul material, and he coughs. He tries to get her head above the water, but it's clear she's not breathing. He's definitely running out of time. Daniel's back hits the portcullis on the outgoing portion of the wall. There's a gap between the portcullis and the ground above them, meaning he could climb out. It's dangerous, but it'll take as much or more time to get to either side, and much longer to retreat upstream. Aramaya's already nearly out of time. Daniel hugs her close, climbing up the portcullis as he fights nausea. He's down a hand, hugging the princess close with his right arm as he climbs. He moves as quickly as possible, and he can hear the guards and dockworkers above him, a little further. "We're here, Daniel. Just a little further." He strains, fighting their combined weight, nausea, and his exertion getting to her.
Daniel. Pass her over.
"We'll grab her."
Princess.
"How could this happen?" "Shut up and hang on to me." The men at the edge of the tunnels overhead form up in lines, holding each other as a pair of guards hang out over the gap as far as they can, reaching for the princess. Daniel pivots, holding her out as far as he can, working his hand up her chest to swing her arm out, and one of the suspended guards catches it. Working in tandem, they pull her away from Daniel, and the other guard catches her body. From there, the whole group lunges back, collapsing with her on the ground. They quickly scramble clear as another guard checks her for signs of life. The nobles, namely Rudo and Herales, run up, and Herales screams, "Eri." Daniel kicks off of the portcullis, clearing the small gap on his own. He sits on his hands and knees as he vomits, coughing. He asks, "What are you doing?"
CPR. Now.
Rudo looks at him with horror. He replies, I've never." The guard checking for her heartbeat adds quietly, "She's already gone." Herales screams, falling to her knees as she cries. Daniel's eyes widen, and he scrambles across the ground, drawing his knife. He shoves the guard away, beginning to cut Aramaya's dress away. Herales screams, "What are you dash? I can save her. Kill me if I fail." Daniel doesn't look up, dragging the knife down the back of the corset, severing the laces and pulling it free from the young girl. Unfortunately, he needs to remove it, as it's a relatively rigid structure, and the nobles gasp as he does. The guards protest, but Rudo orders them to stand down. Daniel's thankful for that, at least. Unfortunately, Daniel only ponders about halfway through how the whole process is going to look to this world. He presses his lips to Aramaya's while pinching her nose, stealing her first kiss, were it a romantic situation dash. He breathes twice, and then places his hands on her bare chest, defiling her pure body, were it a lascivious action. He begins bouncing his weight, and he can feel her ribs strain and crack.
But it's necessary.
He counts off the chest compressions, and then quickly breathes for her again. After a moment, the nobles complain about the actions being wildly improper, and Daniel, the otherworlder, is desecrating her corpse. "She won't be a corpse if I succeed."
Come on, princess.
"You should live 3 times longer than me, not the other way around." After a minute or so, Daniel has an epiphany.
When Lyanna. H here.
When Lyanna jogs closer, and he shouts, "Lightning magic. I need you. Hurry." He gives Aramaya another couple of breaths, continuing chest compressions. What would you have me do?" When Lyanna kneels across from him, and he explains quickly by pointing, hand on her chest, hand on her back here. He quickly gives the princess more breaths and begins chest compressions. Short pulse of lightning, weak.
On my mark.
Position your hands. When Lyanna nods quickly, placing her hands as Daniel indicates. Wait for me not to be touching.
Ready now.
He pulls his hands back, and when Lyanna shocks the princess, her body jolts, and Daniel calls, "Stop." When Lyanna pulls her hands back reflexively, and Daniel checks the princess's breathing and heartbeat, he gives her 2 breaths and says quickly, twice as strong, "Now." When Lyanna moves quickly, and she shocks Aramaya again, her body tenses tightly, and Daniel calls, "Stop." When Lyanna recoils again, Daniel listens to her chest and feels for her breathing. He sighs, laughing. He falls onto his back as he laughs, and Herales snarls, "Why are you laughing?" When Lyanna puts her ear to Aramaya's chest,
She gasps.
It's beating.
Her heart's beating.
The nobles gasp, and someone faints. Herales asks, "What?" Her voice is nearly a whisper. Rudo sighs, sinking to a seated position on the ground. Daniel sits up, and he pulls his shirt off, covering the princess's chest. He says softly, "Welcome back to the land of the living, princess."
Rest up.
He sighs, saying, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I accept any punishment you see befitting my insolence. However, I must insist that I remain at the princess's side at least through the majority of her recovery. If she faces secondary drowning, I'll need to perform CPR again."
I'll stay too then.
With lightning magic dash. Daniel replies, "Thank you, but not necessary, my Lady Duchess. Her heart's beating again, so it's not as crucial. Her lungs are more likely to fill with fluids again due to the damage from drowning. Rescue breaths and chest compressions will be enough. Her ribs are broken as well. I won't need to be present specifically for that, but at least the next few days."
Rudo confirms. Of course. Don't move her yet.
I'll have a hard stretcher made so we can move her to her room for recovery. Summon the healers as well. We should use magic sparingly on broken bones, but she'll need some medicine for certain. Daniel acknowledges Rudo's plan.
Understood. I'll monitor her.
Rudo states, "No one is to harm Daniel or interfere.
Knights, keep watch over them both.
Guards, come with me to the marina. We'll need to find something we can fashion a stretcher out of.
Everyone else, disperse."
Princess Aramaya is alive for the moment. Are you certain we can leave her with him? Rudo replies curtly, "My only regret is that I lack the knowledge required to resuscitate her myself."
Let's move.
She's not out of the woods yet. Rudo nods at Daniel, and he jogs towards the marina, followed by his prime minister and several guards. Herales remains behind, growling as she holds Aramaya's hand, "If you hurt her, Daniel, I broke most or all of her ribs. I might have nicked her with the knife. I'm not here to hide any of it.
As I said,
Punish me after she's safe."
she looks away.
When Lyanna asks softly, "Daniel, is there anything I should be doing to help right now?" He smiles wearily. "Much appreciated, but I think the main things are taken care of. I wouldn't presume to ask you to fetch something to wrap her in." "What do you care?" asks Herales sourly. "You're the one who assaulted her dignity." Daniel lets it blow right by him though. He replies plainly, "She'll get cold." Herales flinches. She remains silent though. When Lyanna climbs to her feet, "Leave it to me. I'll go find one." She jogs towards the castle. Daniel regularly checks Aramaya's heartbeat and breathing. She's stable, or as stable as he can hope for, given the totality of circumstances. He still feels sick from the wastewater, which has both of them soaked and stained. But it seems they're through the worst of it. Saving a princess in another world. Daniel was a blue-collar worker on Earth. A rather well-trained blue-collar worker, but no one particularly special. He never expected to meet a princess, let alone save her life. Now, he's directly responsible for keeping one alive. Why would I save a world that dragged me into it against my will? I had no idea, please understand. We didn't know what else to do. And, how is that my problem? Well, you're stuck here, so please. I'll give you anything. Please forgive me. I think it's only fair to hear all offers available. Aramaya opens her eyes, finding tears on her cheeks. She reaches up to wipe them, but her chest suddenly surges pain, and she whimpers. "Relax, princess. Allow me." It's Zionel, Aramaya's longtime maid. She dabs Aramaya's cheeks, and the princess tilts her head gently to look.
Her eyes widen.
Sleeping in a chair nearby is the otherworlder known as Daniel, summoned on Aramaya's suggestion. He didn't ask to come to their world, and he was caught by surprise. However, He has given his all to improve the lives of people he has no loyalty or attachment to. And for some reason, she feels a deep-seated sense of gratitude towards him, as if in a dream before that terrible last one, he had done her a priceless favor. Lyanna asks, "How are you feeling, princess? Try not to move too much." Aramaya wiggles her toes and fingers, and she murmurs with a hoarse voice, "My chest hurts a lot. I think that's all." Lyanna nods as she hears out the princess. "Your ribs are broken, and your lungs were filled with water, princess. Rest, and ask for anything you need." Aramaya stares at her for a long time. She recalls now. She was falling from the castle wall, and she vaguely remembers hitting the water. After that, there's nothing. "I fell in the river." Aramaya begins coughing, and Daniel stirs from his slumber in the chair he's sitting in. Lyanna pays him no mind, nodding. "Yes. It was terrifying. You were under the water for a dreadfully long time. Thankfully, Duchess Lyanna was able to save you before death could claim your soul." Aramaya stares at her with wide eyes, but she notices Daniel shift. He was paying attention, but he then shifts back to lying in the chair, trying to go back to sleep. "Why is Daniel here then?" asks the princess wearily. Lyanna flinches. She grumbles, "He claims you are still at risk of drowning, even out of water, and insists on being present. But after what he did to you, he should be rotting in the worst prison cell." Aramaya coughs, processing the words for a moment. Lyanna switches from bitterness to maternal, gingerly petting Aramaya's head. "Rest, princess." "Daniel, tell me in your words what happened." Daniel opens one eye. He replies softly, "I tore your clothes off and performed a process that broke most of your ribs in exchange for keeping your brain alive long enough for Lyanna to save your life." Lyanna glares at him, but Aramaya smiles. "You pulled me from the water, didn't you?" Daniel is silent. The maid urges, "Princess, what good deeds were performed are surely overshadowed by his lecherous deeds. He used it as a pretext for his perversion." "Is that true, Daniel?" "As you can clearly see, Your Highness, it is true. At least, as far as how it was perceived." Lyanna adds, "Which is why, I'd like you to send him out." Aramaya is silent for a moment. "Why did you insist on remaining by my side, Daniel?" Daniel is quiet for a moment, and a knock at the door precedes someone entering. It's Lyanna, the magic artisan, and she has a simple meal on a tray. "I've brought food for Daniel. Is he dash?" "Oh, princess. You're awake." She curtsies while keeping the tray balanced. "Forgive my intrusion." Aramaya smiles. "No need, Lady Lyanna. Thank you for saving my life." "Daw. I didn't do much of anything. I might as well have been a magic crystal. Daniel's the one who saved you." There's an awkward silence in the room, and Aramaya smirks. She looks at Daniel, saying softly, "You lied to me?" "Not maliciously, Your Highness." She pouts but states, "Lady Lyanna, please tell me the truthful recounting of events." Lyanna tries to cut in, "Princess, you should res dash." "Don't speak again, Lyanna." Everyone flinches a little. The soft-spoken princess just turned as hard and cold as ice, similar to the Grand Duchess. Lyanna bows her head, sitting silently. Lyanna hands the meal to Daniel, explaining, where to begin?" "Well, apparently, you fell from the ramparts of the castle, and landed in the river. From there, one of your knights followed you in to try to save you, but his armor was too heavy, and he almost drowned. Daniel lifted the knight out of the water, and then retrieved you. You had stopped breathing, Your Highness. Daniel insisted he knew a way to save you, which Rudo confirmed, but could not perform apparently. In order to do it, Daniel had to remove your corset and breathe for you into your mouth. He then pushed on your chest, which serves to make your blood circulate and lengthen the time for revival. Next, he asked me to apply lightning magic across your heart. To all of our surprise, your heart began beating again. The process was not gentle, but you're alive. I hope you can forgive us." Aramaya nods gratefully. "I'm thankful to be alive." "Thank you, Lyanna. Thank you, Daniel." Both of them nod. Lyanna explains, "Your lungs were damaged by drowning and coughing, so blood and other fluids have been draining into your lungs. You drowned again twice in the last 3 days, and Daniel was able to keep you alive while helping you expel the fluid." "I see. Then, why is Lyanna being hostile?" She looks at the maid, nodding for her to speak. Lyanna answers, "Your Highness, I don't believe this man needed to remove your clothes in the first place, nor did he have to be the one to breathe for you. It's highly improper. Even now, discussions are ongoing amongst the nobles about your purity. When Lyanna retorts coldly, the princess was dead by our standards. It's not like she's with child for an assailant. She was granted a second chance at life.
You're likely right, my lady.
Which raises the other concern within the rumors. She looks at the princess, whether or not the princess came back at all. Daniel is not a necromancer. The fact that the princess can speak should be proof of that. I do not believe such things, my lady, your highness. I am only confessing the facts of the situation. A situation the otherworlders' inappropriate handling caused. If the men are given free action under the guise of saving the princess's life, then next time, she could be with child out of wedlock. When Lyanna growls, but Aramaya retorts instantly, if that were the case, I would simply marry him. That would alleviate that issue, wouldn't it? She begins coughing, and when Lyanna and Zionel both frown, though for different reasons. Suddenly, when she can speak, Aramaya pieces it all together. Wait, are you saying they cough? They actually are discussing punishing Mr. Daniel? When Lyanna looks away, and Zionel nods. Aramaya looks at Daniel, and he confirms as well. He murmurs, some here seem to believe that to die with dignity is better than living without. What is dignity worth when you're dead? The princess stares at him, and he relaxes back into his chair, having not touched the meal yet. I'm glad you're alive, princess. That's all that really matters. But as a bonus, they probably won't kill me, which they definitely would have if I had failed.
Get some rest.
We'll be watching over you until you're recovered. She tries to sit up, exclaiming as much as her weak voice will allow, no. I must dash. She winces and cries when her chest burns, and both Daniel and Zionel jump up to stop her. Daniel states, your ribs need to heal. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing that needs to be done. I don't regret saving you, princess. So don't throw it away. Her eyes water, but she doesn't have the strength to overpower him. She relaxes, nodding silently. He eases back and she asks, Is that fried egg? Daniel glances at the meal.
Oh. Looks like it.
Would you like some? Zionel flinches.
Unacceptable.
I shall dash.
Yes, please, squeaks the princess.
Daniel obeys her, and as he's walking the meal to her, he takes a bite. He smiles, saying, there. If when Lyanna poisoned it, she'll have to have at least one dose of the antidote, right? When Lyanna whines, I would never. Magic could kill you both just fine, thank you. Princess Aramaya smiles, opening her mouth.
Daniel murmurs,
It hurts to move my arms too much. If you insist I rest, do what must be done. She opens her mouth expectantly once more. When Lyanna and Zionel both flinch in shock. Daniel hesitates, and Aramaya frowns. Your mouth was already on mine, right? Take responsibility.
Daniel scoffs.
Very well, princess. He begins feeding her the fried eggs and grain, something similar to rice. She hums happily, relaxing in her bed. When Lyanna fidgets, grumbling, I made that for you, Daniel. Daniel replies gratefully, much appreciated. The bite I had was really good. Aramaya nods in agreement. The young princess remarks innocently, you'll make an excellent wife someday, Duchess. When Lyanna flinches and blushes. I'm not interested in such things. I only made it because Daniel's stuck watching over you. He even has to use a chamber pot right outside the door. She crosses her arms. You'd think the second princess's savior would warrant better treatment than a knight. Even the servants in the castle have toilets now. She glares at Zionel, asking rhetorically, I wonder who's responsible for that. Daniel remarks softly, none of that matters. No one's dead. Aramaya swallows, asking softly, What happened to my knights and Miss Nora? When Lyanna explains, Sir Horiston has been awarded for his bravery in jumping to your rescue. Last I heard, he was to be awarded a formal title and a larger domain. Sir Nada Molden took custody of Miss Nora, but she claims she was trying to rescue you from falling. Both of them are being investigated. Aramaya remains silent, pondering the statement. Neither of them seemed to mean any harm to her, but then, she wasn't doing anything particularly dangerous. And in spite of that, she ended up in the river far below where she was. The young princess murmurs, I wish I could remember.
Daniel smiles.
Just focus on healing. Regardless of what happened, you're all right. That's what matters. She smiles at him, blushing a little. If I knew I'd be spoiled like this, I'd have fallen a long time ago. He scoffs, and when Lyanna and Zionel both grumble, Daniel retorts warmly, "Don't say that, princess. As much as I'd love to be able to save everyone I encounter, you got extremely lucky. We got extremely lucky. Don't risk your life for a little pampering. Just ask nicely."
She blushes.
Some people, I'm not allowed to ask. When Lyanna suddenly crowds close to Daniel, saying warmly, "Daniel, since the princess seems to be in the clear from drowning again, why don't you take a break? I'll watch over her." The otherworlder replies with a gentle smile, "It can be sudden. I don't have anywhere else to be. A couple more days to be sure." Zionel huffs in disgust, but she says nothing, taking the moment to tidy the room up.
Daniel.
Daniel looks at the princess, who spoke as he prepares another spoonful of the meal for her. "Yes, your highness. You don't have my permission to go anywhere. I'll determine when you're allowed to leave." "I shall stay as long as I am permitted, your highness." She nods contentedly, enjoying the rest of the meal. She's aware it's a little rude that she ate the entirety of a meal meant for Daniel, but he allowed her to, and it made her a little happy to be doted on so. A few days of paradise are the reward for her enduring the aches and pains in her chest from being saved. It honestly makes her immensely happy. But then, one morning, it all changes.